He has proof. Any other brother or sister that has proof that we are not who we say we are, we will be inviting you up to the stage one by one. Any brother or sister who believes that they have proof that we are the Israelites, I will be asking you to come to the stage one by one and battle one-on-one with no interruptions, one-on-one with whoever is on the stage. Primarily, it will be Garfield on the stage, but if there's anybody else who wants to go along with Garfield's premise, you can. But just know it will be one by one. So I might have to put everybody in the audience and invite brothers and sisters up one by one. I really appreciate everybody who will be attending today. If you can ping somebody, this is going to be a real good discussion. I told Garfield, we got replays, man. We got replays, man. We are the Israelites according to the Bible. And I think this debate, this time we have to spend together, is going to prove who we are according to the Bible. But we're going to go ahead and I'm going to play one more song from the Maccabees. If you can, ping somebody. I might play one or two more songs just to get enough people in the room. And then once we get enough people in the room, we're going to go ahead and get started. I don't know where you are on Mountain Time, Central Time, Eastern Time. I don't know. But I pray you're in good health. I pray your family's in good health. We'll be starting here in a minute. Ping somebody. I'm pinging too. We're going to get started here shortly. I would say probably about the next 5 minutes, we're going to get started. But I want the participation of every brother and sister. You studied up, brothers. We're going to need you today. Them Israelites who are studied and can prove without a shadow of a doubt who we are, we're going to need you today. I see a couple of elders. I see a couple of elders down there. I see an elder in the goo. We're going to need the brothers to come up and most definitely bring it out. Super Villain, I see your hand, King. We have some specific rules today. I will be bringing everybody up one by one if you want to battle against Garfield or anybody else that has the an opposing view of who we are. If you believe that we are not Israelite, if you believe we are not Israel, we're gonna need you to come to the stage. Not right now. We're gonna soon call you up, but we want you to show us with proof, evidence that we are not who we say we are. So that's what the room is going to be today. Again, I really appreciate everybody for coming in. I'm going to play one more song from the Maccabees, and I pray you enjoy it. And then after this, we'll go ahead and get started. Keep the love, 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 keep the love. Keep the love, keep the love, keep the love, keep the love, keep the love. Keep the love, 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 keep the love
That's a strong delusion. I don't want that purpose for betrayal. So it's no excuses. You so it's no confusion. Man, keep it real. Keep it simple. Keep the law. I'm preaching by the word. You calling out no understanding. It's all fuck. Overeating, but try to trap you low. Keep them laws around me. We don't play it around here. Moving in the foster commitments, cousin justice, what we feel. Playing wicked laws like in a pass that's out your beard. Brother, I hope you heard these sincere words I'm speaking to you. The kingdom is on my mind all the time. Ain't no room for that. Explain, keep the laws. You ain't following. You should be ashamed. Break your actions, man, but you ain't trusting only you to blame. Summertime is hot, but not as hot as every summer flames. Make a piece of Chicago, representing the most high. Disobeying the law, but believe on God. When the trunk is so long, ain't no need to go high. It's gonna be death and destruction of war and rise. You know, I will hit the scene, this song gonna be quiet. Keep the law, ain't no plan, you both sides. The most high is the husband, these children, this grind. Ain't no need to be slothful, step naked with pride. When you're by the law, when the truth, there's no lies. Proving it's shown, it's a test to a lie. When you gas and you trust in the truth, you gon' die. That you stop the most high, so come on the ride. Keep it low, keep it low, keep it low. Keep it low, keep it low, keep it low, keep it low. I need a lot of slow. Keep it low, keep it low, keep it low, keep it low. Everybody's at your back, keep it low, keep it low. Keep it low, keep it low, keep it low. Never lost you without it. See this tears never die. Next thing I'm paying sense is possible. Competition, I catch you up. And now it's fear speaking expressly. That thing with connotation. It's lazy. We see each other spirit. And the mom uses it obviously. They ain't connected. They have no spirit. It's not a house. You ain't got it. That's not facing this portion. I can't particular nation. You say I was not on the claim. That's when you face this. It's like you're thinking this wickedness in the form of a deliverance. Heresies. Turn again. Got a form of another man. Tell them what gotta eat. No, teaching my plan, teaching what I just got a lot of failure when it comes to the movie. You move in with the one who shoots fits. Up the time, got to tell your ass up right about moving. You wasn't talking like this and still you ain't grooving. I co-sign with a guy who was up to trauma. You really think the English races don't keep them demons up you, bro? I co-sign with a guy who was up to trauma. You really think the English races don't keep them demons up you, bro? Break the law, then it's around. Big sick, nice, and run out of the church, cause he passed a lot. Man, the truth going through the fire to become the man the most high side. He got me turned by going backwards. Break the law, then you a sin. And I'm wondering if you do it again with the Israelites, don't tell your brain. I live down the truth like a 24/67, better for your brain. Burst the law, then you go man sin. Don't see where deals, so when you bad thing. Remind you of the 14, never took the Lord, you not a fan. If you run off, keep them running always. I'm about to get out in the way, you know. So don't let me celebrate. I see a little breaker cost running. If you're in the court, you're the preacher. That's a nigga gets the spirit out of Mr. Minos. I'm just people. That ain't living dead. That's a nigga teacher. Keep it low on the last week. See, getting to a bad teacher. Nations like trouble makers. He's always a ring. He's a another inch and there's a killer nigga. Keep it low, keep it low, keep it low. Keep it low, keep it low, keep it low, keep it low. Keep it low. All right, family. We're gonna go ahead and get started. I got a few more individuals to ping. Let me get myself together. Let me get my earbuds. And we're going to make this thing happen. Again, I appreciate Garfield. I really appreciate Garfield. Let me see. Check something out real quick. Okay, I got you. Okay. Yeah, so let me check one more thing. Make sure everything's on the up and up. And we're going to go ahead and get started. Brothers and sisters who come in a little later, they can check out either the replays or they can file in when they need be. Again, I pray you all can hear me. Let me mute this. Bless you and your household. All praise to the Most High. It's going to be a good room today. I want to say a quick prayer real quick. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our sins as we forgive those who have sinned against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever and ever. Amen. We're going to go ahead and take care of beating. We got today's
Today's room is a very important room. If no replays are kept, these replays will be kept. Why, Kyle? Because Garfield has information that he's going to share with us that he says guarantees that we are not the Israelites. Image, I'm gonna move you down for right now, and if you want to come back up, I'm gonna bring you back up. But he has information that we are not the Israelites, and of course, the Israelite, we have information that we are the Israelites. Prince Tim, I got you here in a minute, King. I got you in a minute. Hold on one second. It's a special room today. I'm gonna lay out the rules here in a minute. And Garfield, if you want to, you can lay out a few rules. I think I would agree with whatever you want to see happen. But I'm gonna say this: the only two mods today will be myself and Garfield. Garfield is going to argue that we are not the Israelites. He has proof. We are going to argue that we are the Israelites with proof. We're going to invite a brother up from the opposing side later on in this debate who agrees with Garfield that we are not the Israelites. We'll invite him up. Maybe he can ask an Israelite a few questions. We will be inviting up other brothers who can prove that we are the Israelites according to several sources, physical proof, prophecy, etc., etc. So you get ready, y'all get ready if you want to come up and debate with Garfield. If you have information and you are well versed in the scriptures and in history, archaeology, etc., etc., you can come up. Garfield, I bless you, bro. You have anything to add to what I just said or anything, period? Go ahead, Garfield.
Hey, peace and love, peace and love. Thanks for inviting me to the room. I want to say this is just a dialogue, right? It's going to turn into back and forth. Some people might get emotional. I might get emotional, but it's all love. It's all love from my end, and I hope it's also love from your end. Let's agree to disagree, and let's have a conversation. If you guys are Israelites, I'm saying I don't see it. I'm not convinced that I'm one of the chosen people of God, of the Bible. I'm not convinced I'm an Israelite. I'm not convinced my Jamaican family are Israelites. I'm not convinced my African-American family are Israelites. I'm just not convinced. So maybe one of you guys could come up and convince me today. Using the scripture, using history, archaeology. I'm here, I'm open. Today I'm open. I'm definitely open today. But as far as rules, I think Brother Yawasab wanted to come and moderate if you need help with that if there's a back and forth. But if not, we don't really need him then. If you're gonna moderate.
Okay, Yawasab, is he in the audience? Let me check him out.
He said he'd be there in 2 minutes. He said he'd be in 2 minutes, and he's definitely a good moderator. Yeah. So.
Okay. Yawasab is a good brother. Yeah, he can most definitely help out with the moderation. I can come in as need be. This is why, Garfield, I wanted to have it on Sunday so I can really be a part of this discussion. It's going to be a good discussion. Shout out to all the brothers and sisters down in the goo, man.
He's scared. He's
Eddie
scared to come up
down there.
Awatazar scared to come up.
Brothers. Go ahead, Garfield.
Awatazar scared to come up, but hey, it is what it is.
Well, I'm really holding to what me and you talked about. That's why I haven't invited anybody on stage yet. But what we're gonna do, we're gonna invite H2O, Shalom King, my good brother. All praise to the Most High. We're gonna invite brothers and sisters up one at a time because I want to keep everything in order. And I don't want any kind of interruptions or things like that. So it might be one or two brothers on stage debating at a time. If I bring you up, all praise to the Most High. Blessings be upon you too. All praise. I really appreciate that. We will have a brother or sister on stage, two at a time, maybe one at a time. We'll see how it rolls, but I don't want too many people on stage because I want the conversation and the dialogue as Garfield put forward. I want it clean. I really want it real clean. So we're going to let the bill, if a bill pop out, we are going to let it go. We're going to let that bill go. And The time limit, we're gonna say 2 hours. If you guys want to hang around 2 hours, we're gonna say 2 hours or less. If it goes beyond that,
just to let you know,
go ahead.
I got 4 hours. So if we need to go up to 4 hours, okay, I got 4 hours. Just to let you know. All right.
Okay. We're gonna be aiming for 2 hours, but if it extends, Garfield said he does have 4 hours to hang out with us. So we might just let this thing run for 4 hours, man. I don't think we're doing too much. I got my grandbabies over here today. I'm doing a little barbecuing today, and I'm hanging out with you guys. So we're gonna make it happen today, man. We're gonna chill out. We're gonna kick it. We're gonna do some things. We're gonna talk. We're gonna really get some information. And you know, in the Maccabee Hive, I want the conversation to happen. And just like Garfield says, man, in what Garfield just said, I think it's some hope, man. I really think it's hope from what Garfield just said. We have to convince our brother, man, that the Jamaicans are Israelites. And if a brother can show that, man, go ahead and get your information. Go ahead and get those Bibles, your pen and paper. Go ahead and get that thing going. We finna make this thing happen. So, okay, without further ado, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be looking in the audience. If there's anybody from the Israelite side who wants to start it off, I think I'm going to wait till Yawasop get here. Yawasop said 2 minutes. I'm going to wait 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Until Yawasop gets here. Once Yawasop gets here, then we'll move forward.
Yeah. In the meantime, I don't want to mix up talking about history and archaeology with beliefs. With a belief argument, if you believe you're an Israelite, don't waste your time and come on stage. I'm not debating nobody on beliefs. I'm dealing with tangible evidence. Listen, family, I've studied Zoroastrianism for a while. I've studied other religions outside the Abrahamic faith. I've studied Greek religion. I've studied Roman religion. They all have a concept of being chosen. So being chosen is not the issue. I could go to be a Zoroastrian and be chosen right now. That's not a big deal. I could join Islam and be chosen. The issue is how can we prove that we come from an ancestral place called ancient Israel? Do we come from that region of the world? Can we prove our travel, whether it's through 70 AD, whether it's through Europe? I don't know if you guys want to claim that you're part of the Scythians, the 10 tribes and all that stuff. And I want to have a real conversation, not no emotional conversation. I want to deal with it 100%.
All praise. Now, just to put this out here, Garfield, I know you understand this, but there is physical evidence found in the scriptures. You do agree with that, right?
Of course, 100%.
Okay.
100%.
Okay. No problem.
No, if you bring the scripture up and you say, okay, the 10 tribes left, yeah. But if you're going to try to interpret a text and say, that's us, we're going to go back and forth and nobody's going to win. But you could do it. You could come on stage, like as Freddie Cut said, no Bible waste of time. No, of course the Bible is going to be used. But certain arguments, I'm just not going to entertain. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to be 100% honest with everybody. You have your right to believe as you do. I have my right to believe as I do. Let's try to meet in the middle. That's all. That's all the conversation is going to do, because I'm always going to be on the app. Because when I work from home, I'm always on the app. It makes my day shorter. And that's what most of us do. When you're working, you're driving, whatever, you on the app. It makes your day go by fast. So I'm going to be here regardless. I'm not going nowhere. But let's build on the Bible. And Prince Tim, you could come up. He doesn't believe the Bible. No, it's not about belief in the Bible. There's many stories in the Bible that are actually true based off of history and archaeology. So to say that I don't believe the Bible, that is incorrect. That is a scare tactic. All right. But anyway, I'm ready whenever you are, brother. And whoever wants to come on stage and we have this conversation, let's go.
No problem. I'm still waiting on Yawasop. I'm going to give Yawasop another minute or two. I'm trying to wait till he get in, but if not, I'm going to go ahead and start. And once he get in, I'll just have to make arrangement once he get in. But let me go one more minute, and we're going to move forward. I know Bleedo wants to deal in that too. I know Prince Tim. I don't know who else wants to. If you want to engage Garfield today, put a 1 in the chat. if you want to engage Garfield. Put a 2 in the chat so I can write this stuff down. Put a 2 in the chat if you would like to say Israelites are not God's people and you are on the side of Garfield. Let's do it real quick first. Just with the people that we got in the audience. If you want to engage Garfield and you have the proof that we are who we say we are, put a 1 in the chat. Oh, yes, sister. Yes, I'm going to most definitely do a poll. I'm thinking about something right now. Yeah, I'm going to most definitely do a poll. Okay, we got 1. Okay, y'all, come on. I'm liking it. Okay, I'm liking it. Anybody else? Give me a 1 in the chat if you would like to debate or dialogue with Garfield on this topic. Just before we get started, so I can know who I'm dealing with. I know there'll be other brothers that come in a little bit later. I'll deal with them later. But if you would like to deal with Garfield on this dialogue, put a 1 in the chat. Maybe now, maybe later. I got 3 right now. If you do not, hey King 144, I'm unable to bring you up right now, King. But if you do want to dialogue with Garfield, please put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat, 144, and I'll bring you up. I got you on the list. Anybody else? Anybody who wants to have a dialogue with Garfield? The replays are on. Put a 1 in the chat. If you agree with Garfield and you would like to put your 2 cents in against a Israelite, put a 2 in the chat. Put a 2 in the chat if you agree with Garfield and you want to at least put your 2 cents in against a Israelite. Put a 2 in the chat. Put a 2 in the chat. God's King, I see you down there. Give me a minute. We have special rules today. But yeah, I'll bring you up shortly. If you want to dialogue with Garfield, put a 1 in the chat. Okay.
Yeah, Yawasap is in the chat.
Okay. Y'all. Oh, this is Yawasap. Oh, okay. All praise. I got Yawasap. Hold on. Yawasap, we bringing you up, King. I got you.
Hey, shalom.
Shalom, King. How you doing today?
I'm good, man. I'm just here to help mod. I think I'm gonna enjoy this build. This is gonna be fun.
It's gonna be fun.
Yeah, I've been battling Garfield for years, man. So I'm just here to mod, bro. I'm here to hear other people's takes. And yeah, man, I think Garfield gonna take some heads off. I think Garfield's head might be rolling down the block too, man. Who knows, man? I think it's gonna be
such a politician.
Shalom, by the way. What's up, bro?
Such a politician. Hey, Yawasap, let me ask you a question, right?
Of course, beloved.
I saw the other day you put your DNA results in the chat in Grand Rising. Was that true, or are you just messing with us?
No, I went to 3 different companies years back.
Oh, okay.
And got my DNA test. Yes.
You want to share with the audience, or you want to keep it as it is?
Yeah, no, the major haplogroup is Q.
Okay.
That's my major haplogroup.
Okay. All right. No problem.
Yeah.
All right. That's what's up.
I'll pray to the Lord, man.
You know I'm not scared, Garfield.
Crazy, man. Yeah. Hey, y'all in the audience, man, y'all ping somebody. We're about to get started in 1 minute. 1 minute, we're going to let this thing rip. I'm just trying to get as much people in the room as I can right now because I want the replays to be nice for you. I don't want you to have to skip through the replays and find. I want the replays to be off the chain for you. So this is why I'm doing it this way. So y'all ping somebody. We're going to do it in 1 minute. 1 minute to be exact. 60 seconds. And we're going forward. Again, I really appreciate everybody for coming.
I'm ready to see Garfield die, man. Y'all better.
Y'all better
start battling, man. Come on.
All praise. Again, if you want to battle, if you want to have a dialogue with Garfield, put a 1 in the chat. I got 3 brothers right now. If you want to dialogue with Garfield, put a 1 in the chat. If you agree with Garfield and you want to put your 2 cents in against an Israelite of your choice, put a 2 in the chat. Put a 2 in the chat. Put a 2 in the chat. Okay, we're about to get started here. Put a 2 in the chat. And y'all, what's up, man? You just have your way, bro. You know, my room is your room. Bro, do your thing.
Yeah, I'm just gonna moderate, bro. So I just wanted to help mod at the same time, enjoy the build.
I appreciate it.
And hopefully Garfield, he would never come back on Clubhouse again after today, man.
Absolutely, because we're gonna have these replays. So we want some strong brothers to come up and bring the evidence, bring the proof. I might throw some in every now and again, but this is really an opportunity for our brothers to dialogue with Garfield, for Garfield to dialogue with us. This is your time. This is your room.
Hey, can I ask Garfield some questions just to
absolutely.
And once again, this is not me battling, this is me asking questions to lay out his stances to maybe that'll intrigue certain people to come up and have the convo with Garfield.
Absolutely.
So Garfield, do you believe that the so-called African American and the children of the diaspora in the Americas that came here in the transatlantic slave trade, do you believe that they are Israelites? Yes or no?
I think by
yes or no, brother.
No. No,
okay.
No, you're right.
Go ahead. You can expound. I'm just messing with you.
Well, based off of genetics, based off of linguistics, based off of history, based off of archaeology, based off of anthropology, all those 5 main factors of research, I think the African American on a whole is directly connected to Central Africa the most. That's where most of the people came from. And as a matter of fact, you know what? Let's do this right now. Since I'm actually live on the stage, let me actually give the numbers and the sources so people could see for themselves. We're not playing games today. All right. So let me do this.
I got like 2 more questions.
Hold on 1 second.
And all right, cool. You don't want me to ask the 2 questions first?
No.
And then you begin to go into it or not?
No. I'm gonna give the statistics of the people who are here as far as African Americans, as far as the population numbers and so forth. So let me just here we go. And this is from the book The Yoruba Diaspora in the Atlantic World edited by Toyin Falola. If you want a copy of the book, you could email me after the show or inbox me here at my email is askbrothergarfield@gmail.com. askbrothergarfield@gmail.com. All right. So as far as where people come from, the regional origins of Africans arriving in North America. So these are the people that came to America directly, not via Jamaica or Barbados and then to Virginia or South Carolina. They came directly from Africa to here. So you have the most people actually came from West Central Africa, and that was 112,507 approximately. The next most came from the Bight of Biafra, which is Nigeria, 92,000. Then after that, you have Senegambia, 89,000. Then the Gold Coast, 56,000. Sierra Leone, 52. The Windward Coast, 21. And the Bight of Benin, where Wida is, or Judah, or Ajuda, or Faida, 10,456 people came from there to the Americas. And then Southeast Africa, 7,535. So over 400,000 people came directly to the Americas on the transatlantic slave trade from 1621 to 1822. All right. That's it. Go ahead, my brother. What's your next question?
Got you. The next question is, do you believe in the Bible? Yes or no?
Can I get some clarity on the belief part? Because I do believe in many stories in the Bible.
So I got you, bro. Outside of the things that you can line up with things that are historical, of course, in terms of the prophecies, in terms of the spirituality, that you find within the Bible that some people would admit to having faith in, is that something that you would hold to? If that's something that you don't, you know, because I don't, maybe there's people that's not familiar with you, Garfield.
Yeah,
so.
Definitely. I've definitely
Cool.
been a Christian leaning individual my entire life. I would say that. I would say I'm Christian leaning, not to be biased, but I've always leaned in a Christian way my whole life. Now, as far as believing in the Bible, as far as prophecy, I look at the prophecy as a literary device to make a convincing argument, but I don't take the prophecy literally 100%. What I do believe in, many stories in the Bible, many things written in the Bible are factual, and I do believe in partially, not entirely. Hope that answered your question.
Hey, you only can answer it the way you can answer it, bro. I think that's good for now. I'll leave it like that. And yeah, hopefully people come up to battle, man. I'm trying to see the battle.
Mm-hmm.
All praise. Let me see who else we got in the conversation. I know I got 3 brothers that want to come up. I don't see any twos. Hey, Jamal, if you want to come up, you have to understand the rules. Today is a special room. The truthfulness, if that's a word, of are we Israel or not is on the table. Are we Israelites or not, according to blood, is on the table. So if you want to come up and you want to dialogue with Garfield, who believes that we are not Israelites, he wants truth, that his Jamaican brothers and sisters are Israelites. You got to come to the stage and be ready to give a good dialogue with the brother. Again, if you want to do that, put a 1 in the chat so I can write your name down. If you want to have the dialogue with Garfield, put a 1. I got 3 right now. Put a 1 in the chat. If you agree with Garfield that we are not the Israelites, and you need more proof, put a 2 in the chat if you want to discuss it with a Israelite brother of your choice. Put a 2 in the chat. We got 4 hours for this, and we're about to get started. I thank y'all for opening up, for putting out questions. We got Crimson. Okay, hold on 1 second. I got you, bro.
Hey, Khalil,
Yes,
RQ, I will say this, that there is a potential Brother Garfield might convert to Hebrew Israelism tonight, depending on what we come. So you guys have a chance to convince Garfield 100% that he's a Hebrew Israelite. I see Eddie Cuts in the chat. Eddie, you could come up. You could bring and read 100 scriptures, but you know you can't prove. You see, the problem is they can't prove they are the actual people. They will quote scriptures and say, this is us. This is us. But they can't prove it. They can't show a chronology of their family.
I just want to put this out too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just in terms of like moderation, Garfield. I am going to hold Garfield to a standard, just like I'm going to hold everybody else that comes up to a standard. So, of course, yes or no questions must be answered. Yes or no. There's not going to, I don't want anybody to be wilding out. Or, I mean, if you do, we're men. So,
right.
If a battle happens and y'all begin to do that, I'm going to wait for y'all to untangle yourselves. If you don't untangle yourselves, that's the only time I'm going to come in, break up the fight, and say, okay, let's box again.
That's
but y'all men, y'all should be able to handle yourselves.
That's right.
So, you know what I'm saying? Just putting that out there.
That's good.
I'm ready to see a dead body. Let's go.
Okay, let's go. Anybody else now? I put the elder in. Elder Cuts. I put the elder in. He's on my list. I got 4. I got 2 on the opposing side. Again, I will be repeating these rules every now and again because I don't want to mess the deals up. So if I see people coming in, I might come off the mic just to let you know if you want to come on stage, you have to either be for or against are we Israelites according to the Bible. Okay, so we'll do it that way. But we're going to go with our first one. Prince Tim, do you want to start it off? If you want to start it off, put a 1 in the chat, Prince Tim, if you want to start it off. I got your name first. Prince Tim, put a 1 in the chat if you're ready. Prince Tim, put a 1 in the chat if you are ready. All praises.
Yeah.
Zara. All praises for Zara. All praises. Okay, yeah, Jada. We don't have a time limit. Well, actually, we do need a time limit. And y'all, what's up? What you think the time limit needs to be on each bill, bro?
So
I don't think there should be a time limit. Honestly,
you don't think so?
I think we're gonna. I think the point of everything is to read the room. So
okay, I got you.
If a discussion gets exhausted, then we can move on to another bill.
Okay.
With somebody else. Of course, like I'm not gonna let somebody be too long-winded. I know Garfield could get like that. Even other brothers could get like that. So I will go in there like, all right, brother, land your plane, so the other brother can respond. So besides that, I think we should let men be men and let it happen. But if it gets too out of control, then we could put a time constraint. But as far as right now, I think we should just let builds happen and read the rooms, if that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, I think we need to read the room. I know I'll be tuning in, and at any point, if I feel like the conversation is not profitable, is not fruitful, of course I'll come in, not just bust in, but I'll pick a specific time to come in and try to say something. But yeah, I'm with you, y'all. What's up? I think we can do it like that. Y'all invite somebody. We're about to get started. We've put some rules out here. It's not too many rules, but we have put some rules out here. Right now, I have Tim, Supervillain, Kazaa, and Eddie Cuts on the Israelite side, and I have Crimsonite and Jody on the side of Garfield that we are not the Israelites. So, guys, I will be calling you up shortly, but just hang out with us. Y'all, what's up? If you want to know the name that I have, the names I'll be getting in the future, just let me know, King. I have that list on paper.
So we're not letting anybody else on stage?
No. If they're coming up, so the thing is, once Garfield and Prince get done, then I'll have to move Prince back down to the audience, and we're gonna bring up the next brother. I'm trying to keep it clean for the replays, keep everything clean and just nice and just cordial. So we don't want too many brothers on stage doing emojis and making sounds and coming off mic.
I'm gonna be honest. I think that's all needed. I think the emojis. I think
you
the
think
sounds.
So? Why do you say that, King?
Because it makes the room better.
Okay.
You got the number one. You got Chat Lives Matter.
Honest opinion.
You got the president of Chat Lives Matter in the chat, man. Sister Zara, man. That's the president, man. So, you know.
Well, look, y'all, what's up? The only thing with that is me and Garfield agreed to having one at a time. But if you wanna
No, he's talking about the chat. As far as coming on stage, I think one at a time so people could hear the conversation, because some brothers don't have the patience, like myself, and they'll interrupt and try to jump in. So with Prince, I want to make sure if Prince is having a conversation with me.
And I might drop a couple of these. Hold
on. Yo, listen, man. I'm Mr. Trozaros himself, so I run that school, so it don't matter.
Okay, so we'll do it like that. I just want to keep it
shout out to Mama Steph, by the way, in the building, man. That's my mom right there, man. Yeah.
All praise to the Most High for Mama.
She know what it is.
Hey, Q. Hey, give me a minute. I just come from the store and put some stuff up. I'm gonna be back in a second, y'all. But Garfield, don't go nowhere. I'm gonna.
Damn, he running already. He running already.
Garfield, hold on now.
He running already. He come on stage and like, damn, let me start running from now, man. Oh man.
I would have came up, Garfield, if I was running.
Hey, listen.
How many minutes you need? How many minutes
you
need?
Bring another victim.
That's why I didn't answer. But yeah, that's why I went around I didn't come up automatically because I went around my phone. I'm getting a couple of things situated over here.
Okay.
I tell you what. Like I said, I guess I got a couple of questions for Garfield. I do have a couple of questions for him.
Well, look, if you won't be able to finish it, I think we probably need to start with somebody else. If you won't be able to finish it.
All right, I just want to ask. Is Garfield like on the hot seat? Is he like on a hot seat?
No.
It's more of a
This
discussion.
is a dialogue.
Yeah, it's a discussion.
Okay.
I could be on a hot seat if you want to. You could put me there with questions, but I mean, it just got to be on topic. That's all.
Hey, right. Garfield said he can handle it.
I'm here for all the smoke. I'm here for call y'all leaders. Where y'all leaders at? That's the joke. That's the crazy part.
Well, I mean, the room just opened up, Garfield. I think
I'm talking. Let me talk my shit, Q. Let me talk my shit.
Go ahead. You got it.
Where are the leaders at? Where's Son of Mary at? And his alter ego Jada Rips. Where is his alter ego Jada? Because I think they're the same person, by the way. Jada Rips and Son of Mary. I think they're the same person.
I thought Mara coming. I think she in the group. Garfield.
Who's that?
Nothing. Never mind.
Tomorrow.
You know what I said.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, you know what that is.
Oh, that's my sister right there. Oh, man. All right. Anyway, what's up? You ready or we got to wait for you?
Let me see. Super Villain, are you ready right now? Are you ready, Super Villain? Put a 1 in the chat. Raise your hand, Super Villain, if you're ready right now. Because I'm going to go in order. Super Villain going once?
I think we should do whoever has their hand raised first.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Who has their hand up? Well, Jamal, I think Jamal agrees with Garfield.
Jamal, I'm gonna be honest. Niggas ain't wasting their time on Jamal, man. Just
right.
These kids that do this.
Shout out to Jamal, man. Shout out to Jamal, bro. Don't listen to them. Don't get discouraged, man.
Who's the other ones? Parker, Granddaddy Parker. That's who else I see with that hand raising.
Granddaddy?
Yeah, want to let him up?
Let him up, King. Let's bring him up so we got.
Gotcha.
Hey, Shalom, Yehovah Shema Shah, Bashima Kakadash, to all the brothers of Israel that's on the panel. How y'all doing?
Hey, Shalom, Lord.
All praise to the Most. How you doing, bro? You ready for it, King?
Man, I'm doing good, man. I ain't got nothing else. I ain't got nothing to really go into, man. I just want to say real quick, man.
But you don't want to build. You don't want to build with Garfield?
Yeah, man. Nah. I just want to give a quick shout out.
Nah. We ain't got time for that, man. We ain't got time.
I just want to say real quick, man. I think there's too many light-skinned brothers in Israel, man.
Talk about it. Yawasap is number one.
He hating on me, son.
You can't hate on the light-skinned brother, man. You can't hate on the light-skinned brother. My brothers, man.
Hey, we got to do a recount, man, of the dark-skinned brothers. We got to see what's going on, man. We got to see what's going on.
That's why I don't want to join the Israelites. Too many light-skinned leaders. Too many light-skinned leaders. I try to go in Ram's camp. Too many light-skinned dudes. I tried ISUPK. Too many light-skinned dudes. All these camps is light-skinned, man. They're running the spots. So we need more dark-skinned people, man. Come on, man. Prince, come on. Start your own camp, Prince. Let's go, man. Q, let's go.
Garfield, you got light-skinned people in your family, though.
In my what?
That's
my son. Yeah, he light-skinned.
If you're ready to build with Garfield, raise your hand. I see E-Money. Let's see what E-Money has to say.
Man. Much love, everybody. Much love, y'all.
Much love, bro. Peace and love to you, man.
Much love, King.
Hey, Shalom, love.
Shalom, King. You ready for something? What you got? Oh, that was y'all son. Okay. I just invited you up, E-Money. Come on, y'all. Come on up, y'all. What's up? Come on in. E-Money, I just invited you up, King.
I'm almost ready. I'll go after E-Money. Whoever want to go first. I just don't want to be first. That's all.
First is the best place for me. Jamal, what do you have to say, brother?
All I want to say is let's look at Titus 3:9.
No, we don't want to do that right now. This is a special room today.
Right,
we don't want to do
special. This is special too. What do you mean?
We're not doing that today, brother. Now, what do you have to say? So I can move you back down real quick. Now, we're not doing it today. I appreciate it.
Is that all right?
Yeah. What do you have to say?
Can I read it real quick? That's all. I got it right here.
Yeah, you go ahead and read it, brother.
Okay, Titus 3:9. Everyone, listen real quick.
And while he's reading that, anybody who's ready, raise your hand. Eddie, are you ready? Raise your hand, King. Let me know. That's you 4, but I can bring you up right now if you're ready to come up now. Just raise your hand for whoever ready. Nobody wants to go first.
Did you ping General Ash? Because I think he's looking for
Ash. Yeah, I pinged him. I'm just asking everybody. Okay, it is he's just listening. Okay, I've been pinging. I got a ton of more brothers and sisters to ping, so I'm not done pinging. But if you're ready right now, we need somebody to start it off. I know you don't want to go first, but come on up, y'all, because I think the first position is going to be pretty good. So y'all come on up, Israelite teachers. If you're a teacher, you need to be on stage. You need to raise your hand, but I understand you don't want to come up. But
House members, friends with speakers, read Titus 3:9.
King, you gotta come on, bro. You gotta come on, bro.
A quick verse, real quick. It's just one.
Go ahead and read it, bro. Go ahead and read it.
All right, you don't mind? I'll read it. Good, I appreciate it. It's just real quick. It says, "But avoid foolish."
Is it me or did he cut out?
Yeah, I think he cut out.
Mosai's working, man. Mosai's
working. Did it cut out? Because did you hear that? Did it work?
Read it again, bro.
Okay. All it says is, "But avoid foolish controversies and genealogy."
Yeah, I think he cutting out. I think he cutting out because he don't know what he's talking about. I think that's what it is.
Well, I think he's reading the precept where it says, "Avoid foolish conversation about genealogy."
Yeah.
Because I think I know where he's going. Because typically, nobody, like, let's say, like, have like a physical genetic marker that they can trace their lineage back to, and that's referring to any group. I think that's what he's probably going to go into.
Yeah, we're not going to worry about him. Jamal, I'm going to move Jamal down.
I want to say, hey, Garfield, do you believe that the Israelites were real people?
Ancient
Tim,
Israelites.
You ready, Tim?
You ready?
Because I don't want to start something.
I just want to ask him. I want to let it flow naturally. I just want to let it flow naturally.
Y'all stop. You got it, King. Go ahead, bro.
Garfield.
Yes, my brother.
Do you believe that the Israelites existed?
That ancient Israelites existed, yes.
Okay. Who would they be today, according to your knowledge and understanding and research?
I think
Are they still around today?
I think the ancient Israelites are a mixed people, and if we look at genetics, because a lot of people don't like genetics, they say they don't have any. The guy is quoting Timothy 3 and whatever that stuff is, genealogies. But the issue is, when you look at what's called population genetics, you do have people who have bodies who lived in the time period of the Iron Age who they identify as Israel. There's over 130 samples, and they pretty much show a consistency of what genetic markers they have. So what they do is they go all over the world and they look at communities that lived in like 2nd century BC. If they lived in France, that communities in Asia, in Africa, North Africa, in Taout, in Morocco, in Tunisia. And what they do is, there's a matter of fact, there's an island called Djerba, which is off of Tunisia. They test the Israelites on that island, and they go back. They said their history is that they go back to Solomon's time period, and that they had traveled to that region. It's a small island. A lot of Israelites live there, and they have a history that goes back to the tradition of Solomon. And when you check their DNA, they would be the perfect people I would want to align with, because they have a history of practicing a form of Israelism or Judaism, if I may, and their markers are consistent with the markers that they find in the Levant region. So we
you
are
said
not.
This island is called what again? I'm sorry.
Djerba, Djerba.
Okay. Is there somewhere we can find in the Bible? Is there like, can you like run that through the Bible, through the scriptures? These people that lived in that region, is there somewhere that can be proved biblically?
As far as what?
As far as like them being Israelites. I mean, as far as like the Israelites migrated to that area, because you said that's the genetic marker that they use, right? So then therefore there should be some biblical evidence that Israelites was in that region.
Or you want a story
that you can pull up?
Well, let's look at it this way.
A biblical source, right?
Yeah,
a biblical source with your
no,
outside
I won't say there's an actual biblical source, but what I will say, if you give me the time to respond, because you did cut me off a while ago, I didn't say
I'm
anything.
sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. My bad. I just want to say
you gotta wait until I'm finished. All right, but this is what I will say to that, right? There is some sort of scattering or something to do with the diaspora as far as people moving around. As far as there is in Talmudic sources, they talk about them going into Africa. They're actually referring to northern Africa, where Tunisia is, because Tunisia was considered Africa in the 2nd century BC, right? If you go by the name Africanus, it comes from because he conquered that area. So Tunisia, so Djerba is right off of where Tunisia is. It's an island. And those people, they have their own tradition saying that they come from the time of Solomon. What I'm trying to say is there's a consistency worldwide in the diaspora of Jewry, where these people are connected because they practice a culture that's biblical. So that's their connection. They're practicing the culture, and that those people who they test normally range and have a similar DNA marker, showing a consistency for the last probably 2,500 years. So I could tell you this. Before the Israelites lived in Canaan or classified themselves as Israelites, you had people living in the Bronze Age. The Bronze Age is from 3200 BC to around 1200 BC. That's the Bronze Age. The Iron Age is from 1200 all the way down to 600 BC. Now, there is a consistency, even with diet. The people are eating the same food from the Bronze Age, come all the way down to the Maccabean period, or even to the 1st century period. The genetic markers that they collected from the Bronze Age all the way down to even to the 1st century BC, it shows a consistency. So so if somebody's going to do what's called population genetics and get 100 samples, and you now saying, hey, I'm a part of the diaspora, and you show a consistency of practicing that culture, and they check your DNA and it actually is similar or connected to those people, then you have the choice to say, hey, what? The marker don't make you a Jew, but the fact that you're practicing the culture is what makes you a Jew. All right, I yield.
Okay, I'll praise. All right, you said the genetic marker, right? Here's a precept, right, according to the Bible. Let's see, because you said there were evidence of people practicing that culture in that time. Are you aware of Esther?
Esther, yes, Esther, yeah. Esther 3:8. Talk about the Jews.
Right.
Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Right, and Esther, where it says, let me get the King James, Esther 8:17. It says, in every province and in every city, whether the king commanded and his decree came, the Jews had joy and gladness and a feast of a good day. And many of the people of the land became Jews, for the fear of the Jews fell upon them. So what that signifies is that you can find many cultures in antiquity that probably follow Jewish customs, but that don't make them the people. Now, again, the genetic marker part, right? This is the part I want to harp on.
Are you asking a question regarding Esther? Do you want me to respond to that, or are you just making a statement?
Well, I was making a statement right there, but you can't respond. If
let me respond to that real carefully. Now, again, we're going to fall into a trap. You believe in the Bible 100%. I do not believe in the Bible 100%, but I do respect the narrative. Now, the issue now with the narrative saying that, I don't know if that is a true story. That story probably is being told for a reason, because remember, they're actually in Persia, which is modern day Iran. So you're saying that the Jews, these people were worried about converting to Judaism because of X, Y, and Z. I don't believe that story is true. I don't believe that story.
Okay.
Hold on, Prince, you're interrupting me.
I have to cut you off because you cut me off as well. That's all. We're having a back and forth dialogue, right? Being respectful. We're having a back and forth dialogue. I don't want to be disrespectful, Garfield. It's just that when you say that, I can see the same thing about your sources. I don't believe them either. Go ahead.
Yeah, you see, that's the beautiful thing with science. It's not compulsory. But with your Bible, it forces you even to believe a lie. So if, say, for example, hold on. All right. Let me carry on. Let me say this. There's no white man science, no black man science. Science is science. We don't go to the doctor and say that I don't want you to do my blood work because you're white. So So please stop with the foolishness. Let's get to the point. The point I'm trying to make to you is that there are stories in the Bible that we find that we could prove that they're not true. For example, I talked about this many a times. Jeremiah 43 from verses 7 to the end talks about Nebuchadnezzar conquering Egypt. There's no evidence Nebuchadnezzar ever conquered Egypt or burned down the temples, as Jeremiah the prophecy says. There's no evidence in what Ezekiel also said about him destroying Egypt and no man would live there or walk through there for 40 years and that the Egyptians would be scattered throughout the diaspora. There's no evidence that actually happened. That was a prophecy in Nebuchadnezzar's time period. So when I said I don't take the Bible 100%, it's because it has false prophecies. Now, you can't accept a false prophecy even if I show 100% proof that it's false because you believe in the book. But with science, I don't have to believe in science. I could change. Hold on. I could shift my position. I could change my position based on new evidence. But with the Bible, you only could. Yo, I can't dialogue with this dude, yo. He ain't got no discipline. I'm a mute him.
No, my bad. Go ahead, Garfield. My bad, Garfield. Go ahead, Garfield. You got it. Go ahead, Garfield. Go ahead.
What happened? I think the conversation's flowing. Let's go.
I'll be right back. Give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
No, go ahead, Garfield. Go ahead. I don't want you to, because I don't want to be unfair because you were cutting me off. I thought we were having a back and forth dialogue. If you say something that's untrue, I'm gonna respond to that. You said that there's a false prophecy in the Bible. There is no false prophecy in the Bible. You can't prove that, Garfield. You can't prove that. I mean, show me where this false prophecy is, you know? So I just don't believe that what you're saying, brother. I believe you're lying on the Bible when you say that. So that's just your word, right? You can't prove that. However, the reason why your genetics and all the information that you have is garbage, right? This is why Jeremiah chapter 8 and verse 1. If you're going to bring forth any information, it must first be filtered through the Bible, right? Because we are Bible believing people here, right? At least most of us are. So it has to be filtered through the Bible. Jeremiah chapter 8 and verse 1, it says, "At that time, saith the Lord, they shall bring out the bones of the kings of Judah, and the bones of his princes," right? "In the bones of the priests, in the bones of the prophets, in the bones of the inhabitants of Jerusalem out of their graves. And they shall spread them before the sun and the moon, and all the hosts of heaven, whom they have loved, and whom they have served, and after whom they have walked, and whom they have sought, and whom they have worshipped. They shall not be gathered, nor be buried. They shall be for dung upon the face of the earth." So all these people, right, all these scientists and sources that you said you have that can trace genetic markers, they're liars. Because the Bible just told us that they're not going to be able to even do that. And the reason why I asked you what science we're talking about, because it does matter. We understand that, and I know you know this, Garfield. You ever heard of Tuskegee, the Tuskegee experiment? You had a man named Walter Plecker. For a long time, you have eugenics that believe that Black people was just innately inferior, and they believe they can prove that scientifically. So yes, certain oppositions of science does matter, brother. All science can be biased. Let's just be honest with that. This is 1 Timothy chapter 6 and verse 20. It says, "O Timothy, guard that deposit." I'm sorry, let me get the King James. It says, "O Timothy, keep that which is committed to thy trust, avoiding profane and vain babblings in oppositions of science, falsely so called." So yes, there's the Bible telling us that certain oppositions of science cannot and shall not be trusted. And whose science? And I have more information regarding, and we can go into secular history with this as well, because I want everybody to Google, and you can just, as a matter of fact, you can go into your libraries, you can go into your Google, you can go into any platform that profess knowledge, and you can look this up. You will find that all of your knowledge outlets are biased towards Black people. You will find that all your information that you find towards Black people regarding the children of Israel is biased. And I just a simple Google search, you will see, just say, hey, are Black people Is there any genetical historical evidence connected to black people of the ancient Israelites connected to black people today in America? And you will see that everything that pulls up, they're gonna be like, oh yes, there's no evidence of this, there's no evidence of that. They just do the same thing that says for white people, right? And what you're gonna find is they're gonna deviate back over to Black Hebrew Israelism, is what they so call it, right?
Time out. Why don't we do this?
But that's what they would do.
Hold on.
But this is what they would do.
Hold on 1 second, Prince.
Yeah, Garfield.
Why don't we put a 2-minute response on every comment? So instead of somebody blabbing, the brother asks, I told you I'll be back in 2 minutes. I just wanted to make 1 point.
Oh, my bad. I thought you were gone.
I wanted to make 1 point, right? I wanted to make one simple point about Nebuchadnezzar real quickly, right? Jeremiah 43 verses 9 to 13. Take in your hands large stones and hide them in the mortar in the pavement, which is at the entrance to Pharaoh's palace in Taphanes, in the sight of men of Judah, and say to them, thus says the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, behold, I will send and take Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, my servant, and he will set his throne above these stones which I have hid, and he will spread his royal canopy over them. He shall come and smite the land of Egypt, giving to the pestilence those who are doomed to the pestilence, to captivity those who are doomed to captivity, and to the sword those who are doomed to the sword. He shall kindle a fire in the temples of gods of Egypt, and he shall burn them and carry them away captive, and he shall clean the land of Egypt as the shepherd cleans his cloak of vermin, and he shall go away from there in peace. He shall break the obelisk of Heliopolis, which is in the land of Egypt, and the temples of the gods of Egypt he shall burn with fire. Now, do you agree, before you respond to that, do you agree this is a prophecy from Jeremiah regarding Nebuchadnezzar and the destruction of Egypt? Do you agree to that?
I didn't want to cut you off, and I will answer, but I want to know, can you show the book, chapter, and verse again so I can look at it and read it?
Jeremiah 43, 9 to 13.
Jeremiah 43, chapter 9 and verse 13. All right, let me look at that again. Could you read that one more time? I'm sorry, because I was busy trying to find it. I'm looking at it now.
So you want me to read it over?
Explain it again. Now, you said which part is the prophecy that you said? Now, you said this is a prophecy, right?
The whole prophecy. It says, behold, I will send and take in the sight of men of Judah and say to them, thus says the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, behold, I will send and take Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, my servant, and he will set his throne above these stones, which I have hid, and he will spread his royal canopy over them. He shall come and smite the land of Egypt, giving to the pestilence those who are doomed to the pestilence, to captivity those who are doomed to captivity, and to the sword those who are doomed to the sword. He shall kindle a fire in the temples of the gods of Egypt, and he shall burn them and carry them away captive. And he shall clean the land of Egypt as a shepherd cleans his cloak of vermin, and he shall go away from there in peace. He shall break the obelisk of Heliopolis, which is in the land of Egypt, and the temples of the gods of Egypt he shall burn with fire. Now, I wanna ask you, is this a prophecy regarding Nebuchadnezzar against Egypt?
I wouldn't say it's a prophecy, but it sounds somewhat like it.
Is it a prophecy? Yes or no?
Yes, Mr. Yes,
right, yes,
because it is saying I will do. So yes, I would say it's been prophesied.
Okay. Now, who is this prophecy regarding? Who is involved in the prophecy?
It says that Nebuchadnezzar, it says, and I will kindle fire in the houses of the gods of Egypt, and he shall burn them and carry them away captives, and he shall array himself with the land of Egypt. It says that the Babylonians will, I guess, take the Egyptians into captivity. Is this what this talking about?
Right.
Or they will rule over the Egyptians. Is that what you're saying?
Right.
The prophecy is saying,
well,
right?
The prophecy is saying what it says. I can't say what the Bible is saying. The Bible is saying it for itself. Now,
I got you.
Do you agree that this is King of Babylon, Nebuchadnezzar?
Yes.
All right. Do you now agree that this is supposed to take place in Egypt?
Yes, and everywhere else, because the king of Babylon, Nebuchadnezzar, at that time,
we're talking about what's written in Jeremiah. We're talking about what's written in Jeremiah. I'm trying to stick to that.
I'm sticking to Jeremiah. The king of Babylon, right? Nebuchadnezzar was king over all the nations at that time. He was. Wait a minute.
Point of moderation. I don't think where I asked what relevance does this question or this piece of information have to do with the title?
All right, we're gonna get to that.
That's what I want to know.
We're gonna get to that because I made a comment and he asked me. He said, "There's no false prophecies in the Bible." He made a declaration.
Yeah. Okay.
So now
we
don't
want to go there, Garfield. We don't want to go there, Garfield. We want to stay at the top. We don't want to go there, man.
Okay.
So let's go. Hold on. Let's go away from that. That's a whole other topic. Let's stay on. Are we prove that we are not Israelites? And King, you have to prove that we are the Israelites. Let's do that.
All right. So let me say this. You quoted a scripture from Esther. I said I don't know if that's historical. I don't agree that during the Persian time period while they were ruling that there was a person named Esther may have lived there. Person named Mordecai may have lived there. I have no problem with that. But to say that people were scared into or worried about converting to Judaism, I think that story is told for a specific reason. There's a reason why they're telling that story. I don't think that is a reality because Persia was an empire. They were in control for almost 300 years, from 539 all the way down to 332. So they were in control. Well, actually 200 years. So they were in control for a good 200 years. So I don't see them have fear in that area when they actually control, because weren't Jews or Israelites in captivity to Persia? So why would people living in Persia be in control of the empire that's in control over their area? Yehud Medinata. That makes no sense. But I will say this. Now, how are we today? You believe you're an Israelite, right? 100%, right? Based off of scriptures, right? Prince?
Correct.
All right.
Oh, yes.
Do you have a way how to prove your chronology? And do you have a way how to prove your chronology of how you got here from Israel? What tradition do you hold to?
Okay. Well, there's a book by Rudolph R. Windsor, From Babylon to Timbuktu. They talked about after 70 AD and how that the Israelites, when they would go into slavery, well, they fled over into Africa in variations of parts of Africa, and they went into slavery under the Roman Empire. As we can clearly see that in the historical evidence, and that those slave markets was filled. Those Israelites, right? They was filled. The slave markets was filled with Black Jewish slaves, according to our good brother Rudolph R. Windsor, the scholar. And you have other source references too that goes into the practices, such as like the Limba tribe, the Igbos, the tribe of Ashan, all these tribes. They're scattered throughout. And of course, there's also archaeological evidence about people being over in North America as well. So yeah, it's just a lot of different sources. But I just want to know, now that I've answered your question, do you have any proof or archaeological proof that we're not? And if you do, I mean, you did say that you do believe that the Israelites existed, so then they must be somewhere, right? So if not the Negro, then who? If you could show us.
All right. Yeah, that's a obsession with color, the whole color thing, to make people feel like, oh, let's not go there. Now, let me just respond to what you said. First of all, Rudolph Windsor did not say it the way you did. He actually said 1 million Jews went into Africa and North Africa from a certain time period, or a certain time period, which I actually disagree with because there's no evidence to prove that. Now, what happened is we regurgitate information that's friendly to our minds. This is what you need to do right now. I am telling you that the 70 AD argument is bullshit. There's no evidence of Jews running into North Africa and ending up in West Africa. How do I know this? I know this because I have researched it actually, and what we find is that the desert area, this desert area that people are claiming that they're running into, makes absolutely no sense for any human being, not only Jews, but for the Romans, for whoever is in charge, because the Romans had 5 expeditions into Africa. And the Roman Empire ruled every area where the Jews could run. They controlled North Africa, they controlled Asia, they controlled Europe, they controlled the exact empire that Greece had controlled. They actually had control over it. So where would the Jews run? That's like running out of Egypt into the Egyptians who control the area, the same Exodus tradition. So what we find, and this is the source, the Jewish revolts against Rome, AD 66 to 135, a military analysis by James J. Bloom. And what we find is that a lot of Jews committed suicide. A lot of them didn't want to get captured, so they committed suicide. They barged themselves in. Then we had a bunch of them who went to Cyrene, which is Libya. What happened is the Sicarii group went to, it's in that same book that I just quoted. The Sicarii group went to Cyrene and said, hey, I want us to have a new revolt. So the Jews that were taken to Cyrene snitched on Sicarii and told the Roman government they're trying to revolt. So what did they do? They basically kicked them out of that region. They kicked the Jews out of that region. After the war ended, laws were placed ordering the exile of Jews from Cyrene, reduced the Jewish community of Cyrene to insignificance, and set it on the road to inevitable decline. So this was the main community where people were taken to as slaves or as workers after 70 AD. The other Jews moved from South Israel to northern Israel, where Pella is. That's the tradition of the Ebionites. So they didn't vamoose or get out of Israel. That is a lie that I hear Black Hebrew Israelites tell all the time on this app. There's no 70 AD into North Africa ending up in West Africa. And the reason why I hold so strong to it is because 5 years ago, let's look at this. 5 years ago, 30,000 people were missing in the Saharan desert. The Saharan desert is not a nice place for anybody in even today's world. Look at what I said. 5 years ago, 30,000 missing reported by the UN, UN.org, the African Renewal Project. You could Google that yourself. And you will see 30,000 missing. How are they missing? You have Humvees, you have cell phones, you have technology, you have water. But imagine Jews running through that area, running from the Romans. And you could picture them going into the Saharan desert where they could be attacked by animals. The heat is unbearable, 120 degrees. It's not even a livable situation for many people unless you're used to it. So you're saying Jews ran through here and did what exactly? Let me just read something carefully for you right now. Some of the reasons why people can't travel through the Saharan desert area is because of water, lack of accessibility. The heat goes up to 40 degrees Celsius. The scarcity of water, scarcity of food materials, scarcity of living homes, non-availability of motor transport, sand winds, communication problems. So if 5 years ago, 30,000 people got missing in the Saharan desert, imagine Jews running 2,000 years ago. It makes absolutely no sense. But another kicker is after the 70 AD war, you had the 115 AD war, which is the revolt, the Kittus War. So after the Kittus War, 20 years later, you had the Bar Kokhba revolt. They said 500,000 Jews died in Judea. So where did these 500,000 Jews come from if majority of them left the region? It makes no sense. Then after the Bar Kokhba revolt, you have a synagogue being built in Judea in 200 by Rabbi Hanassi. You could Google him. Rabbi Hanassi built a synagogue 200 AD. So that's remnants of the Israelites still living in the land. This whole thing about 70 AD coincidentally was started possibly by Justin Martyr, a Christian, around 121 AD. He's the first to start saying that the Jews left out of the region and ran away and whatever. But the archaeology proves that the people continued to live there even up until the time of Islam of 700 AD. They helped them against the Byzantine Empire. How are Jews living there? And we have the 21 different communities documenting more than 2,000 Jews in each community, or even 20,000 Jews in each community, up until the 15th century. So how is it that these Jews are vamoosing or leaving or scattered or ran away because Rudolph Windsor wrote a guy that lives in New Jersey wrote a book, Babylon to Timbuktu, and we're supposed to believe it 100% without sources? There's absolutely no sources out there that a number of Jews, numerous amount of Jews, were living in Africa at any time at all before colonialism. Before 1492, you won't find no evidence talking about people living in Timbuktu or whatever. So I want to deal with that because that's one of the biggest claims that Israelites claim about 70 AD, and it's rubbish. It's garbage. I yield. Bring evidence.
All right. Oh, hold on. Because you said a lot, right? Because now Rudolph Windsor, now his that source, a black man can't be trusted now. All right. Right here, when you look at anybody, you can just you can Google it. You can look through Black Jews of antiquity. You can actually look at all the archaeological evidence of the migration of Black people moving throughout North, Central, and South Africa, all the way down throughout all the way to the coast, the west coast of Africa. Rudolph Windsor talked about this. So now. And not only did he talk about that, but he went over and he spoke to the tribes. Not only that, he went and he had archaeological evidence of this. He went over, they traced this information, they traced how the route they would have taken, all of these things is all there. Also, you can look at let's see, there's a book called by Alicia Israel called "Into Egypt Again with Ships." I want everybody to look up that book called "Into Egypt Again with Ships." Also goes through this a barrage of information about how Black people could travel through that. Because again, the same argument that you're using about the sub-Saharan desert is the same argument the white supremacists say. That's why there is no knowledge or education, and the reason why Africans are so far behind on education from the Europeans. It's the same thing that they say, right? So let's just go to the Bible. Let's just go to what Christ said, Luke 21 and 24. Let's just go to what the Bible says. Because everything must first be, we're having a biblical argument and we're filtering it. We're having a biblical argument. We're filtering our sources, our outside sources through the Bible. This is how you must look at it. I understand you want to be objective, and that's fine. But we're Bible believers. This is Luke 21, verse 24, and it reads, and it says, "And they shall fall by the edge of the sword, and shall be led away captives into all nations. And Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles be fulfilled." Right? So what if all nations don't include Africa, right? Then I don't understand what he's saying. Because Christ just prophesied that we will be in all nations, and that the heathen will be in our land during that time. Now let's go to some secular information, right? It says here, let's see. I guess it's like a Jewish rabbi. I think it's called Beta Israel. In ancient communities, right? It talks about the historical records of the oral traditions and the documents that the Jews in certain communities that existed for centuries, the ancient kingdoms of Ghana and Mali, and Senegal, right? All the way throughout West Africa, long before colonialism stepped foot in Africa, right? If you're trying to say that we got that Black people became Jews because of white influence, you're wrong, right? Because what you're saying is that we get everything from white people, but then in the same breath, you would turn around and say that, well, white people got everything from us because of the Egyptians and blah 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 blah. So which one is it? So you cannot have both, right? However, so now if they learn everything from us, then why is it that they could not have learned this from us as well, right? Just to debunk your sub-Saharan argument, right? Just look this up. I was looking it up. It says multiple communities of Black Jews traveled across the Sahara over centuries, largely using established trans-Saharan trade routes in caravan networks, not a single one-time event. The journeys were often dangerous and difficult, right? Undertaking reasons such as escaping persecution, seeking economic opportunities, or making their way to a Holy Land. So a lot of our people travel across the sub-Saharan desert easily, right? So just because you can't do it, that don't mean that our people didn't have ways of doing that. Again, the white supremacists use this argument when they say that that's why black people were so far behind them, because the sub-Saharan desert was keeping them from the rest of the world. That's a lie. We know exactly how to navigate the sub-Saharan. So that's a false narrative right there. And I don't know, and I would like to read up on that source where you got that information from. If you could put that in the chat as well. And I'll be putting my sources in the chat as well too.
Is that time?
I use my time, but I was gonna go into Ethiopia.
All right,
Israel,
you know what?
Sudan,
I'm gonna do
go
two.
ahead.
I'm gonna take 20 seconds and ask you this. Do you have a source? Do you have a source of Jews living in Africa, West Africa, a community of Jews living in West Africa before 1492?
Let me see.
Yes or no?
Source?
Yes or no? Just a simple question. You have the source? All right. Hold on a second. You just spoke. All right. You said the Lemba tribe. All right. Let me speak real quickly. Ladies, stop. I asked him a yes or no. Hold on a second. No, I stopped my time. I stopped. Hold on, y'all. Listen to what I'm saying first.
Garfield, I'm not against you.
I've never said listen to me first. He just spoke. I wanted to ask him a simple question just to get clarity on what he just spoke about for 5 minutes. So don't give him back the mic, because I just
I'm not giving him back the mic.
Clarity.
I was gonna that's why you gotta listen and let me mod, Garfield. I was gonna say, because you guys got tangled up, Garfield just asked the question again to make sure the audience heard it. This ain't about you, this ain't about Prince, it's about the audience. To make sure the audience heard it, Prince, you can reply quickly, and then Garfield, you can continue what you wanted to do.
He did reply.
All right.
He did reply.
Oh.
He said the Lemba tribe, which I have to, it's true. The Lemba tribe are connected to something. So what's the problem?
No, there's no problem. It's for the audience, so they can walk, because y'all started the battle after that. That's all, bro.
Okay. All right. So you said, is that so to my question, your answer is the Lemba tribe. Am I correct? Not
just the Lemba tribe. The tribe of Lashan, you have the Yoruba. You have several tribes over there that says that. Then on top of that, you have ancient maps. Of course, you quoted them already. But
ancient what? I didn't hear that. Ancient what?
No, the map. I think it says a wider of the kingdom of Judah, okay. Right? And so your premise is that Black people didn't have this information prior to colonialism, right? That's your premise, right?
Yes, that's a premise of mine. Yes.
All right. And so what you're gonna say is that these tribes, the Yoruba, the Lemba, and all this evidence of our people basically practicing Jewish customs or Hebrew customs came by way of white people. Is that your argument?
I never said anything about white people.
No, I just want to know. No, I know you didn't say that. I'm saying is that your argument?
You won't hear me say anything. No, that is not correct. And let me respond. Let me respond. All right. Do me a favor. Mute up for a second, because I don't want you to interrupt me what I'm saying. The reason why these conversations are important, because this brother don't know history. He doesn't have any clue what he's talking about. He's memorizing and using sources he doesn't even know. I asked the brother, do you have evidence of anyone going to West Africa before 1492? And is there evidence of a community there? The brother shouted out Lemba. When he shouted out Lemba, I'm like, this guy don't know what the hell he's talking about. The Lemba are in South Africa, Zimbabwe. But I'm going to read something, and this source, you guys pay attention to this source. This is from the Journal of International Academic Research for Multidisciplinary. It's from Ephraim Chikakano, Mandivenga, and Tudor Parfit. Two scholars at a crossroads, reflections on the Remba origins. Remba and Lemba is the same thing. All right, when you hear I say Remba, it's by Dr. Dube Edmore. Lemba is not, and I repeat, not in West Africa. The Lemba were discovered in the 21st century by Tudor, well, not by Tudor Parfit, by people earlier, but they always had their traditions. But this guy who I'm talking to, Prince, don't know what the hell he's talking about. Because if you don't know that the Lemba is in South Africa, why are you trying to teach history? Now listen to this. Some Remba people inhabit the area around where? Great Zimbabwe, not West Africa, where there is evidence of Muslim presence a few centuries ago. Some of these Remba people claim Arab ancestry, in addition to similar circumcision patterns and similar Noma names. Now, listen to what it says. In our eyes, Tudor Parfit, a so-called white man, is bringing us information that the Lemba are Jews. But the truth of the matter is, there's a debate going on with him and the people who are from the land. He wants them to be Jews. He'll even lie and say they're Jews. He has a history of doing that. So you believe the white man when he says they're Jews. You love the white man. So you say, oh, we only get things from the white man. You love him when it's arguments that you support. I'm telling you that the scholars over there disagree totally with the argument of them being Jews. And I'm going to read the source again. Some of these Remba people claim Arab ancestry, in addition to similar circumcision patterns. They circumcise at 16 years old and so forth. They don't do it by the 8th day. They circumcise by what the Arabs do. Hammond took notes that, like Muslims, the Remba circumcised their sons between 7 and 15 instead of at infancy. That's a major, major point. Did you know that? No. He maintains that the marriage and dietary laws are aligned to the Muslim practice. The names of the Remba tribal groupings are actually Arabic and generally used by Muslims: Sadiki, Hussein, Hamisi, Haji, Bakiri, Sarif, or Saidi. For him, the Remba descended from Muslims, at least in part. These Remba, skilled in mining and metalwork, were believed to be foreigners in Zotspansberg. They're believed to be the source of right among the Venda, Sosa, and Thonga. He don't believe in DNA, right? Watch this. Nowhere is Madivenga clear in his advancement the Muslim Lemba's thesis than in the abstract to his PhD thesis. Chapter 2 identifies and describes vestiges of Muslim influence among the Varemba people in the southern interior, among whom traces of Islamic culture have survived. It concludes that the Semitic cultural traits among the Lemba are indeed Islamic and not Jewish, as some writers have suggested, and that these influences had a Southeast African origin. It is also tentatively suggested that the Varemba may be distant descendants of the Muslims who got cut off from the coast by the Portuguese. But this is the most important part of this article. Tudor Parfit has gone to great lengths to prove that the Remba are of Jewish origin, while Ephraim Chicano Madivenga has stood his ground that the said Jewish origin is fallacious. The loophole in the genetic proof. Parfit's seemingly greatest trump card is that both Jews and Arabs, being cousins, share the same genetic configuration of the same levels among the Lemba. The said Koheni model haplotype is shared by a number of tribes across that Middle East. Locally, Madivenga is supported by Nyatha, who says when a circumcised Moremba slaughters a beast, he faces the east. During the process, the man slaughters the beast, utters the following word, Bismillah Takabara, which means I slaughter in the name of God. God is the greatest. That he's showing the Muslim connection. Now, another thing too, when you bring up the Lembas, when they make the claim that they're Jewish, they're using genetic markers. So do you have the same genetic marker as the Lemba? I want you to answer that when it's your turn. Because that would be a clue that you're connected. You're connected. These people are Jewish and you're Jews. Do you have a connection? Yes or no? That's crazy. Again, I stand on this. Show me in the Yoruba culture, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Yoruba culture, and I have to read this source to enlighten you guys a little bit. It's called by David M. Goldenberg. Notice I'm quoting my sources. David M. Goldenberg, Black and Slave, The Origins and History of the Curse of Ham. He's talking about the oral traditions of the Yoruba. I want you guys to listen to the Yoruba's account taken by Mohammed Bello, a scholar and a second Sultan of Sokoto in Hausaland, northern Nigeria, wrote a history of the Yoruba in 1812. The people of the lands of Yoruba are from the remnants of the people of Banu Canaan, who were the tribe of Nimrod. The reason for their dwelling in the West, based upon what they have been narrated, is that Arab Ibn Qatan drove them out from Iraq towards the West. They then journeyed between the lands of Egypt and Abyssinia. Hold on 1 second. He also traces their roots to Arabia, to Mecca, to Medina. They have a lot of oral traditions. They have no oral traditions, in fact, saying that they're Israelites. This is modern day. This is 1812. He's writing down all the traditions. Then, this is why I said before 1492, because I want a cutoff line. Before colonialists and missionaries come in the area, you don't hear nobody saying anything. The only thing you probably hear, the only thing you probably hear is that they are Muslim, because Muslims took over majority of West and Central Africa, and a lot of people converted, especially on the Mansa Musa. I yield. In Central Africa. That's what I'm requiring. Thank you.
All right, yes. Okay, give me a second. All right. Because you said a lot, right? And you're talking about the Limbo people, but you don't understand that the Limbo people did not start in South Africa. They migrated there, sir. Right? They came from a place called Sena. Look it up. Sena. Right? That's where they migrated from. It said the Sena people are Bantu, right? And Thingalistic group with origins in northern western Mozambique and are also found in southern Malawi and eastern Zimbabwe. They migrated that way, sir. So they did not start in South Africa. So you know this already. You should know this at least. All right. Now let's look at because you also said something about, I think you spoke about, you said a lot. I don't know if you spoke about the Igbos, but the Igbo people, they also, and you, before I go to the genetic marker thing, I want to speak on the Igbos. It says that the Igbo people, right, it says the subject of debate, right, but most supported theories suggest that they either have deep indigenous roots, says their current homeland in southern eastern Nigeria migrated from the area around the confluence of the Bantu, the Benue and the Niger River. It says these people also migrated, also they believe to be from the ancient Israelites. Archaeological sites in southern, southeastern Nigeria show evidence of human activity as far as back as what they say 250,000 years ago, etc. But they also go back, and these people claim to be descendants of the Israelites, right? So that's just another tribe, right? However, you can also, there's a ancient kingdoms such as Timbuktu. We know about that. And, I don't really have the source up on the Timbuktu right now, but most of our people know that though. However, let's see. There's a lot of information to behold here. Let's just go to the scriptures and let's just keep it biblical, right? Because the brother kept talking about that the black people or black Americans are not Israelites, but there's evidence. But when you go to Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, right? Let's just go to some of the curses that were before, because he talked about the curse of Ham, even though Ham was never cursed according to the Bible. The curse was on Canaan, right? And that's another talking point that the white supremacists use, right? About the curse of Ham, and there was no curse ever placed upon Ham, just to kind of correct that. But Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, we're going to go here, and we're going to go and define our people, because again, this is a biblical conversation that when we have to filter our sources, and if you're going to believe these people and their sources, you have to first filter it through the Bible. Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, let's start at verse 15. Deuteronomy 28, verse 15, it says, "But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe to keep all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee, and they shall overtake thee," right? So let's take a look at some of the curses. Again, Garfield, if your premise is that the black people that are scattered, or blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans that are scattered throughout North, Central, and South America, or the globe, if they're not the Israelites, then who is, right? Then who are the Israelites? Who are they today? Because you said they are real people. If they exist, let's talk about that side of the conversation, and not just about how we're not Israelites. because biblical, from a biblical perspective, it points more toward our way, right? Let's Deuteronomy 28 chapter. Let's get a curse. It says here. I'm gonna start. I said verse 15. I read verse 15. Verse 16 says, "Curse shall thou be in the city, and curse shall thou be in the field." Right? We saw that with our people and how we would curse in the fields and in the cities. How we still curse to this day. I'm gonna jump down to verse 54. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, there's a lot on this one. Let me jump down to verse 54. It says, "So that the man is tender among you and very delicate, his eyes shall be evil towards his brother and toward the wife of his bosom." Right? This is where. But before I do that, let me go to verse 49. I want to get the ones where it says, "These curses shall be up." Here it is, verse 46. It says, "And they shall be upon thee for a sign and for a wonder, and upon thy seed forever." So Garfield, whomever you say you believe in certain parts of the Bible, and you believe that the Israelites are real, so then you must believe that this is also true. Right? So you believe that these curses that I'm about to list off is going to be on these particular people for a sign and for a wonder, right? And it says, "And upon thy seed forever," right? And so these, and basically, and of course, you can go to Deuteronomy chapter 30, and the reason why these signs, these curses are upon us is because we transgress the laws of God, and how we get these curses up off of us is to obey the laws of God, right? So let's go to another curse, right? Let's go to verse 54. "So that the man that is tender among you and very delicate, his eye shall be evil toward his brother, and toward the wife of his bosom, and of his children, which he shall leave." Which he shall leave. So we know that this curse right here, a lot of our brothers do define this as criminality amongst our people. Of course, the negative stereotypes that befell on Black men in North America about how they will lead their children. Also, which is proof of that curse. Verse 56, it says that the tender, delicate woman among you, which would not adventure to set her soul or foot, the sole of her foot upon the ground for delicateness and tenderness. Her eyes shall be evil toward the husband of her bosom, and toward her son, and toward her daughter, and toward the young one that cometh out from between her feet, and toward her children which she shall bear, for she shall eat them. But when all these things secretly in the siege and straitness, wherewith thine enemies shall distress thee in thy gates. So now, Garfield, because like I said, it's just going to start out with a couple of questions. The people you believe are the Israelites, right? And I didn't even read the most well-known curses in verse 68. You should be able to show this in antiquity on the people you believe are the Israelites, right? You say they are real people, they exist, right? Because if you talking about your sources and where you getting your sources from, you going back into antiquity, right? I just want to know, because we believe in the Bible, show where these people you say are Israelites fit these curses.
Okay. All right. First, let me respond to something that you said. You glossed over it. You didn't get into it. The Igbo. It's a very important topic, and I know a lot of people. If you notice, I'm giving a source to everything that I read, so people could go back to the recording and get the source or request it from me through email. I want to give everybody that opportunity, whether you are a friend or a foe. Matter of fact, everybody is my friend in the chat. There's no enemies here. We are all Black folks, and we're all under the same quote-unquote curses. So we all should be one people. There's no foes or Garfield in the chat. All right. All right. Let me deal with this carefully, because we're dealing with scholarship, and I got to school this young chap right here because he doesn't know how to research. All right. Let's get it carefully. The Igbo's claims, right? I actually could trace the Igbos. I could go to Alfred. His name is Alfred Dapper, 1668, Dutch geographer. In description of Africa, he noted their markets, palm oil trade, yam cultivation, and religious shrines. On religion, they worship certain deities and offer sacrifices to idols made of wood and clay. No reference to Jews, Israelites, or biblical ancestry. Source number 2, Jean Barbeau, 1678 to 1712. In his description of the coast of North and South Guinea, he wrote that the Igbo practice circumcision and various rituals. Now look at this quote. The Igbos have many superstitions and worship idols of their own making. They circumcise their children, but not for reasons of the law of Moses, rather as a heathen rite. This is important because Europeans saw circumcision, but explicitly said it was not for how the Jews do it. Because circumcision been in Africa from the Algerians on the walls in Africa for over 6,000 years, way before there was an Israelite. So they did that. The Portuguese missionaries now, they do not link Igbo to Israelites. The first person that officially did it was a Reverend J.F. Sean. And this is the Igbo. To my sister Thamara, this is the Igbo, not Nigerians, the Igbo. He said in the Journal of the Niger Expedition, the Igbo nation circumcised their children on the 8th day. They observed certain purifications and abstained from certain animals. This is where the Israelite connection officially started with the Igbos. It was a white missionary who is trying to translate the culture from a biblical mindset. And that's when they sent the 600 missionaries to Igbo land to try to convert them. So the Igbo, for those who listen to the Igbo, their arguments are good until you actually study it. I just gave you 2 primary sources in the 1600s who confirmed that they weren't Jews or Israelites or anything like that. This happened in the 1800s when missionaries went there and tried to change their oral traditions. All right. Now let's deal with this Deuteronomy 28. I got to get up from where I'm at because I could get this source to you right now. All right. Deuteronomy 28. Let me just beat this up real quick. This is easy work. Deuteronomy, I could tell Prince is a rookie. You must start following the truth, the so-called truth, like 6 months now. Because you have the Israelite packet out that you just say, let me go to this, let me go to this. Deuteronomy 28 verses 46, King James Bible. And I read, and they shall be upon thee for a sign and for a wonder upon thy seed forever. What does forever mean? It's a preposition, Strong's 5704, as far as even to, up to, until, while. Let's go to Jeremiah 51, verse 62 to get context. Then shalt thou say, O Lord, thou hast spoken against this place to cut it off, that none shall remain in it, neither man nor beast, but that it shall be desolate forever. Here goes that forever again. Jeremiah 25:12. It shall happen when 70 years are accomplished that I will punish the king of Babylon and that nation, says the Lord, for their iniquity and the land of Chaldeans, and I will make it desolate for what? Forever. Did that happen? I'm not going to go there. Jeremiah 51:62. And say the Lord, you have spoken concerning this place to cut it off, that none shall dwell therein, neither man nor animal, but that it shall be desolate forever. Jeremiah 50:39. Therefore the wild animals of the desert with the wolves shall dwell there, and the ostriches shall dwell therein, and it shall be no more inhabited forever. There goes that word again. Isaiah 14:20. You will not join them in burial, because you have destroyed your land. You have killed your people. The seed of evildoers will not be named forever. Jeremiah 49:33. Isaiah 34:10. I could go on and on. Forever, eternity. Hebrew literature, hyperbolic language. Medes will destroy Babylon and make it desolate forever. The Medes never destroyed Babylon, which is a fake prophecy, but that's another topic for another time. Again, forever. It's just hyperbolic language, bro. You got to learn how to read the text you believe in. You see, this is what happens when you just read a book, listen to 2 lectures from Priest Daniel and Captain Yawasap, and think all of a sudden now you're an expert. You're a rookie at this. I could tell. Now watch this now. And I'm going to quote a scripture before you even go to it. Where's the scripture? Let me get the scripture right now. Let me get it. Let me get this precept for you right now. All right, here we go. Deuteronomy 28 verses 49. The Lord shall bring a nation against thee from afar, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth, a nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand. Now let me say this. The word eagle should actually be the griffin vulture. You could go to Illustrated Bible Dictionary and Treasure of Biblical History by Matthew George Easton, where he explains to you that the griffin vulture, why they didn't use the griffin vulture and they use eagle. I'm going to explain to you why. In the biblical Nesher as the griffin vulture, this is an article by Fred S. Cannon. I gotta quote the source. So when y'all email me for it, I give it to you. It says the biblical nesher is the griffin vulture. Both the biblical nesher and ornithological griffin are known for their bald head, enormous wingspan, effortless flight, cliff nesting, devoted nurturing, rapid descent, and group feasting on carrion. Listen now carefully, my brother, and learn something. From biblical times until the industrial age, griffins have been ubiquitous in the Middle East, but absent in Northern Europe or the Americas. However, eagles commonly resided in Northern Europe, but are uncommon residents or pass-through migrants in the Middle East. You hear that? Eagles are commonly resided in where? Northern Europe, but are uncommon residents in the Middle East. Through millennia, when Northern Europeans saw translations for biblical plant and animal names, you hear this again? Through millennia, when Northern Europeans, the white folks, like you like to call them, the Edomites, saw translations for biblical plant and animal names, they sometimes replaced Middle Eastern meanings with recognizable Northern European ones. So the nesher became known as the eagle to many Northern Europeans and North Americans. However, recent Hebrew ornithologists concur that the nesher is the griffin. This distinction becomes important when gleaning nuances from biblical metaphors. So if you were thinking about bringing out this verse, I just want to kill that before you do. And last thing I'm going to bring up, he said, what about the curses? Who does it fit? All right, let's get to that right now. Let's go to this book called Vines Intertwined. Vines Intertwined, a history of Jews and Christians from the Babylonian exile to the advent of Islam. If you notice, I'm bringing sources for everything that I say. Jews of Babylon. Apart from the visitations of Ezra and Nehemiah, we have very little evidence for the growing Jewish community scattered around the Persian Empire. One source, however, allows us to extrapolate.
After this source, you're gonna yield.
Yeah, I'm gonna yield. I gotta read a scripture right after this so that you know what this is talking about.
No problem. No problem.
I got you, man.
You gotta wait, Cypher. You gotta wait, Cypher, until Prince passes it.
Yeah, the archive consists of more than 800 cuneiform tablets or fragments that preserve financial records of what may be called an ancient banking firm of the Murasha family. The records date from 454 to 404 BC, hence the reigns of Artaxerxes and Darius II, and deal with members of the royal families, small landowners, and numerous lesser individuals. Listen to what the first part says. The archive consists of more than what? 800 cuneiform tablets or fragments that preserve financial records of what may be called an ancient banking firm of the Murashu family. Murashu family lived in Babylon. These were literally Israelites. Why is this important? Because you guys like to talk about being cursed. You never read Deuteronomy 28 and talk about the blessings because you want to be a curse ass nigga. That shit is crazy. The curse. They'll go to Deuteronomy 28:12 and talk about the blessings. How comes none of you Israelites ever teach about the blessings? It's always about, I want to be cursed today. Deuteronomy 28:12, the Lord shall open unto thee his good treasure, the heaven to give the rain unto thy land in his season, and to bless all the work of thine hand. And thou shalt lend unto many nations, and thou shalt not borrow. If you notice what I just read, it said from Vines Intertwined at the beginning, the 800 cuneiform tablets preserve financial records of what may be called an ancient banking firm of the Murasha family. So Jews in Babylon got so advanced that they started lending money to other nations. So if you want to say this is a fulfillment of blessings, these people, and I wanted to get into this whole Babylonian community because they stayed there for over 2,500 years and they actually flew back in Operation Nehemiah and Ezra. So this community right here, I'm sorry, y'all, so please give me 2 more minutes, 90 seconds. I'm sorry, 90 seconds. I'm begging you. Prince, 90 seconds. Can I get 90 more seconds to make a point? 70 seconds. This book is called Iraq's Last Jews, Stories of Daily Life, Upheaval, and Escape from Modern Babylon. If you go to this book and you go to the page number 2, Iraq, hold on, no. It's right here. Page, what is this page? Over its 2,500 years of existence, the Iraqi Jewish community formed a homogeneous group and was able to maintain, look at this, Prince, communal identity, culture, and tradition throughout the centuries. All despite multiple conquests and political upheaval, war, and plagues, they were distinguished from their Iraqi brethren by their old Arabic dialect called Judeo-Arabic, which is replete with biblical Hebrew, biblical references, and words from Persian and Aramaic. They were set apart. Don't y'all have to talk about, I'm set apart by their dress, their observation of the Shabbat, the holy days, and kashrut, their unique cuisine, and among many other things, a deep yearning for their spiritual Jerusalem and Zion. I'm saying this to you right now, brother. This group has a strong claim to be connected to the ancient group that was kicked out, that Nebuchadnezzar gave land, and to the people that were in 2 Kings 18:13, the 200,000 that Sennacherib took to Assyria. They're connected to this community too. And they kept biblical Hebrew for over 2,500 years, nigga. This ain't you. This is these people right here. I don't even care. I don't even know how they look. They're brown, they're dark, they're light. They have a legitimate claim to Israel. These people right here. And I got more for you too. Peace. I'm out.
Before you stop, did you read a part where you said that they got so well off that they started lending people or something like that? Did you read that apart in your source?
Hold on one second. Papi, I'm on a live stream. I'll call you when I'm done. I promise. Okay?
All right. When you're done, can you send me $25?
I'll do it right now. All right. Peace.
Okay.
All right.
Garfield, did you just read in your source that those people, whoever they be, you just said that, or you said that they're not us, but you said that they got so famous or they got so well off that they started lending to people or something like
yes,
that?
Yes, the Jews of Babylon. Yeah, however, allows us to extrapolate the growth of the Jews, namely the Marasha archive. The archive consists of more than 800 cuneiform tablets or fragments that preserve financial records of what may be called an ancient banking firm of the Marasha family.
I got you.
Point of clarification.
Okay.
Yeah, what's up? Did I send you this book? I thought I sent you.
Send it to me. Send it to me because I want to read that.
All right.
Which one, Garfield?
Vines Intertwined. Did I send you that? I think I sent you that.
No, I don't think you sent me that one. I know every book you sent.
I kept that one. I hid that one from you.
Yeah, you know how you are. You know how you are, man. You know how you are.
Go ahead, family.
I got you, Garfield. Okay, all right. Here's the problem with what you just read. Right now, you read this outside source as if these people are the Israelites, right? You read that, but there's a problem. One of the curses in Deuteronomy 28 chapter, when you go to verse 43, it says that the stranger that is within thee shall get up above thee very high, and thou shalt come down very low. He shall lend to thee, and thou shalt not lend to him. He shall be the head, and thou shalt be the tail. This is one of the telltale signs that you know that the Israelites, or who the Israelites are, what will befall them in the latter days, and who they would be and where they would be. Those people you read, if they're the Israelites, then if they're the Israelites and you can't show them keeping no commandments, right? Then therefore, by definition of the Bible, they will be under the curses of the Bible. Nobody's saying that we want to be cursed, right? Because there were times that we were blessed. We had in King David and Solomon, et cetera, et cetera. But nobody is saying that, right? That we just want to be cursed. The problem with it, though, because and I just want to touch on, because you tried to go to and use forever. I think I read in 46, Deuteronomy 28, in 46, where it says, "And they shall be upon thee for a sign and for a wonder, and upon thy seed forever." That word "forever" is olam, right? Look up the Hebrew word for, look it up. It says can mean world, universe, or eternity. Now, of course, depending on the context, but in this context, right, according to Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, as long as the Israelites are in a state of sin, those curses will follow them and pursue them wherever they are. That's thus said the Lord, thus says the Holy Bible. You cannot say that those people that you read are the Israelites and they are not keeping God's commandments. I don't care what source they is. I don't care where you get that from. Brother, again, this is a biblical conversation that everything that you have must be first filtered through the Bible. This is how we make this determination, right? You cannot use that. So again, you were wrong on that. I love Garfield. You was wrong on that, but you was right about one thing. I am a babe, right? I am a babe, and the Most High has chosen the foolish things to confound the wise, right? So you're right. I'm nothing. I'm just a brother that try his best to follow the Most High as best as he can. So I'm not professing to be anything. So that was one thing you was right about. But I pass. Well, before I do pass it, let me read this. Deuteronomy 28, verse 68. And you can't. Now, a lot of people say that there's been other. You're gonna go to some extra text that's gonna say that. Oh, see, these people they went through this, but you're not gonna be able to prove that. It says here. This is verse 68. It says, "And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships, by the way whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again. And there ye shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you." Right? That's one of the kickers, right? However, the Bible just told us that whoever these people are, right, they're gonna be sold unto their enemies, which are the enemies of God. But slave men and slave women, right? And of course, we see this throughout antiquity, throughout people that was shipped, not only just the transatlantic slave trade, but the sub-Saharan slave trade, the Silk Road dynasty, where we was. You have the cities over in India. A lot of our people, and they're waking up over there too. And all praise to the Most High for that. So it's just a whole bunch of information that's regarding that. And there's no other group of people that you can say, right, that fits all of these curses, right? Because there's multiple curses and they must line up on these people. Verse 65 says, "And among these nations thou shalt find no ease, neither shall the sole of thy foot have rest. But the Lord shall give thee there a trembling heart and failing of eyes and sorrow of mind." Not in the land of that's not ours, that we are prospering in, that we are just having all this money, that we're opening up a whole bunch of different banks and we just ruling everything and kicking ass and taking names. Then wait a minute, then the prophecy ain't true. Then you don't believe in the Bible anyway. So, but this is why it's problematic. I don't believe you believe this if you're trying to say that source of people you read are the Israelites, and they don't fit these curses. Now, you probably say that they fit those blessings, but according to the Bible, the Israelites are going to be in a state of captivity because of the transgression they have committed. If anybody else want to take that up on, they could.
No, don't bring anybody else in yet. If you're finished, I want to say peace and love to you. I thank you for this conversation. And I want to say to you, my brother, I got love for you. And I hope you wake up one day. All right. But let me say this to y'all what's up real quick, right? And I do have 3 more hours if everybody want to go. I got 3 more hours to go. What I wanted to do was I have a source. I'm trying to find it. It is very, very important regarding Deuteronomy 28. And what I want to do is say this to everybody. Deuteronomy 28, right? In my assessment of the Bible, is something that's being written around the 7th century BC. All right. This is what academia teaches. And this is where my study also leads. And I'm going to tell you why. When you read Deuteronomy 28, right, it mirrors the Esarhaddon treaty of the Assyrian king. Ashurnapal, Esarhaddon, it mirrors that treaty. What I do have word for word of the Assyrian code and comparing it to the Bible. I actually have it in my notes. I'm actually trying to find it right now so that it could be on the recording. The reason why authors think that it was written at the same time is because when you compare in some instances, word for word, it's the exact same thing. So for example, if you will not obey the voice of Yahweh your God, Deuteronomy 28:15, if you do not keep this oath of loyalty to Ashurnapal. So all the writer of the Bible did, I'm not disrespecting your text. I'm just letting you know. They were under the rulership of Assyrians. They had these laws already set up, these curses. They had their own curses and they gave it to the vassal kingdoms like Tyre and Judah and Ekron and all these areas that they control. And this is what some of the stuff said. And in some of the instances, it's actually word for word. I'm trying to actually find it so I could read it. I think this is one right here. No, this is not it. May Ashur, Sin, Shamash, and Ishtar strike you with boils and ulcers. The Lord will smite you with boils of Egypt, with tumors, scabs, and itch. That's not the one I'm looking for. Hold on 1 second. You know what? I'll find it later on, but I do want to have a discussion about Deuteronomy 28 and what I found out. That's very important. You never heard this before. Yeah, what's up? This is the first time I'm actually going to say this.
Okay?
No, I actually have a book on that, Garfield.
No. What I'm about to read is something that you probably you never heard about, and you read it. All right. So now Deuteronomy 28:68. I think Deuteronomy fits 28 fits.
After this point, real quick, my bad, Garfield, just land, so we could just move on to the next guest. All right, bro?
All right, cool. Deuteronomy 28, in my opinion, is connected to the 7th period, 7th century BC to 5th century BC. And I think everything was accomplished during that time period. What the brother don't realize is that the Babylonian Jews that I read about at the end is the same Jews that's in the other book, Vines Intertwined. So I read 2 different books and he didn't get it. Remember, the Jews wrote something called the Al Yahuda tablets, 200 tablets. And what happened is it says it teaches us that we weren't slaves like we were slaves to the Pharaoh. It teaches us, hold on there. It teaches us that we weren't slaves like we were slaves to the Pharaoh. It teaches us that we were simply free people in Babylon, living only in Al Yahuda, but also in a dozen other cities where Jews either lived or did their business. The Al Yahuda tablets dated to the 6th and the 5th century BC are a collection of about 200 clay tablets on the exiled Judeans living in Babylon. The tablets are named after the central settlement mentioned in the documents, Al Yahuda, which means Judah town. The new documents provided us insight. What the insight is providing is that Nebuchadnezzar offered the Jews, while he went to Judea, land, income producing land, and gave them positions like congressman or whatever. So what the brother is talking about, these Jews got to show these curses. These curses already happened between the 7th century and the 5th century. One of the curses is about having your king. You show me your king in Africa. Show me your king in North America that fulfilled Deuteronomy 28:36. It has to be an Israelite king, and Israel didn't have a king since 722 BC. So it had to happen during around that time period. What you're saying don't make sense. Remember, Moses is coming out of Egypt, and he said, these are the curses, and these are whatever. And he's giving you options like, yo, if you do this, this will happen for you. You get a blessing. Mount Ebal and Mount Gerizim. He's giving you the option. You now have to follow through with that option. Hold on 1 second, what's up before we get to the next person. Hold on 1 second. 1 second, guys.
Yeah, land your plane, brother. Land your plane.
Yeah, I'm ready. Get ready to land it right now. All right. Deuteronomy 28, return to Egypt by ship sold as slaves, reflects Assyrian, Babylonian deportations, echoes of Judean shipped to Egypt, Esarhaddon, Ashurnapal campaigns, Jeremiah 43. Arab 2, 673 and 779, Jeremiah 43, 7-9. What I wanted to read was proof, evidence of records of them actually being transported on ships in that time period going into Egypt. You know what? I'll get back to that. Because that's a very powerful source. It's a very powerful source. All right. Go ahead, guys. I'm good.
All right. Hold on.
Oh, here it goes right here. Herodotus and Elephantine attest to Judeans living in
Just hold on to it, Garfield. Hold on to it. Because I'm pretty sure that's going to pop up soon, too. So, God's King. Did you want to?
I thought that was on Cypher when Prince gave up his time.
No, it was. I'm pulling to.
By the way, why we got so many people on stage at the same time?
Yeah.
Don't worry. Nobody's gonna unmute. Nobody's gonna say nothing. Cypher, you gotta go on mute, bro.
Yeah. Really quick, y'all was Cypher, right? You gotta listen to the moderation, bro, and you gotta join the room for sure. Join the room. And leave out, come back in that pink ticket you leave. You have the rights to it. Real quick for y'all to continue, I appreciate everybody for coming to the Maccabee Hive to bless the space. This is a space we all can have a good conversation. We got to have a conversation. I really appreciate it. Y'all ping somebody. If you have a pink ticket, join the room. It's a lot of good speakers, a lot of good teachers come in this room, and they bless it every day. So y'all join the room. Yo, so you got it, King. I appreciate it.
Can I read the source real quick, bro? Because I got it.
Nah, just hold on, bro. You're gonna be able to read it. God's King, are you there? If not, I'm gonna drop you down. Prince, I'm gonna drop you down, all right, bro?
Thank you, Prince.
God's King's not there. Cypher, you're next then, bro. Cypher, you're next. Introduce yourself, say what you believe in, and then you could be able to have the bill with Garfield, all right, bro?
Appreciate it.
All right.
So, I'm Cypher. Been on the app for about 4+ years, and definitely non-religious, spiritual, biblically based. I believe, and everything the good brother Prince was saying. I would just ask that he change his battery in his fire alarm. Garfield and I have been on stages a few times, and I've definitely had some back and forth. But on this subject matter, I've had supporting documents that I'd like to bring to the table. But before I do that, I'd like to ask Garfield for a 30-second response. What is the importance of Black people being or not being Israelites? And I have 30 seconds for his response, and then I would like to go into the bill, if that's okay with you guys.
Yeah, the importance is we're in search of an identity. We are people who have been cut off from who we are. So we're in search of an identity. So we claim to be Moors, we claim to be Nawabians, we claim to be Christians, we claim to be everything. There's no set importance. Hebrew Israelism, I'm curious because this might sound humorous, but I want to be chosen. So I would love to investigate and see if it's true. So I could definitely be an Israelite. So I'll genuinely say to you, in search of truth, that's how important it is. I studied the Nation of Islam, which I was a part of. 30 seconds. All right, bye. I hope that answers your question, bro. Yeah, what's up? I'm gonna get you later. I'm gonna get you later. Yeah, what's up?
Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. So there is a huge importance in that identity, and I think that we should be afforded the audience to search that out because of what's happened to us. Garfield, I'm not sure if you're Black American, but there's our Caribbean brothers are also the tribes of Israel too. I do believe a lot of what the Israelites do say, although I do not approve of a lot of their approaches. However, like I said, I'm not religious. I'm a spiritual being, and I am biblically based. Okay. That being said, I'd like to pull up the first evidence that I put in the chat earlier, but I'd like to point you to the book called The Critical Review or Annals of Literature, published in 1783 to be exact, volume 57, on page 141, right? But before I go into this, I had extensive conversations with Google Gemini. So I would like to introduce that evidence and then introduce the source of that evidence of which I speak from. And this is necessarily not going to be using biblical scriptures to back it up. I believe Prince did a very good job at doing that. So I will lead with this information that is outside the biblical text, if that's okay. All right. So here's a summation. Should be under less than a minute, or 2 minutes, rather.
Argument can be made to support a connection between Black Americans and Black Spanish Jews by synthesizing historical records, linguistic analysis, and cultural practices. The historical and geographical link. The argument begins with the forced expulsion of Jews from Spain in 1492. While many went to other parts of Europe and the Ottoman Empire, historical accounts and contemporary research suggest that a significant number of these Iberian Jews, who are often described as dark-skinned or black, migrated to West Africa. Black Spanish Jews. Historical documents describe a portion of the Jewish population in Spain and Portugal as black or swarthy. This physical description is used to argue that these individuals were the ancestors of some of the enslaved people. The transatlantic slave trade. It is argued that the persecution of these Jewish communities in the Iberian Peninsula was a precursor to the transatlantic slave trade. Many of these expelled Jews, or their descendants who had settled in West Africa, were then sold into slavery. The Kingdom of Judah. Maps from the 18th century show a region on the West African slave coast labeled as the Kingdom of Judah. This is presented as cartographical evidence that some slave traders recognized the Jewish identity of the people they were capturing and selling. Cultural and linguistic survivals. Some cultural and linguistic retentions among Black Americans are presented as evidence of a hidden Jewish heritage. Monotheism and rituals. The argument highlights the strong monotheistic beliefs found in many African American spiritual traditions, drawing a parallel to the monotheism of Judaism. Linguistic connection. connections. Some researchers have pointed to possible linguistic links between certain African American dialects and ancient Hebrew, though this is a subject of ongoing debate. The core of the argument is that the transatlantic slave trade was not a random event, but a continuation of the persecution of a specific group of people with a Hebrew heritage. By examining historical documents that describe Black Spanish Jews, tracing their migration to West Africa, and analyzing cultural and linguistic survivals, a case can be made that a segment of the Black American population has a direct connection to these Black Spanish Jews.
Okay. That being said, if you follow the link and go to page 141, you can go through multiple other portions of this book. It's on Google Books for free. But it literally says, and I'll start at this particular interesting point. It says Gonzalez was the first Portuguese who in 1442 returned with Negro slaves purchased inland of Africans and had till then been, I gotta zoom in on this. It's a small writing and their wordplay is a little different, so bear with me. All right. Negro Jews were purchased instead of Africans who had till then been carried off by more violence. But hereafter, the Portuguese became better acquainted with African regions and their valuable productions. Prince Henry founded the first Guinea company that settled factories and fortresses of Argued and got the exclusive privilege of trading with Arabs. The trade soon increased so that in 1455, not less than 700 or 800 Negro slaves were annually exported to Lisbon. At length, the Portuguese in 1471 discovered the Gold Coast, and ever since the intercoast or the I'm trying to see zoom in, trying to zoom in on it. Bear with me, gentlemen. Okay, it's a little bit better. All right, here goes the text. Portuguese endeavored and excluded other nations from Guinea, which had reflected, with the rest of, and keep in mind when you read this, for anybody that's reading it, the F and the S's are synonymous. So if you hear some spellings or me reading that, it can be a little hard to see, and this is in smaller writing as well. So the Portuguese endeavored and excluded other nations from Guinea, which the rest of European navigators were, in spite of the papal bulls and other reports, reports spread of the pretended dangers of the coast, serving to get their share of the profitable gold trade. The discovery of Gold Coast served, indeed, yet more enlarged the sphere of the navigation of Portugal and their slave trade, but it forced them to also extend themselves to the coasts and to the settled colonies of Congo, Angola, and other places which there had till then been neglected. Prince Henry's colonies were enlarged by his successors, King John II, in 1492 expelled all, not some, all of the Jews to the islands of St. Thomas, which had been discovered in 1471, and to other Portuguese settlements on the continent of where? Africa. And it says explicitly, from these banished Jews, the Black Portuguese, as they are called, and the Jews of Luango are deprived, even by the very Negroes are descended. Now you can keep going in this, but it talks about explicitly the slaves and where did they come from, right? If they were expelled from Spain and Portugal under the different papal bulls, and the exaltations that brought them into Northern Africa, Central Africa, South Africa, and mainly West Africa, according to the 1747 map by Emmanuel Bowen, that called the place the Gold Coast, which they just referenced, and next door to it, the Slave Coast, which they referenced. And if you zoom in, it says the Kingdom of Judah. There's a northern kingdom, a southern kingdom, and in between it says the Kingdom of Ouida. Ouida had 143 different villages that were regularly raided by the Ashanti, the Oyo, and Dahomey. And these are where the major ports of slaves were exported into the Americas. Where I'm at here in Cartagena, Colombia, this is the very first place that they came to.
What's that place?
So
say that again. I'm sorry.
I've
Say that
gone
again.
to the churches. I've seen where they held the auto de fes after church, where they used to burn our ancestors at the stake. This is where you get palenque. They started to go into Brazil and all through South Africa and the Caribbean. Now, I would submit to you too that there are also slave trade profiles that talked about the export of slaves, and the majority of them were under a certain age, which also could be mentioned rather in other books that were referencing, saying that the children 3 years to 10 years and up were the ones that were sold into slavery. Those were the people that were on the cargo ships. The average slave age height was like
try to land your plane soon, all right, brother?
Yes, sir. 20 years and under, the majority of them. So they were children. Also, these children that were under the age of 3 were kept in Europe for a period of time and also sold as slaves to Europeans and raised as Christians or Catholics. And if you also look up a man called Yahya bin Rabish, or Yahya the Negro, as he's also known as, who fought in the First Crusades with his son afterwards. He became the Lord of the Negroes that ran Castile, Seville, and Granada. And he became the Lord of the Negroes, which these villages still exist to this day that date back to the 12th and 11th and 10th century. It is ample evidence that show that these people came from that place and went into Africa, and it would be very hard to base an argument on DNA, because DNA does not, give you any historical reference because of things like genetic bottlenecks, which things like the transatlantic slave trade and expulsions and mass migrations could disrupt the genetic lineage to any one place in time. I'll land right there. I have more to come, but I'll land right there.
All right, this is beautiful. I like the playbook. You're again using the Hebrew Israelite playbook, which has been refuted and debunked 100 million times. So now let me 2 things you talked about. That's easy. No. Don't do that. Don't do that.
I can barely hear you.
Don't do that.
Yeah,
don't do that.
Speak up, bro. That's all.
Don't do that. Don't do that. All right, here we go. Yahya the Negro. Let's look it up. I'm going to go on Google. I'm going to go on Jewish Encyclopedia right now and look up Yahya the Negro. And I'm going to read it for you so you could stop using that information for the rest of your life. Don't ever use Yahya the Negro again. I'm going to put this in the chat right now, the link right here. Jewish Encyclopedia. And I'm going to put it, where's the chat? Here's the chat. And I want the chat to read along with me because Santonio also likes to use this source and don't understand the culture or what it's actually talking about. All right, there it goes. And of course, my brother, good brother Yawasap did this already with us. Oh man, let me get this Yahya the Negro stuff out of here. All right. So you have David ibn Yahya Negro ben Adala. All right. No, actually. Let me scroll up some more. All right, here we go. If you read that link that I just put in the chat, Portuguese family of the Middle Ages, members of which were prominent in Portugal, Spain, Italy, and Turkey. Certain individuals of the family bore the additional cognomen Negro. Now, why did they say bore the additional cognomen? It's with reference to the Moors from whom several of their estates had been obtained. So that means, my good brother, if you're in a condition where you are subjugated by me and I took over your area, I would take on the cognomen let me see, your name is Cypher. I would wear the name Cypher to show my dominance over you. Just like how Africanus did it in the 2nd century BC in Tunisia. That's why they wore the name Africanus, because they conquered the area called Africa. So these specific people, the Yahya family, conquered that area and controlled. It was a Moorish village, which was a Negro village, because these Moors were black. So because they obtained it, they took on the name Negro. It has nothing to do with their ethnicity at all. Again, let me repeat and read it again. Portuguese family of the Middle Ages, members of which were prominent in Portugal, Spain, Italy, and Turkey. Certain individuals of the family bore the additional cognomen Negro. The family bore the additional cognomen Negro with reference to the Moors from whom several of their estates had been obtained. Obtain means to take over, to take rulership over. The more prominent members of the family are as follows. So that's why you see the word Negro. Has absolutely nothing to do with their skin tone or anything. If anybody else teaches that, they're making it up. All right, let's deal with where is this thing right here? All right, let's deal with the Yoruba in America. Again, let's go back to this book that I referenced to earlier. The Yoruba Diaspora in the Atlantic World, edited by Toyin Falola and Matt D. Childs. Yoruba-isms in African-American speech patterns by Augustine H. Agueli. The oral vowel systems of most African-American speech forms, that is Saramacan, Jamaican, Guyanese, and Gullah, are similar. They mostly consist of 7 vowels with a back-front distinction rather than a 3-way distinction with a central vowel. When compared to the vowel system of Yoruba, a greater affinity not found in various colonial forms of English during their emergence becomes apparent. The use of tone to create changes in meaning is absent in European languages of the Americas, yet it permeates such languages as Saramacan, Jamaican, Guyanese, and Trinidadian, among others, spoken, for instance, by African descendants. Them can cook means they can cook. Them can't cook, they can cook. So that type of, so just to let you know, the Yoruban dialect is connected to African Americans because the way how they pronounce their words, every 7 letters is connected to Yoruba. I don't know what you read earlier, but this right here debunks it completely. Like me, I'm Jamaican, and sometimes I'm connected to the Twi because of my accent. I have a Twi dialect connecting me to Ghana. So all of it is rooted in Africans. There's a book called Africanisms in America. We need to get that book that goes into that deeper. All right. Now, let me get into WIDA. Now, the issue with WIDA is this, right? My brother, can you come off mic? Because I want to ask you a question about WIDA real quickly, just so that we're on the same page. Can you get off mic real quick, brother? All right. How do the people pronounce WIDA in the French? How does the French pronounce WIDA?
I don't know, but there's different variations of that pronunciation. It could be called Wida or Wida.
All right. Would you agree with, all right, how would the English say the word? How did the English pronounce the word?
I really don't know.
All right, cool. All right. So I'm going to say this, and I'm glad this is on the recording because a lot of Hebrew Israelites love this wider conversation. And to refute it, it takes a lot of scholarship. All right. So I want you to be a little bit, I'm not going to be long-winded. I'm going to be very short-winded on this conversation with WIDA. All right? I promise. Now watch this. WIDA is what the British would call it, or the English. My brother who just spoke, do you speak English? Clearly. All right. Now watch this. Now that we established that you speak English, I want to pronounce the word the same way how the English would pronounce it. That would make sense. Am I correct?
Say that again.
Seeing that we both speak English, wouldn't it be wise for us to pronounce the word the way how English pronounce it?
I don't believe it would matter.
Okay. The reason why it matters is because the word is actually, the Yoruba word is from the GBE language, which is that part of Africa. They speak they have what's called a language family. They're from the Niger-Congo family, right? Hebrew is part of the Northwest Semitic language family, which is actually Afro-Asiatic. So they're from two different language families. And what happened is the first person to pronounce the word, it's called X-Weda. In the phonetic script, it's spelled X-W-E-D-A. So it's pronounced Hueda. The X is silent. In the Latin alphabet, it would be written as Hueda. Now, what happened is the first people to pronounce it were the Spanish. And by the way, this is from the book called Oida, The Social History of West African Slave Import, 1727 to 1892. In contemporary sources, the name Hueda may have been noted first by Spanish missionaries visiting the kingdom of Alada to the northeast in 1660. This is the first recording. I hope you hear me clearly. The first recording of that name is Jura, J-U-R-A-R-I-U-R-A. That's the first spelling of the name in history. More certainly, it enters the historical record as Judah when who? The French first established a trading factory there. So that's if you look at it now, then now you look at the French, the Spanish, then the French, then the Dutch call it FIDA, F-I-D-A. The Portuguese call it Ajuda, A-J-U-D-A. The English now says Wida, W-H-I-D-A-H or W-H-I-D-A-H. The fun people themselves, they say Sueda. So what happened is, brother, it's really a transliteration and a transmission issue. It really has nothing to do with the literal Judah. How do I know this? All right, watch this. How I know this is because in Wida, they have an oral tradition. If you notice, if we talk about the Yoruba, the Ashanti, or the Igbo, today in 2025, you will hear an oral tradition connecting to some way to Israel or Arabia from all those three cultures, right? Which can be explained. But with the people in Judah or Wida, those people have no oral tradition at all saying that they come from Israel. Not even a drip. Today, yesterday, the day before yesterday, whatever. What happened is you had Judo-Christian people visiting the area. And what they would do, my brother, is they would put the claim on them and say that they are Judah. If you look at how many slaves left there, that port city, and I want everybody to pay attention to this. Garfield ain't on no bullshit. The same book, Oida, almost 2 million people was sent from those port cities, from the Bight of Benin. 2 million. The Brazilians, English, the French, the Dutch, the Spanish, and American, all together almost 2 million. You know how many people from Wida was actually taken? Let me ask you. Get off mic for a second, brother. Let me ask you. Do you know how many people from Wida was taken? Who literally was Judah? How many people were taken who were ethnical Judeans or ethnical Wideans? Do you know?
Enlighten me.
Okay, so you don't know. It's okay to say you don't know.
I didn't say that.
So do you know? So if you know, tell me, brother.
It's over 1 million.
All right.
Absolutely.
All right. So were those people residents of the area? And I think a lot of people don't know this. Let me point to another source real quickly. It's called The Uncommon Market, Essays in the Economic History of the Atlantic Slave Trade and the Slave Trade in the Bight of Benin by Patrick Manning, 1640 to 1890. He goes in. I don't think people realize this. The wider community was the ultimate middleman for the slave trade. They weren't slaves. So before 1727, I wish I could show you this chart. It's in the book that I referred. You see from 1641, 12,000 people were taken, 9,000, 17,000, 32,000, 55,000. Now up to 1727, the wider people were independent. What happened is Dahomey Kingdom invaded Alada, then invaded Wida. Wida heard the drums, the war drums of those Africans and ran to the Popo rivers or the Popo riversides. So they went to Popo. They were the middlemen. Dahomey was tired of paying the middleman Alada and then also paying a fee to Wida. So they just say, let me take it over. So since 1727, the residents of the Dahomey Kingdom cannot be enslaved. That's history that's written down in documents. 1727 is when Dahomey took over. From 1641 to 1727, Wida control themselves. If you look at the wider population, the Dahomey and Wida estimated population, You see, 1 year it was 8,000. It couldn't be them going on the slave ships. 2,000, 6,000, 10,000, 12,000, 15,000. The whiter people are the middlemen. They weren't slaves. Judah didn't go on the slave ships. Now, let me prove that with Manning's work right now, because he has a chapter that talks about the ethnicity of the people. So let me just put that. The ethnic origins of the slaves. Beyond the quantity of slaves exported and the point of export, a full assessment of the slave trade and its impact would require information on the ethnic origins of the slaves. Although evidence on this topic is scattered and quite impressionistic, a comparison of observation made on the African coast with records on slaves in the Americas can at least raise some of the major questions about ethnic origins of the slaves from the Bight of Benin. It was the Asia people, it was the Yoruba people, other groups such as the Nupe, the Hausa, the Voltaic peoples of northern Benin. In some cases, especially within the Asia peoples, more specific identification of ethnic origin is possible. Ladies and gentlemen, the people that are come from Wida were not taken on the slave trade. They were the middlemen. They were the middlemen. So that makes your argument about Wida null and void. Plus, the word has nothing to do with Judah in the Bible. It has to do with a transliteration. If you look at the 1747 Emmanuel Boyne map, look at it right now, family. Google it. Take a look at it. And what you're going to see is, you're going to see Wida spelled with an I, W-H-I-D-A-H. And then you're going to see what Judah, J-U-D-A. So they're telling you how different cultures. I speak English. That's why I asked you. I'm not trying to win a debate. I'm just trying to teach you something that you're not familiar with. Judah is what the French said. The French said Judah. The English said Wida. I speak English. So if it's Judah, really Judah, it should be Judah in English. Wida is even the name of a boat that they call it because it came from that area. The Wida Galley. Look it up. It's one of the boats that they found. So I'm saying to you,
I can respond because you've been talking literally over 7
no,
minutes.
you talk for a long time, bro. You have a nerve to get off.
Yeah, I was gonna tell him to wrap
no,
it up.
not yet, because he took a long time, brother. He took a long time. So I talked about. So I killed Wida, I killed Yaya the Negro, and I killed the whole argument about the Yoruba and the languages, the African Americans. I killed all those 3 arguments. I'm gonna kill one more argument. One question before I respond to your thing about the people in Africa. How many people from Spain went into West Africa when they were expelled?
There's variable in numbers. The highest number I've heard is 836,000 families. Low numbers are a few thousand to maybe even tens of thousands.
All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, that is actually garbage, total garbage. You may, if I didn't know you, if I knew you, if you was Yawasap, I would have told you you made that up.
Stay focused on the
now listen, you just said I'm going to hold you to that, because no source says 836,000 families went into Africa. That's a goddamn lie. It might have said 836,000 families fled Spain and some went to Portugal. But ain't no 836. There's not more than, you can't show more than 500 people going into Africa after the Spain expulsion or the Portuguese expulsion.
Stick to the point.
Hold on. No, you can't tell me how to answer. How you gonna tell me how to answer? You see, we could throw out figures. You see. Get to the point.
You're loquacious.
You see now we can't have a conversation with this guy. He wants me to get mad and throw him off. But this is what happened, family. As Israelites, we allow people to lie to us. Stop letting people lie to you. This brother just said 863,000 people left from Spain and went into Africa. That's a lie. That's a lie. Don't interrupt, bro. Don't interrupt. Hold. Y'all, what's up? What up? What up, y'all? What's up?
Hey, like I said earlier, everybody mute up real quick. Like I said earlier, y'all grown men, I feel like y'all able to handle this. You know, I'm only gonna get in there to untangle when I have to get in there to untangle, man. But you know, Garfield, if you don't if you don't like his answers, I get it.
No, it's not about his answers. He's not. He's interrupting. He's interrupting me while I'm talking. You can't do that while I'm talking.
Yeah, Cypher, just chill. Let him land. He's gonna land soon. I'm gonna give him like 1 more minute, 2 more minutes. He's gonna land soon. And you're going to take just as much time to rebuttal, bro. Just write down. Yeah, don't worry. I'm not going to rush you. You see how earlier I let you go. Let you go for a while. So just write down all his points, and you're going to be able to rebuttal. All right, bro?
All right. So let's get back to this, because this is a very touchy subject, and I respect everybody on this panel, and I respect everybody. Now, I asked the brother a question. How many people went into Africa from the Jews who he said left Spain? He said 836,000 families. That is a crazy number. Now, if he's incorrect, if he corrects himself and said, I meant 836,000 families left, I don't think that many families left, period. I don't think that number is correct, period. So now what we need to do, and I'm going to hold you to that, and I'm going to make sure. So even if you disagree with me on WIDA, which I don't care because I know you don't know nothing about WIDA, and even if you disagree with me on the Yoruba-isms in the African-American dialect, that's fine. Even if you don't want to disagree about even the other subjects, about that WIDA, the people in WIDA, the whole thing about the slave trade and all that stuff, I really don't care. But this number about Sephardic Jews or Jews from Spain and Portugal going into West Africa is a problem. So I'm going to yield, and I'm going to say this to the brother first. Can you repeat your answer? How many people went into Africa after they left Spain? They were expelled. And I'm done.
I said, I do not know, but I've heard numbers as high as 836,000 all the way to a few to 10,000s. That's what I said.
All right, go ahead, brother. You could continue. You could respond.
Thank you. There is no proof that Yahya the Negro was not black. In fact, there is proof, though, that he is a direct lineage from Jeconiah and Zerubbabel, and it's in the Jewish Encyclopedia. There's no documentation that refutes or defutes that he was neither black or that he was either white. But what we do know is that the Negroes were the ones that fought the Moors. And what are Negroes? And he fought alongside them. He was one of the main leaders. Him and his father were the main leaders. And they took Al-Andalus, Seville, and Castile. And then he became the lord or the governor of them. It's well documented that the Spanish, Portuguese, Jews were black. You skimmed over the book reference that I listed and read to you on page 141. And I'm sure you've never heard of that book, nor have you ever read it. There's multiple sources. But I will reserve my time for this rebuttal.
The nexus of expulsion and enslavement. The provided historical texts build a compelling, multifaceted argument that links Black Americans to the expulsion of Black Spanish Jews. The core nexus is that the expulsion and forced conversion policies of Spain and Portugal, as detailed in these documents, were a direct precursor to, and in some cases, an active component of the transatlantic slave trade. This is presented not merely as a coincidence, but as a systematic campaign to deal with a population that had been disenfranchised and labeled as Negroes. This argument synthesizes several key points. 1. The expulsion and forced conversion. The documents describe in vivid detail the ruthless decrees issued by the Spanish and Portuguese crowns. These decrees mandated the expulsion of all Jews, leading to mass chaos and despair. For those who stayed and converted, the persecution often continued. A particularly harrowing detail is the order to seize Jewish children under 14 years of age, tear them from their parents' arms, and forcibly baptize them. Those between 10 and 14 years old were then sold as slaves. 2. The redefinition of Negro. The text presents a redefinition of the term Negro, suggesting it wasn't solely a racial classification, but a new label for a specific group of exiled people. The documents state that Portuguese Jews who had settled in parts of Africa, specifically on the island of St. Thomas, were referred to as the Black Portuguese and Negroes. This linguistic shift is used to argue that the term Negro became synonymous with the exiled enslaved Jews. 3. The geographic and legal connection. A critical piece of evidence is the Lancados, Black Portuguese, Spanish Jews, etc., a term used to describe those who were a part of the transatlantic slave trade from Africa to the Americas. A legal decree is mentioned, written by the King of Portugal, which authorized the hunting and capturing of these people for enslavement. This establishes a direct legal and geographical link between the expelled Jews who fled to West Africa and the origins of the slave trade. 4. A hidden diaspora. While some Jews found refuge in places like Italy, Turkey, the Netherlands, and England, the provided texts argue that a significant portion of this population, particularly those who were dark-skinned, were driven to West Africa. This created a secondary or hidden diaspora, where they were then captured and sold into slavery. The documents claim that the Portuguese Jewish exiles who went to Africa were the same people who were later transported to the Americas, creating a direct, unbroken historical line to Black Americans. Cited books and references. The arguments presented in the images are from the following historical works. The Jews and Moors in Spain by Joseph Krauskopf. This book, a compilation of lectures from the late 19th century, details the history of Jews and Moors in Spain, including the expulsion and its aftermath. The dispersion of the Jews. This title is featured in several of the images and points to a historical work detailing the spread of Jewish communities across the world following their various exiles. A historical document or book titled Foreign Articles from a Digital Archive, specifically linked to archive.org. This work provides a late 18th century or early 19th century perspective on the transatlantic slave trade and mentions the Portuguese role in it, including the explicit labeling of some of the enslaved population as Black Portuguese or Negroes.
Now, what is the impact of Black Americans being Israelites or Jews? What would be the global impact of that?
If Black Americans were definitively proven to be the descendants of the lost tribes of Israel, the global impact would be profound. It would challenge existing geopolitical structures, particularly regarding claims to the Holy Land. It could redefine identity for millions and bring significant changes in religious perspectives and international relations. Additionally, it could challenge the narratives of many existing religious groups. What are your thoughts on specific aspects of this impact?
So, I think that there's a compelling argument, and there is a definite invested interest into keeping us dumb, deaf, and blind. There's a reason why it was outlawed for slaves to read and write. In other portions of history, that has never been a situation. It was unprecedented till the transatlantic slave trade. We do know that we were stripped of our language, of our religion, and identity for an actual purpose and cause. If the day ever arrives, which it will in our lifetime, that this revelation comes to light, you just heard the impact. So there's a reason why others, especially those that are outside the diaspora, would love to debunk this, because it would make them question themselves. And maybe they're afraid of being great. I don't know.
Was that all, brother?
I land. My bad. I'm complete on that.
Okay. All right. Garfield. Hey, Zypha, can you, I'm looking in the audience. Can you quote the sources that you were just playing?
Yeah, the source just quoted the sources if they were listening into it, but yeah, I can go back to it and quote the source. This is a long.
You could just post them in the chat.
That would be a bit of a challenge because I'm on 3 different phones right now. One I was using for a timer, the other one I used to play the information on, and then the one I'm talking to you on right now. But what I will do is do my best. Keep in mind that you cannot use words like Negro, so if it's in the resource material or the source material, it will not show up here in the chat. But it did audibly say and quote what those were. And keep in mind, this is a long, drawn-out conversation I've been having with not ChatGPT, but Gemini, Google Gemini, for quite some time.
All right. Hey, brother, Cypher, how you doing, brother? I want to say I appreciate
if you could speak into the mic a little bit more, brother, so I can hear you.
All right, cool. I don't know what's up with this computer. All right. One of the reasons, right, African Americans can't claim stuff is because there's genetic traits that African Americans have that white people can't have. I'm going to say that again. I'm going to say it slowly and clearly. One of the reasons why I'm so adamant about African Americans and Jamaicans not being Israelites is because of the information that we have through genetic traits. Say, for example, you have reddish brownish here. That's straight. That's a specific gene that you have as a trait. Black people in Africa and in Americas don't have that trait. You find that in Britain, you find it in Northwest Europe. So there's specific traits that you have as humans. Let me break this down carefully for everybody. For years, I've been talking about the sickle cell trait, but I'm not talking about the sickle cell trait right now. I want you guys to pay attention and listen. The sickle cell trait, right? It has 3 different haplotypes. You have the Senegal, you have the what is it called? The Cameroon, and I think you have the Benin. I'm sorry. You have the Senegal, the Benin, and the Cameroon haplotypes. All right. These different haplotypes of sickle cell trait you find in the Americas because of the transatlantic slave trade, because of where we came from the transatlantic slave trade. Because the areas that we come from traditionally have those have the sickle cell trait. So in the Americas, you're going to have indigenous people and Puerto Ricans having that trait, but you only need one parent to have the sickle cell trait to pass it on. You don't need 2. All right. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because as African Americans, 70% of us, 90% of Jamaicans, 90% of Black British, 90% of Black Brazilians, we have something that's called the Duffy null genotype. Now, Duffy negative individuals are resistant to Plasmodium vivax malaria because the parasite normally uses the Duffy receptor to invade the red blood cells. So we as African Americans, as Jamaicans, as Black British, as Black Brazilians, we have the Duffy null so that the mosquito cannot bite us and give us malaria anymore. Because of what's called evolution, we develop a natural resistance in Africa over 7,000 to 10,000 years ago. If you have the Duffy null gene, there is no way possible you could be an Israelite. No way. Because the only way, if 70% of African Americans have it, including male and female, it's only carried down by the man and the woman. They both have to have the Duffy null gene to pass it down. So if 70% of African Americans have it, how are you going to be an Israelite? Israelites can't have it. White people can't have the Duffy null gene variant that you have. You brought that with you on the transatlantic slave trade. This is outside the spectrum of sickle cell, because sickle cell trait, the African Americans are between 8 and 10%. Jamaicans are 10%. Brazilians, Afro-Brazilians, 10%. Black British, 10%. But when it comes to the Duffy null genotype, we're at 70%, 90%. So it gives us, this genetic trait traces us back to where we come from. It's just like if somebody have the allele for blue eyes, or the genetic trait for blue eyes and light skin, white skin. You could tell by the genetics or their DNA if they were light skin or dark skin based off of their DNA alone. So science, I'm going to explain this to you right now, family. I'm going to tell you right now, there is absolutely no way, your chance of being an Israelite. And bear in mind, the reason why we have that 30%, because remember during the slave trade, they had something where white folks, what would they do? They would have sex with our women. And remember, the Duffy null gene can pass down if one parent don't have it. So both parents, that means Black people have been sleeping with Black people for the longest. This myth about sleeping with white women seems kind of weird, seeing that we have the Duffy null genotype. But anyway, let me break something else down to the brother. So you could play Gemini all you want. I'm going to give the people some sources. Frequency in African Americans, 66 to 70% of African Americans are Duffy negative. This distribution reflects West and Central African ancestry, where the Dophinal allele frequency is often above 90%. In contrast, it is rare in Europeans and Asians, where most people are Duffy positive. They can't have the variant that we have. That's impossible. They could have it through mutation, but they can't get it through transmission. I want to make that clear. The Dophinal gene is extremely common in African Americans because it was nearly universal in their West and Central African ancestors. Around 2/3 of African Americans are Duffy negative, providing resistance to P. vivax malaria, but also influencing blood counts and immunity. How many of us has ever gone to the doctor and they told us that they want to give us medication because our T blood cells is low? It is natural for African Americans to have a low T blood cell, so you're not sick. It's natural because of you having the Dophinal genotype. So if you want to read some more on this, we have Reich D. Knowles, reduced neutrophil count in people of African descent, or you could read Dark Alleles and Duffy Phenotypes in African Americans, Human Genetics, 2011. I think what we need to understand, and to be clear to everybody, I know who I am. I just asked for proof. The brother said he has proof with the Yaya. I'm not going to fight with you over Yaya. But you know what's funny though? Cypher, you know what's really funny, beloved? Those people you're talking about wrote in the Talmud. They're Orthodox Jews. They're the people who you call the fake Jews, the small hats. So why would you want to associate yourself with the small hats who don't believe in Jesus Christ? He's an enemy of Christ. But you want to use him because it fits the paradigm you're trying to push. The Sephardic Jews and the rabbinical Ashkenazi Jews shared the same Orthodox Judaism and didn't believe in Christ. But yet still you want to claim they're Israelites today. The point is, family, less than 500, if that much, left from Europe to West and Central Africa. We have the evidence because we have the documentation of them practicing a religion and intermixing it with African religion in Senegal. We have evidence of the Loanga Jews. Again, this is after 1492. Remember what I said to the brother earlier, Prince? I said 1492 is like a cutoff time because after that, that's when the Sephardic Jews started coming into the town. That's when they start transporting to the Netherlands and into the Caribbean, the ABC Islands. Peter Stuyvesant, right? True story. Peter Stuyvesant with his foot cut off was dealing with all that stuff. But the point of the matter is, you can't prove those Sephardic Jews who went into Africa, less than 500, came over on the slave trade into the Americas. You can't prove that. You could make the assumption, but remember, bro, we have sources that talk about Luso-Africans who are middlemen for the slave trade. Why the F you want to associate yourself with people who had you put on slave trade and sold your ass? Why would you want to associate yourselves? The Jews that were in Africa, I'm talking in sub-Saharan Africa, pardon me for using that term, who was in West and Central Africa, they were either merchants, they were traders, they helped with the slave trade, or they were effing African women. I'm going to repeat that. They were either merchants, traders, putting you on a slave ship, or screwing African women. And when they screwed the African woman, what happened? That child became the connect to the African chief because they were sleeping with African chiefs. The Hamites, what y'all call Hamites. They were sleeping with the Hamite king's daughters, so that they could have a deal with the African king to trade other Africans who they captured as prisoners of war. So anyway you take it, you're losing. If you're saying that we are those Sephardic Jews, can't be because they didn't get put on a slave ship. Those Jews weren't on slave ships. Those Jews helped to put your ass on slave ships. So you got to know the history. So nobody's denying Sephardic Jews or Luso-Africans or Lanzados in West and Central Africa. Nobody's denying that. But let's be honest and real, family. Those people were traitors to the race. I see Maya and Israel said, no, that's not true. All right. Let's take a look at the evidence real quick. Let me just bring out this evidence and then I'm done. You could play all the Gemini recordings you want. You can't get past that Dophinal gene. I tell you that. And you are African American, 70% have it. The 30% don't have it because they mix, because Europeans started sleeping with our women. That's how it got messed up. All right, let me get to this Sephardic Jews real quick, family. Give me 1 second. Let me just bring this out. Pardon me for the long-windedness. And if I was shouting, I have to shout because I think my mic is not working properly.
I'm sorry, your mic is low. Did you say you were complete, bro?
No, I didn't say that, my brother. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Let me know when I can respond, and then I gotta get off here. My lady just came, so I'm about to chill.
All right, let's do this right here. Oh, man, let's read this about the St. Thomas Islands, page 404. White Jewish men took black women to create mulatto lancados. The mulattoes, as stated, were better suited to the air climate due to being mixed. All right, I'm going to give you the sources when I'm done. Here's another source, a description of Africa by Jean Barbeau. The slaves came from the mainland Africa. And if you notice the source that you read originally, you talked about that they got the slaves. They got the slaves from Africa, internal Africa. You did say it. And this is the source right here that you talked about. When they went to Sao Tome, they had the Jews, the 2,000 children went there. 600 survived because there was animals and diseases that killed them off. But they mixed with the African Jews. But those Jews that were transported there became part of the leadership later on as colonialists. They didn't come over as slaves. The Africans from Angola, those were who came over and started working on sugar plantations. Those were the slaves. Lanzadas were often Jews and are described as white. They're also called New Christians. The source, A History of Upper Guinea Coast by Walter Rodney, who is a black man from Guyana. A significant proportion of Lancadas were victims of another kind of oppression, anti-Semitism. A report of 1544, a multitude of Christiana Novas being present in Cape Verde Island at the beginning of the 17th century. All right, let me see what else. Let me read one more source. Oh, I got 3 more actually. The descendants of Jewish men and African women, mulattoes, now more swarthy, still on the Senegambian coast. After further mixing with black women, these mulattoes became a more swarthy race. The Voyage of the Sierra Lemar to the Canary Islands and Cape Verde, Senegal and Gambia by Jacques Joseph Lemar. All right, so this is saying I don't take, and by the way, when I read black and white, I don't take them as being black or white. We got to make sure that we're reading this in context. But if I want to, I could say these Jewish men was white because that's what the source says. But I don't believe that. The Lancado descendants, Luso-Africans, became as dark as native Africans, reckon themselves still as if they were white Portuguese. They hate to be called black and want the status of their white progenitors. I didn't make that up. Go talk to Francis Moore, travels into the inland parts of Africa. New Christians descending from a white progenitor and professing Catholicism. This is from A Voyage to the River Sierra Leone on the coast of Africa. Another source saying that they're white. I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it at all. These are the source saying it, but I don't take it as white as in white man. I don't take the black as in black man. I don't take dark as in he's a dark black man like how we look at dark today. That color system and what they did as far as wordplay is totally different than what we have today. I just want to make that clear. All right, I'm good. I'll yield. I'll yield, my brother.
Thank you, brother. I'd like to approach your genetic argument. A lot of you people say this, but it's a weak argument to even mention. I think you guys should stop bringing up genetic markers as if it has some kind of meaning for the following reasons.
A genetic argument supporting the historical claim of Black Americans and Negroes being from the tribe of Judah is somewhat challenging due to several factors. One key issue is the complex genetic history of the transatlantic slave trade, which involved multiple ethnic groups from various regions of Africa, making direct genetic links to a specific tribe difficult to trace. Additionally, the lack of available genetic samples from the ancient tribe of Judah itself further complicates the ability to establish a definitive genetic connection. Would you like me to?
So also, there's a thing called genetic bottlenecks, which things like these events and mass exodus from one place to another would contribute to a lack of evidence in DNA. You would also have to primarily reference historical texts and historical information closer to the time segment, and also ancient archaeological articles and or artifacts that would be found that can tie the links. Now, you could also look at the Lakesh relief, because if you were to argue that, that the people that were of the tribe of Judah were not black, well, then, and if that were actually even true, then that would be more pointed towards your argument that we couldn't possibly be a part of that. But because there is ample evidence that suggests this and only demonstrates it as well, and then when you look at the biblical references, the prophetic references, the historical text, and I mentioned only non-biblical articles and scholarship. And actually, I didn't even mention the article. I just mentioned the actual book references closer to the time period and maps. And you wanted to argue one point about linguistics being a convenient reasoning as to how the word Judah, Northern Kingdom, and the Southern Kingdom would be used in a map at 1747 in Africa that says slave coast, that creates the perfect nexus point to everything that I just espoused. But you would conveniently like to mar it into a linguistic, loopy, counterintuitive argument that leads us to nowhere. Doesn't and implement your opinion as if it is stated as fact. I think it's very disingenuous, and it also kind of deceives yourself. Like there's a form of arrogance that goes along with intelligence that is leaning towards narcissism because it is a spectrum. Whereas individuals that are in the know of certain information are so certain of them being factually right that there's nothing that can convince them, right? They will literally loop a whole conversation of nothingness to demonstrate that they're right and you're wrong. And we'll talk at length about nothing to say nothing, right? Now, I submit to you this. When multiple different points of reference start to add up to a nexus point, I'm not saying that somebody should just automatically believe it, but you would be wise to look deeper into it and not dismiss it as some kind of convenient measure to try to debunk, right? And it should be something to celebrate that against all of the odds and obstacles that Black Americans have endured, that we would likely be the people that God talked about in the Bible. And there's a reason why people won't want us to be that great, because it makes them feel inferior, not knowing that they themselves could be counted amongst the tribes of Judah. You being from the Caribs would definitely be one of those people. But you yourself are stuck into certain kind of narratives that also indict Africans that state that they sold their own people. Well, if the opposite was true, and what we're suggesting is true, they didn't sell their own people. They sold people that were exiled from Spain and Portugal that had been in that area for over 1,000 years before the Moors came. And approximately 1,700 years afterwards, were sold into slavery by people that they didn't no longer identify with, which is the reason why when you go back to Africa and certain people in the Caribs don't call us their people, they don't say that Black Americans are their people. There's a delineation because of cultural differences and because of clear evidence that we're not from there, right? We might have some kind of kin way down the pike, but they do not authorize us as being their people. Maybe if your grandparents were or your parent were, okay, maybe so, but even then, there's a cultural delineation. So if this is true, one, that is something that relinquishes Africans as being sellouts, and two, it would make normal sense, because if you haven't been in Africa in over almost 2,000 years or 1,000 years plus, and then all of a sudden you popped up and you just so happen to be the people that were maybe a few hundred years before rivals with the same people that came into the Iberian Peninsula, and that would make a salient argument that further demonstrates that there's a possible connection. And I say the word possible because I don't believe that it would be wise to definitively say anything, because you or I were never there at the time frame. But I can suggest to you that there's a lot of supporting evidence that states that we are those people. And my curiosity is, why are so many other people of melanated complexion so heavily invested in keeping us away from that identity? I'm complete.
Hey, I want to say thank you, by the way, my brother. And by the way, I think you have not produced one piece of evidence to say you produced the people of the.
I think your mic is small. If you could talk into it a little bit more so I could hear you good, brother. I could pay attention to the washer dryers in the background.
All right, cool.
I'm struggling to hear you.
All right, no problem. Hey, I will say this. It's very sad that the brother is so well spoken. He got the Brooklyn magic, but he has failed to provide any evidence to say definitively that black folks in America, he tried to appeal to emotion. Oh, I don't know why. It must be because you're not an African American. If I'm saying that nobody's an Israelite as far as African Americans, if you notice every time I also say Jamaicans because I am a Jamaican first. So at the end of the day, I don't think none of them crazy Rastas over there who claim that they're all the 12 tribes and everybody else is fake. I think they are wrong also. So them Jamaicans is crazy, and I think you here is crazy. The problem with genetics, your genetic argument is we're talking about a specific marker, a genetic trait that only we can have. We alone can have that. And interacting as Africans with other Africans to keep that same genetic marker, I think the Most High, if he's real and true to us, let us keep that marker to show exactly where we're from. We are Western Central Africans. We have a genetic marker that connects us to them. We have genetic traits that's unique to us. We have everything included. We have the linguistics, we have the anthropology, we have the archaeology to back up that Africans were there more than before Israel ever existed. We have all of that information. But again, we rather be something that we're not than be who we are. We are in search of an identity. So yes, Garfield is a black Hebrew Israelite. I was born, it was made up in the Americas. I don't have a problem claiming that in the Americas. 1969, Abba Bivens. Black Hebrew Israelites, Garfield is claiming it today, and y'all can cut that recording. I am a descendant of slaves because we're over here trying to claim an identity that we're not, but it's invented over here. Moorish Science Temple, the Nation of Islam, Nuwapians, the Black Church, all invented in the Americas. So why ain't nothing to be ashamed of? We want to be a black Hebrew Israelite? Let's be a black Hebrew Israelite. We good. But we're not ancient Israelites. The Nation of Islam, we're not ancient Muslims. We're not those people. We are a unique people that were kidnapped. We are kidnapped victims, as Brother Onkwud says, from the pseudo killers. We are kidnapped victims, and we're trying to identify who we are. The brother has not presented one piece of evidence. And you know what's crazy? I want somebody else to come up here and tell me the people that went to St. Thomas is what was on the slave trade. It's crazy. There's no evidence of this. All the brother had to do was this. Show the evidence. The people came. Show them going on the slave ship or somebody reporting that they went on the slave ship. That's it. But I could show Luso Africans sleeping with African women, creating African mixed children with Portuguese Jews. And those people are the ones who are helping to enslave us. Again, Portuguese Jews went into Africa with one mission, to make money, right? But they also had wanted to sleep with African women so they could create a relationship, a business relationship with African kings to get the prisoners of war and to make money by selling them and being a middleman. So you're saying the Jews, the Sephardic Jews, who you're claiming as you, is the one that helped to enslave all these millions of Africans. That is nuts. I would never even claim that. But where is Yawasap? Yawasap, where you at?
All right, good brother.
We got way too much people on stage, bro.
Yo,
brother, they've been on mute, bro.
Yeah, I'm about to leave out of here. I was just giving my piece to say goodbye to y'all. Thank you for having me on the stage, bro. I would suggest that 80% of the room disagrees with Garfield, and I'm out. Man, y'all enjoy the rest of y'all's day, okay?
This is an Israelite room, so of course they're going to disagree with me. What the hell? You think I'm here for fans? I'm here to speak truth.
Yeah, but they've been on mute the whole time, bro. So as long as they're in order and not unmuting, it's one at a time still, Garfield. You good.
Who's the next person? Son of Mary, come on, Son of Mary.
Son of Mary, you there?
Yeah, peace, shalom, everybody. Yeah, man, I didn't get to hear everything. You know, it's kind of busy in and out, Garfield. Like, I would want to know, like, what is your criteria? Because you said, prove to me that you're Israel. Like, what's your standard of evidence, right? Is the Bible good enough for you?
Why would the Bible be enough? I'm looking for archaeology, anthropology, history, linguistics, genetics, and of course, connecting it to history as far as the biblical text is concerned. I'll accept the Bible.
Something's wrong with your mic, Garfield.
Should I go out and come back in, bro? I don't want to do that because I'm on my computer. You know what?
You sound a little better now. Maybe it's because Son of Mary, you just got to go on mute when he talks. Because you got background noise on the man.
Yeah, I'm driving. That was me. It's probably me. I'm driving.
Okay. Garfield, you on mute.
Yeah. What I would say as far as evidence is how you're using the biblical text. If you're gonna say you read a text and say that's me, how would I even contest that? I could read the scripture and said, hey, you know what? Deuteronomy 28, X, Y, and Z is me. That's me. How am I going to disprove that? That's just a claim. But if you have history, like you made a claim about 70 AD, you believe that. So show the 70 AD, show the history of going into Africa and ending up in West Africa. Show a chronology of the history, how you ended up there. Because I think most of you guys are fronting. You guys make rooms and talk with your chests out, like the Sons of Marys, the Jadas, the Joels, the Christian Corys, the Mavu. Mavu is fake as hell. They all talk all this stuff with their chests out, but once they encounter Garfield, oh, he's a scoffer, he's a hater, he don't want us to know the truth. None of y'all can prove it. Not one person has come on stage so far and proved that they're actually an Israelite. Although I didn't press them, it's the title, I'm Israel. I think you're Israel by faith. That's it. You are part of a group that was made up in America. That's it. Made up in America. And you can't prove it. And look how difficult it is. The guy had to use Gemini and play a recording to try to challenge me. So Garfield is challenging AI because no human has been able to get up on stage and show and prove. No one. Because you don't have, there's no tradition to prove. It's faith. If it's faith, shut the hell up.
So Garfield, question, right? What is who makes up the majority of the prison population, Garfield, in America?
So the prison population prove you're an Israelite?
No, I'm just asking. Who makes it up, brother?
Go ahead and talk, bro. There's more white people. There's more white people in prison than black people. More white people.
Have you ever been to prison, Garfield?
No, sir.
So how would you know that?
I get the statistics.
Okay, so let's say that you're true, right? Per capita, right? Who makes up the majority of the prison population?
Per capita, probably African Americans.
Yeah. While they make up the minority of the general population. You would agree?
Say that again. We're the minority. We're like 15% of the population.
And yet we make up the majority of the prison population. Right?
Yeah, go ahead, my brother. Make your point.
Right. And so when we look, I know you don't accept the Bible, but when I say, because you're looking at it, you say you want history and stuff like that. Well, this is a current event. Like you can just look at this, right? And it's been the history of America since we got here, right? If I take that and then I look at this passage right here in Isaiah chapter 42, right? Look what it says. Isaiah chapter 42 and verse 22, it says, "But this is a people robbed and spoiled. They are all of them snared in holes, and they are hid in prison houses. They are for a prey, and none delivereth, for a spoil, and none saith restore." I think you would agree, Garfield, that like
what was that? Isaiah 42 verses what?
It's Isaiah chapter 42 and verse 22. I think you would agree that there is no people that are advocating on behalf of so-called African American people. We've been on the bottom of the totem pole. Who was that just maybe about a year ago, right? And I think it was in Missouri, if I'm not mistaken. The brother Marcellus Williams, he was on death row, and then it came out the prosecution admitted that they had a malicious prosecution, they were overzealous, and that he is not the one who committed the murder that they were alleging him of, right? All types of pouring in, writing to the governor, and to state an execution and all of this. But guess what? Right? Even though we have the state of Missouri is on record admitting, this isn't the guy, we were overreaching in our prosecution, overzealous. They still executed that man, right? Because they have no one to deliver, and none says restore. And there are a million stories like that all over throughout history. I don't know if you're familiar with Larry Youngblood versus Arizona, right? I think this case was in back like, I think Youngblood was in like the 80s. I want to say around that time, right? You can look it up. You can put in Youngblood versus Arizona. Black man accused of raping a little boy. Police allowed DNA evidence to deteriorate, which with modern advances in technology was later found to be exculpatory, right? Now, his lawyers did argue that, the case should be thrown out because they allowed the DNA to deteriorate to where it couldn't be tested. But he was eventually convicted of, raping a little boy, right? And then years later down the line, it comes out that, with advancements in technology, that he was indeed not the assailant of that boy, right? And they still use Youngblood's case to this day. This is how wicked the system is. They'll still use the reasoning that they made to determine to not overturn his case to the Supreme Court. They still cite it and deny cases based on that faulty reasoning, right? So like I said, there's 1,000 situations like that, right? That are just, that's history for you. That's modern history that you can look at. Let me give you another, what is it? Zechariah chapter 11 and verse 5. Let me pull this up real quick. What it says, right? You're going to have to say, this only applies to the so-called Negroes in America. Watch this. It says, thus saith the Lord my God, feed the flock of the slaughter, whose possessors slay them and hold themselves not guilty. And they that sell them say, blessed be the Lord, for I am rich, and their own shepherds pity them not. The whole people that are placed above them, their so-called leaders, do not even pity them, right? This only applies to Negroes, right? The same people that kidnapped us and brought us over here and enslaved us for 400 years. These are the same people who set up court systems where their police officers slay us in the streets. And then they go and have a kangaroo court and say, oh, shooting was justified. He was scared for his life, right? So this is a thing that continuously happens. You're saying you want history. This is history. You're saying you want the Bible. This is the Bible. This lines up with prophecy, and actual history and current events are lining up with the Bible to say this is who that people is. Because it does say in Deuteronomy 28:46 that these curses will rest upon you as a sign and a wonder forever. So I should be able to look upon the curses and say, who do these apply to, right? And then if you're honest about that, if you go through the curses, you would have to be honest and say, yeah, that applies to this people. Yeah, that applies to this people. It doesn't apply to anybody else. You cannot make that argument. You just can't.
All right. Are you finished?
Nah, you can go. I don't want to keep back.
All right, mute up, please, so that they could hear me properly. I'm embarrassed for Son of Mary for even to come on this platform now and say that foolishness. But you see, this is the problem. We don't know history, and we want to come around and teach other black people like I'm a teach. Now let me teach. Let's go to the Eastern Christian Church, the Syria Christian work called the Cave of Treasures. And why I bring up the Cave of Treasures, there's some date like the 3rd or 4th century, goes back. The Christians, I'm blaming the Christians, Candyman and Headshot Jackson, I'm blaming y'all for this, man. Canaan was cursed because he had dared to do this. He and his descendants were reduced to slavery, and they are the Egyptians, the Messians, the Cushites, the Indians, and the abominable ones. So this is from the Christian church, the Eastern Christian church, the Syriac church. But look at what the Arabic and the Ethiopians did to that edition of that book. They changed it. They said Noah was angry with Ham and said, let Canaan be cursed and let him be a slave to his brothers. Noah increased in his curse of Canaan. Therefore, his sons became slaves. They are the Copts, the Cushites, the Indians, the Muslim, and all the other blacks. Hold on 1 second. Let me get this right here. And they're all the other blacks. They are the Egyptians, the Caribbeans, the Indians, the Musawarians, the Ethiopians, and all those whose skin color is black. Why is this important, Son of Mary? Because you want to know why we're being mistreated. We're being mistreated because the Eastern Church wrote a book called The Cave of Treasures, which was translated by the Arabics to connect a biblical story. They changed the story, made Cush Canaan's son, and said Cush should be enslaved because his skin tone is dark. This is why black folks were mistreated earlier on. The trans-Saharan slave trade, which was more than the transatlantic, around 20 million blacks were being traded out. So in the version of the Cave of Treasures, the biblical story is retold. Canaan is cursed with slavery. And then in addition to the biblical account, we are informed that Canaan descendants were various dark-skinned peoples and all those whose skin color is black. Here for the first time, we see the explicit association of blackness with servitude in the context of Noah's story. What is strange about the Cave of Treasures text is that it is Canaan and not Ham who is the ancestor of dark-skinned people. This is strange because, as I indicated, the biblical table of nations does not consider Canaan to be the ancestor of dark-skinned peoples. As it turns out, however, there are early contra-biblical traditions that do consider Canaan to be the ancestors of black Africans and other dark-skinned people. Such a genealogy linking. So people, listen, give me 5 minutes. Let me make my point real quick. I just want to make this point real quick and tell you why and show you why you're being mistreated. I want to break it down so everybody could hear this. You're not being mistreated because of a curse. You're being mistreated because somebody reinterpreted the biblical text you believe in and made all dark-skinned people in the world should be treated like shit. That's what it boils down to. Let's take a look at it. Such a genealogical link between Canaan and blacks, independent of any connection to the story of Noah and contrary to the Bible's genealogy, is found commonly in who? In Islamic literature. It was the Muslims. I'm sorry, Muslims, y'all got to get this work right now. Commonly in Islamic literature attributed to authorities from the early 7th century onward. Thus, Ibn Sa'id, Tabari, Masudi, Qiwani, Raghbuzi, Ibn Khaldun, and Mazriki refer to Cush as the son of Canaan. That's not biblical. The Muslims did their own interpretation. Cush is Canaan's brother, but they made him his son. Others reverse the order and have Canaan as the son of Cush, quoted by Al-Kasi in the 8th to 11th century. The Muslim tradition that Nimrod, a black flat-nosed boy, was the son of, come on guys, come on, don't do that, was the son of Canaan is also related to the Canaanite-Cushite association. Several Muslim authors extend Canaan descendants to include other dark-skinned African peoples all over Africa. This is where it comes from. This is where it stemmed from. This is why you're treated the way you're treated. It ain't got nothing to do with no curse in the Bible. You want to believe that. Clearly, the genealogical link between Canaan and black Africans in these Muslim accounts is not dependent on the Bible, which presents the genealogy of Noah's descendant and shows Canaan and Cush as brothers. Let me finish up. I got 2 more slides and I'm done. The curse of Ham now migrates to the west. F you, whoever came off the mic, F you too. You can't sit down and wait and listen. It's all about you. The first grew out of the tradition of black Canaan and appeared in the Eastern Christian Cave of Treasures, which associated dark skin with servitude in the context of Noah's curse. The second grew out of the Muslim etiology of Noah's curse of dark skin. In the Chronicle of Discovery and Conquest of Guinea, Zorara recounted the Portuguese expedition to the African coast in 1441. Now, when they came to Africa, when they came to the west coast of Africa, they saw that the Muslims were writing that these blacks were cursed, so they said they felt they were justified in treating black people and enslaving them. That's where it comes from. It comes from these Muslims. Then the Portuguese saw it and said, "Oh, we're justified in enslaving them." Zorara and them. That's what happened. So it ain't got nothing to do with no curse in the Bible. Then they rewrote the Bible and said, and Canaan was a slave of slaves. Some say that these are the black Moors who are everywhere captives. That's where it comes from. It don't come from no curse in the Bible. And that's when they talked about having dark skin make you curse. So hence you should be enslaved. That's how the Muslims justified it in the 7th century, and that's how the Portuguese justified it in the 15th century. So now you're going to feel despised and rejected, like what the Bible says. But the purpose of me telling you the Cave of Treasure story is to tell you where it comes from. It ain't from no curse in no Bible. It's not because of no curse you get mistreated. You're getting mistreated because you're looked at as lesser than, because you're a dark-skinned individual. That's why. That's the curse of Ham. And I yield. Go ahead, Son of Mary.
Yeah, you know what's crazy? I'll pass it to you real quick, Mavu. I'll pass it to you.
Yo, I'm not talking to Mavu, yo. Yo, keep Mavu off the stage. I'm not talking to that nigga. I'm not talking to that nigga. No, get off the street, bro. Like a damn girl, like a little chick. Get out of here with that foolishness, man.
Just real quick, man. Just real quick, Mavu. Just one thing. You know, Garfield is funny because what you said, when you said they looked at it and said, oh, these people are Canaanites. And they justified themselves in saying, oh, the curse of Canaan, so we can mistreat these people. That's literally consistent with Zechariah chapter 11 and verse 5. It says, and they that sell them say, blessed be the Lord, for I am rich. They say that. That's consistent with Zechariah chapter 11 and verse 5. It just is. I'll pass it to my book because that was just trash, Garfield. Garfield, you're just saying like, and I don't even get like your point, your arguments. Oh, we're not the Israelites, and it seems like you have a problem with people saying that they're the Israelites. So you have a problem with people saying, oh, well, we should keep the commandments, statutes, and judgments of the Most High God found in the law.
When did I say that? When did I say that?
That's the end. That's the principle.
When did I say that? Stop copying, please, man. Can you prove you're an Israelite, Son of Mary? Can you prove you're an Israelite? Because you wasted your time coming up here. Come on, man. You guys are wasting time, man. I gotta get out of here. Come on, man. Because you're wasting time.
Garfield, why are you cutting me
You have no information, bro. You can't prove it.
Hold on, Garfield. Hold on.
You can't prove it.
Garfield,
you got to. Garfield, did I cut you off?
Garfield.
No, I didn't. I went on mute and shut the hell up. So
Garfield, you got to let Son of Mary respond, Garfield.
Go ahead, Son of Mary. Let me mute up.
Yeah, so do me the same courtesy of mute up. Because it's ridiculous. You're attacking people that are saying, oh, we're the Israelites. And the only thing that the Israelites are doing is saying, well, we need to keep the commandments, statutes, and judgments of the Most High God so we can get out of these curses, right? Your source agreed with Zechariah 11 and 5. Their possessors say, I'm blessed of the Lord, so they justify themselves in doing that, right? You said I didn't have history. I literally quoted to you American history that shows the constant mistreatment of people, right? If you read, what was the case, man? I think Dred Scott versus Sanford. I forget which one. Dred Scott versus Sanford, right? When they literally held, the United States Supreme Court literally held that Negroes are not afforded the same rights and privileges in the Constitution as everybody else, right? J. Edgar Hoover, right? And at the height of the Black Panther Party came out and said that the Black Panther Party, who was just, doing like morning breakfast programs, like medical treatments in the hood and stuff like that, putting nurses together, exercising their Second Amendment rights to bear arms. It was stated by him that they were the number one threat to national security. Black unity that was being promulgated by the Black Panther Party. This is history, Garfield. You saying I don't have this is history. It's not even like deep history. Like this is modern history that anybody can go and look up. And they dismantled the Black Panther Party, which eventually evolved into the Bloods and Crips, which is to the destruction of our people, right? Because they said that they were a threat to national security, right? Why would they do that? Because this is why. It's the book of Psalms, chapter 83. And this is what it says. Garfield is just saying that he doesn't believe in the Bible. He doesn't believe in the Sith, which is cool, but that's his point, right? This is Psalms 83. I'm going to start at the top. Keep not thou silent, O God. Hold not thy peace, and be not still, O God. For lo, thy enemies make a tumult, and they that hate thee have lifted up the head. They've taken crafty counsel against thy people and have consulted against thy hidden ones. I think Garfield would agree that dismantling the Black Panther Party under the guise of them being a threat to national security is certainly a crafty counsel, right? And they were consulting against the so-called Negroes, right? They have said, come and let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance. But they have consulted together with one consent. They are confederate against it, right? So I'll just yield at that, man. I know Mavu wanted to say something. You can respond, Garfield, but yeah, I mean...
Hey, let me add this in too, Son of Mary, on your point. And at any point, Garfield, you can answer this question at any point in the dialogue.
Hey, Q, 1 second before you say something. Let me just say this. While I'm speaking, Mavu is acting like a 2-year-old. I'm not going to use the B word. And why didn't you do that when Son of Mary is speaking? You see, that's the disrespect because you think you're above everybody else who is not a believer. This is why I kicked you down. That's disrespect. That's disrespect. That's disrespectful. He never did that to nobody else. If I got off mic and called him a bitch, y'all would have been mad with me. He was acting like a damn little sissy. For what? For what purpose? For what purpose?
I got you, Garfield. Hold on. It's been going good. I got you. Okay, if Mavu did that, Mavu doing.
And Mavu ain't got nothing for me. Mavu ain't got nothing for me because he can't prove nothing either.
Hold on, bro. Garfield, come on, bro. Come on. Everything been going good. Hold on. Mavu, if Garfield is accusing you of coming off mic, we do have a room to the stage. It's a special room that while each brother is going forward with their explanations on their ideologies, we're asking everybody to stay on mute, brother. I'm just I'm putting it out there for just for the sanity of the room, so we all can stay on one accord and we can get the information out. I really appreciate it, King. And if anybody else in the audience who comes up, we're asking everybody to stay on mute while each brother is bringing forth his information. Garfield, I'm going to ask a question, and you can answer it at any time within the dialogue. And after I ask this, I'm not looking for you to answer it right now, but I am looking for an explanation at some point during this dialogue. And I'll pass it right to Mavu. My question is, if we are Hamitic,
hey, brother, I got skipped. I'm just
hold on, bro. We got you, bro. Okay. Y'all was gonna take care of everything. I'm not the moderator. Well, I am one of the moderators, but y'all was got everything. Just hold fast. We got you. If we are not Israelites and we are Hamitic by nation, my question would have to be, because when we have any discussions, a lot of questions has to arise. My question would be, what Hamitic nation has stood before the UN to address the liberation and salvation of its people? The only one that I knew that was about to attempt to do it was Malcolm X, but they assassinated him before he could do it. So if we are Hamitic, what Hamitic prince or leader or president has ever went before the UN to call for the liberation and salvation of his people? And if they have not, why? Just to make that clear. But Yawasop, you got it, King. I yield.
Oh, let me respond to Son of Mary. Let me say this, Son of Mary. You see, what happened is anyone can read the scripture and say they're connected. But this is the blind faith that you guys have and talk with dominance and want to debate and carry on all day. Christians don't know what they're talking about. Israelites don't know what they're talking about. But the issue is, the truth is, you can't show a connection to ancient Israelites at all. You could show a connection here and what's going on here, but that doesn't prove that you are the people. You have to show some sort of chronology or some anthropological record that points to you and the masses of coming here to be Israelites. No one has provided evidence. This guy played a Gemini recording from AI, which is fine, but the Gemini recording didn't even prove it. It made a proposal, a supposition. It wasn't facts. It wasn't sources. Everything I read today, I read and tell you what sources. David Goldenberg, The Curse of Ham. I'm telling you every source. No one has provided any sources. All they did was give opinions and personal beliefs. Your personal belief does not make it true, son of Mary. You got to learn to have a methodology and know how to research. You said you could prove 70 AD. You had an opportunity right now. Obviously, you don't have that source because you could have brought that source right now to prove that, hey, this happened at 70 AD and XYZ, but you heard what happened earlier. You're like, I ain't going to let Garfield beat me up. It's a shame. We're in Clubhouse, 130 people on here, and not one person can come up and present a proposal to say, hey, I am an Israelite and this is why. It's because it's purely faith. So if it's faith, shut the hell up. Why are you teaching? You can't prove who you are. You're perpetrating a fraud. So if you can't prove who you are, and I'm saying that I want to be chosen, I want to be an Israelite, make me a believer. You can't do that? Convert Garfield. It's easy work. Easy work. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna I'm gonna actually answer Khalil's question that he just asked as soon as the next person speaks. Who's in turn? Is it Arda or is it Mavu?
Yeah, I do have a question for you, Garfield. I just want to make sure we good. Got a little bit emotional there. I want to make sure everything is good between you and me. If I offended you in any way, forgive me. Is that cool?
It's not, but it don't matter. You're gonna be Mavu. You're passive aggressive. That's how you are. But anyway, carry on.
I'm literally asking you for forgiveness right now. That's a problem?
Nah, don't worry about it, bro. It's all good.
And then we got Christians in the room who, y'all don't see this. I'm literally asking. I'm humbling myself.
Is that a choice? Or are you forcing me to forgive you?
All right. As long as y'all see that, that's cool. I came up here to be more of a student than anything else. I'm very curious from your stance because you mentioned the Black community. We've had talks about that in prior rooms. I think that's why you're probably, maybe what I suspect is my opinion, of probably why you're upset with me because of that last conversation we had. But nevertheless,
why would I be upset when you had to inbox me and apologize for being wrong? That's the last conversation we had. I beat the hell out of you in the room.
No, that wasn't the last conversation we had. Is me asking you a question. How do you add value to the Black community?
Why would I get upset? Why would I get upset?
Let me finish my statement.
Why would I get upset about that?
For like 5 hours. You mind if I finish my statement? Can I finish real quick? I appreciate that. Thank you, Garfield. Our last conversation, I was asking you, when you talk for 2 to 3 hours trying to prove that people are not who they say they are, how does that benefit the Black community? How does that make leaders better leaders? How does that make husbands better, wives better? How does that build families? How does that build a nation? And your answer emphatically was, it doesn't. You add zero value. Your conversation adds zero value to the Black community, none. And so I'm willing to set that aside. That was our last conversation. Other brothers heard it. I don't know if that struck a nerve with you, but I wasn't trying to get it to strike a nerve with you. I was just trying to help you to understand, put in all this effort and energy and all that kind of stuff, brother to brother. It may not be the best use of the energy that you have. You have a big voice. You got a great voice, but this might not be the best use for you to use it. But I'll put that aside and I'll ask you, okay, fine. You know, the African Americans in America, let's just say I side with you. Let's say I side with you. Fine, they're not the Israelites. That's what you're teaching. You spent the last couple of hours up here saying they're not the Israelites. I'm coming to you. I'm at your feet as a student. If they are not the Israelites, who are the Israelites? I'm not up here to argue with you. I'm just at your feet as a student. You said you're a teacher. I'd love to hear that.
No, this is the passive aggressiveness. And by the way, too, I gave a lot of answers of what I felt was my value to the community. And you know what? Just like how you think your value is on Clubhouse when you're trying to go against Christians, I don't know what value it is because they're not changing their minds. It's actually zero value. But if you're encouraging people to live by the laws, this is what you guys hide under. When Dr. York teaches people in New Orleans to live by the laws, is that good for the culture or is it bad for the culture? It's the same thing.
Forgive me. Are you going to answer my question? I came up.
No,
here
you
to
can't.
speak.
You
I
can't.
wanted
You
to learn.
can't. No, you came up here with a passive aggressive thing. This is what you do all the time because
Just
you
asking a
always
question,
try
Garfield.
to
That's all I'm doing.
try to play victim. But let me do this. Let me do this for the family. Let me do this for the family, right? Because I'm not even upset.
So you're not going to answer my question? I just came up here as a student.
Hold on 1 second. I got you, Mavu.
Because I already said, like, I'm siding with you. I'm siding
No, I
with
don't
you.
want you.
Fine.
I
The
don't want you to
African
side. I don't want you to side with
The
me.
African Americans are not the Israelites. I hear you 100%. Cool. Who are the Israelites? You sound like you're very studied. You sound like you have a firm grasp on all this.
Obviously,
So
you have heard me talk a lot of times. I've said before, I don't think the Patriots are real persons, and I think you guys are chasing ghosts. That's always been my talk. So asking me who is the real Israelite, I don't know if you're trying to make me say the white people are Israelites or the Ashkenazi.
I'm not trying to make you sound anything.
Can I respond without you? Can I respond without you interrupting? You see, this is your passive aggressiveness. You always have to dominate a conversation. I'm going to say this, right? To each his own, to each what is doing. I've never told anybody not to be an Israelite. I just think that the whole movement is fake. I just think it's fake, just like the Nuwapians. I think it's fake. The genuineness of that comment is what's coming from my heart. Now, if you saw somebody following the Nuwapians, would you talk to that person to tell them what about the Nuwapians? So it's the same thing. I don't think you or any person is, if you want somebody to live a lie, you'd rather somebody live a lie. If I'm your brother or your brother keeper, I'm Garfield brother. That's my name on Clubhouse. I'm telling you, you can't prove what you're saying. It's just a make-believe position. It's the same thing when I was with the Nation of Islam. I hold to that position when I'm talking to my brothers from the nation. I'm talking to my Muslim brothers. I have the same position with everybody. So it doesn't make anything different. It doesn't mean I can't do any work for the people. But as far as I'm not stopping anybody from doing anything, I'm just giving my opinion. I'm exposing the lie. No one has been able to come on stage. You're one of the number one teachers, top 5 here, and you can't come on stage and prove you're an Israelite? Shame on you. Why are you teaching on the app if you can't prove who you are? It's disgraceful. Nobody has been able to come on. Son of Mary's in the audience right now saying, Garfield, you saying this? Ha ha ha. Why didn't you say it on stage? You have your opportunity now. 140 people watching. We getting emotional. Oh, you don't want me to believe? I don't believe. Come on. If you want to be an Israelite, that's a choice. If you don't want to be an Israelite, that's a choice. If I want to come on Clubhouse and waste my time while I'm working and come on here and debate guys about stuff that I know, it's all in fun for me. I'm not here to tell anybody what to do with their wife. I'm not here to do anything with their daughters. I'm not here to do anything. I'm not here to say to join the church. I'm not here to say to join the synagogue. I am here to say, listen, you guys talk with your chest out. Every day, Eddie Kutz, I see you in the audience. I notice you ain't come on stage. Every day, and can't prove you're an Israelite. It's crazy. It's just crazy. I'm just trying to figure out what is all this for. So now, with your passive aggressiveness, you want me to feel guilty for telling you that what you believe in is what? No, I don't want to go back and forth. I want to respond. The truth of the matter is, Mavu, you are one of the top 5 teachers on the app. You give counseling to these brothers, and you can't come on here and tell people why you're an Israelite and provide evidence. You know why you don't want to do it? Let me tell everybody why you don't want to do it. Because the last time you tried to do it, you got embarrassed. Hold on, let me. Bro, what's up?
Let's go back.
What's up? No, I'm not doing what you want to do. I'm following the rules. You're supposed to be muted, and when I'm done, you speak. So now you want to interject. You see, this is the passive aggressiveness of this guy.
Hold on, Garfield. Hold on, one second, Garfield. Okay, I'm gonna give Garfield at least about 2 more minutes to land his plane, Garfield. 2 more minutes, Mabu, let his plane, and then you'll come right in after him. Everything been going good. Let's keep it moving. All right, Garfield, you got 2 minutes.
Yeah, and if you want to get into what people have done with the community and what we can do, that's a whole different conversation. If you want to have that, we could wait till the end and we could put aside 30 minutes for that. But the whole position that all you guys on the app talking with your chest out, you can't improve with nothing. I've heard nothing today to convince me. This is what I'm asking for. I'm asking for prove to me that I'm lost my mind. Prove to me you're an Israelite, so I could join in and be a chosen guy too. But nobody has been able to do that. Now you want to conversate and talk about, oh, I don't add nothing to this and da. I'm not an Israelite. Why do I need to add anything to you? I do a lot of different things with different communities. They don't have to be with the Israelite community. So you bringing that up, I don't know why. What is your passive aggressiveness leading you to do that? I don't get it. I'm Israel. Prove me wrong. Israel versus the world. That's what it says up top. Nobody has been able to come on stage and prove that they are an actual Israelite. I think it's a front, and I think it's a shame on all y'all leaders who's in the audience with fake profiles watching to see what I'm gonna say. Nobody has been able to come on stage and prove that. How you?
Cool. I appreciate that.
Breathing again.
You said all of that already like 10 times, like throughout the whole your conversation with the other brothers on stage. I got you loud and clear. I understand your position. I hear you loud and clear. I understand, Garfield. Like I said, I'm coming up here in the position of a student. I want to learn from you. You said you're a teacher, right? I'm teaching. You said I'm teaching. I want to learn from you. Fine. Because from what I'm seeing, I see brothers and sisters acknowledging their identity as Israelites, and then they'll read the scriptures, and then they'll improve themselves as leaders. They'll improve themselves according to the scriptures as fathers and mothers. They improve themselves as children by honoring their fathers and mothers. They improve themselves as a community. I see that. I see their morals. I see brothers leaving the streets, all because of them accepting their identity as Israelites. But then you come along and you said, no, you're not an Israelite. You are not an Israelite. So I see the benefit of brothers and sisters identifying as Israelites. I see the benefit in the community. I see it. I just don't see your benefit in what you're trying to say this whole time. But I'm willing to put that aside. I'm willing to set that aside and say, okay,
passive
fine.
aggressive.
Let's say Garfield, you're right. Let's say you're right. The African Americans in America are not Israelites. I hear you. Then who are the Israelites then? And I want to learn. I'm here as a student. There's nothing passive aggressive here. I'm just asking a simple question. Who are the Israelites?
I already answered the first time I spoke, brother.
Who did you say?
I already answered.
Who did you say?
Hey, Q. Who's next in the queue? Because this is a waste of time.
Hey, Mavu,
because remember, you said Yoshi. Q, hold on, Q. You said Yoshi couldn't come up because he was on my side. So Mavu is on my side, so he don't need to be on stage.
Garfield, hold on. I want to keep it smooth. We've been going good all day. I want to keep it real smooth. Mavu, I believe Garfield said, and Garfield, you correct me if I'm wrong, Garfield said that we are Hamitic. But I don't think I caught who he said were the actual Israelites. So Garfield, if you could you?
He said that it's make believe that his position will be Q. His position will be that nobody descends from who we consider Israel.
Wait, let him. Sure.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm just want to get. He's gonna cry, Mavu. So I just let him. I want to learn from.
I don't want Garfield to go in the other room, start calling my name out, start calling me out of my name. All that's. I'm here to learn from him. I'm giving him respect.
Yeah, because look, this room is created for that very purpose. This is it. In my position, I talked to Garfield. We had a long conversation in a previous room. This is it. The replays are on. This is it. We want to get our position out. So Garfield, if you could, my good brother, could you make the statement one more time for those who came into the room a little bit late? Who do you say, if the African American, Latino, if we are not the Israelites, then who are? If you can make that statement one more time, good brother.
Let me repeat it for the people in the back. I don't believe the patriots are real people. I don't believe Jacob is a real person. He's a part of what's called an etiology, which is basically a history of make-believe. Jacob is not real. Abraham is not real. Isaac is not real. So technically, you are chasing a ghost. Nobody can be. Nobody. Let me finish, brother. Nobody can be an ancient Israelite. Nobody.
Okay.
So whether they're white, black, red, or yellow, they can't be what never existed. Now, as far as a culture, we know Israel existed, but Israel and what's written down on paper is two different things. That's my point.
Okay, Garfield. Now, you mentioned to Prince earlier, you said he asked you, did the ancient Israelites exist according to the Bible? You told him yes, Garfield.
Yeah, ancient Israelites as far as the kings, but not the patriarchs.
Okay. So who are they today?
Sorry, my tongue slipped.
No, you're good. They can't be those ancient Israelites.
So Mavu is asking you, Garfield, if you told Prince by whatever standard that you say that they did exist, are they in existence today? And if they are, Mavu wants to know, who are they?
Mavu is asking about who existed. The people who are
connected. You mind, Khalil, if I get in right here?
Go ahead, brother.
You're bringing up a good point. So if I'm hearing Khalil correctly, right, in your conversation before, if you're saying that they did exist, but now you're saying that the Israelites is a fake concept. It's not even real. I'm trying to understand which one is true because I'm confused now. I'm learning. I'm learning from you, Garfield. So there's no passive aggressiveness here. I'm trying to get your understanding. So, did the Israelites exist? Can we start there?
Israelite as a culture did exist, but as far as the ancient Israelites, as far as the patriarchs, that's not a real part of history.
So how do you have Israelites as a culture without the people?
All right, I'm gonna say it again. The patriarchs are connected because of what's called etiology. So now, if you want to go over there's a difference between a biblical Israelite, and there's a difference between a biblical Israelite and a historical Israelite. Historical Israelites stem from Canaan and are considered Canaanites. Biblical Israelites are considered to come out of Egypt and the Exodus. It's two different traditions. So there's a definition within academia for historical Israelites, and there's a definition for biblical Israelites. So the biblical Israelites are the people that's described in the Hebrew Bible, from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob through Moses, and I think after Moses is Joshua, then down the line is David, Solomon, the divided kingdoms, the exile, and beyond. If you look at historical Israelites, they stem from populations that lived already in the hill country of Canaan, modern Israel or Palestine. During the Iron Age 1 and 2 time period, they identify themselves through archaeology and inscriptions and external records, whether it's through Egyptians, whether it's through Moabites, whether it's through Assyrians, whether it's through Babylonians, and they emerge from the Canaanite region. So there's two different traditions. Now, when Prince asked the question earlier, I was responding as far as a historical perspective that ancient Israelites existed. Now, as far as what you're asking me, who are the people? If you're saying who are the people based off of the tradition in the Bible, I don't think we can find those people. But if you're talking about the stem from the people who were in the who were exiled in the Babylonian period, I think the Babylonian Jews who stemmed from the history of over 2,500 years that I talked about, and talked about the archaeology, the language, and their history, they have a claim that they could say they come from those particular people in Babylon, who were there from 2 Kings 18:13, which was a true story about Sennacherib, 701 BC, or whether it's from the time period of Nebuchadnezzar when he welcomed new communities to live there. And then that's why I brought up the Marasha archives, and I brought up the Al Yahuda tablets to talk about the Mesopotamian or Babylonian communities. Those communities are claiming towards the Babylonian communities that existed that went back to Israel in 1948 or whatever, 50 or 52.
Gotcha. So who from your paradigm, who would be the slave class back when Egypt was a superpower? Who was that based from your paradigm?
Who was a slave class?
Right. Back when Egypt was in power. Yes.
Whoever was lower class, I guess people you had Asiatics, you had different people from Libya, you had different people.
Okay, so you wouldn't classify them as the Israelites.
Why would I? The record don't say that.
Yeah, Egyptians records say that, and
The
Egyptian
Egyptian records say the Israelites was slaves. Where's that at?
Yeah.
Where's that at?
Yeah, we can find that in a lot of different places.
This is being recorded. No. Hold on. Let me say this. No. Hold on 1 second.
How can we
hold on one second.
Have a conversation.
Yo, D-Money. Nobody cares what you think, bro.
Don't cry, Garfield.
This main guy syndrome.
Hold on, y'all.
Listen,
hold on.
Bro,
hold on,
stop.
Garfield,
Yo.
Garfield, hold on, Garfield. Hold on. Cause I think y'all was on the phone call. He's the moderator. Hold on, y'all. We had rules for this room. It's very important, y'all. It's very important. This is why I didn't want to bring up too many kings at once, because
I told you how I wanted it, bro.
Garfield, hold on, Garfield. It was supposed to be 1-on-1. That's why I didn't want to bring up too many kings. But if you are on stage and you're not one of the main speakers, I would just ask for all the brothers to stay on.
Hey,
mute.
Q, do me a favor. Kick everybody off except Mavu, please. And I'll continue from there. Let's kick everybody off. Kick everybody off, bro. I'm not participating. Until, because I'm going to beat the crap out of D-Dollar. I'm going to beat the crap out of him.
Listen to me, Garfield.
Bro, let's kick everybody off, bro. Let's kick everybody off.
Just hear me
Let's kick everybody off and have one person, Mavu. That's it. Let me deal with Mavu.
I got you, King. Just hold on 1 minute. I got you, King. I'm trying not to, but everybody, I need y'all to stay on mute. If you can't stay on mute, I would have to, because me and Garfield talked. And it was supposed to be one king on stage at the time. He's right. But I want to show some consideration, keep you on stage. But if brothers come off the mic, I will have to move you down due to what me and Garfield spoke about. So,
King, I didn't know Q about that part, but I do want to say, because it seemed like y'all was busy and you might be disposed. I want to hear a clean, fair bill. That's it. So that's the only thing I was telling. So
why he got to get off mic, bro? Why he got to get off mic? You want to be the main man syndrome, yo. This main man syndrome is crazy.
That's all I was telling him.
Do me a favor, Q. Just to have a clean conversation. There's nobody in the hey, Q.
Okay.
There is nobody in the Q.
Okay.
There's nobody. Listen to me. There's nobody in the Israelite community that can deal with me. So I'm not worried about anybody. All I'm saying is move everybody down. Oh, we had it, bro. Move everybody down, bro. Move everybody down. Move everybody down. Yo, this dude D-Dollar, he got a main guy syndrome. He has to be the main guy. So he's gonna get off mic.
Garfield, please, bro. Please.
I'm gonna mute up, yo. When you get everybody off, let me know, bro.
Okay. Garfield, I got you, bro. I understand what me and you talked about. I got you. I'm gonna need everybody to stay on mute, so the conversation can happen, and we'll move on from there. The rules were that it's one Israelite brother at a time to deal with Garfield or deal with anybody from the opposing view. This is the way the room was supposed to be ran. So I'm actually doing a favor, bringing brothers up. And if anybody is upset with me for not bringing you up, I'm sorry. This was the order of the room. I don't mean anything against you. This was the order of the room. So I want to get back to the bill until Yawasop gets back. He'll be able to do a little bit better than I. Yes, sir.
Real quick, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. I love your moderation style. It's just that you're giving Garfield way too much room. Like no one else is allowed to speak.
No, I got you, King. King, trust me, I got you, King. By hearing that, I got you.
Like a lot. Like
Khan, I got you, bro. I got you, bro. And I guess I'm gonna have to moderate because Yawasop is busy right now. So I got to come in. Before everybody came in, Yawasop was doing a good job, but he's busy right now. So I gotta come in. So here we're gonna do this right here. We're gonna do it 3 minutes apiece, 3 minutes per brother. So we can keep it moving and we can keep it clean. All other brothers stay on mute until these two brothers get through with their dialogue. We're gonna give each brother 3 minutes. Now, matter of fact, 4 minutes, because I know there's a lot of information that's going to come out. We're going to give each brother 4 minutes. I will be timing. You will have a little grace period, but 4 minutes max to bring out your information from side to side until the build ends. Okay, who was it on Mavu or Garfield?
It was on.
Okay, Mavu, you got.
I'm gonna go ahead and say, like I said, I'm up here as a student. So I'm gonna say this up front. Anything you ask me, Garfield, to prove, I'm gonna yield to your position. I'm always gonna yield to your position because I only have one question. My only question is, fine, the African Americans, according to you, are not the Israelites. I'm interested to know, who are they in the world? That's what I'm interested to know. And from what I'm understanding from you, in one breath, you're saying that they never existed. In another breath, you're saying that they did exist. In one breath, you're saying that culturally they existed. In another breath, you're saying that there's mythology around the existence of them as a people. It's very confusing. So I'm still trying to understand, who are the Israelites today? All right. And like I said, I'm going to yield to any point that you bring up. I just want to understand. I'm here as a student. You got it, Garfield.
Hey, peace and love to everybody that's out there that took their time to listen to this conversation. I'm going to say this again. I don't consider the patriarchs. I accept the academic consensus that Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob were more than likely not real people. There's no proof that any of them existed. For example, with Abraham, they have over 10 different things that he's attached to storylines. That this doesn't really prove he doesn't exist. But the fact that Sodom and Gomorrah, the Hittites, Dan, the Beersheba conversation, the Philistines, Abimelech, all these people were connected to that region later on, or these storylines. And Abraham was apparently attached to them during the Iron Age. But that's another story for another time. Now, you believe in Abraham. So when you guys are arguing about Galatians and Jesus says Abraham, or refer to Genesis 20 or 12 about Abraham, I don't look at that storyline as a real story. I look at it for the message that it brings. All right. That's my perspective. Now, as far as were there Israelite kings? Yes, there were Israelite kings up until 722 when Assyria had them exiled out of the northern kingdom. As far as the southern kingdom, they had two major exiles. One was 701 BCE with Sennacherib, where he said he took all the people from the major 46 cities, and he claimed he took 200,000 Judeans. And when Nebuchadnezzar went there and took 10,000 or 40,000 people, and he had people living in his land or whatever. As far as Abraham not existing, Abraham, Jacob, I'm saying as an Israelite is basically somebody who is connected to the 12 tribes. So the 12 tribes can't be real if Jacob is not real. So what happened now is, if you're talking about the kings and what happened to the Israelites that were exiled out of the area, now that's a historical conversation. It's not based off of the belief of the Bible, which we can't prove. So those people I brought to the attention of many earlier. The people in Babylon had their own land, and they did several things. They set up their own banking system and so forth. Those people in Babylon, they make a claim today, right, that they had a history of over 2,500 years. I quoted the source. I read from the book, pointing out those people set up their own ancient banking system. It's documented in the Persian period. So those people, they are connected to modern day Israel in Operation Ezra and Nehemiah. They follow the laws. They follow the Sabbath. They had a kashrut. They are definitely following some sort of Judaism. So I think they are connected to those people 2,500 years later, some way, somehow. And I yield.
Thank you.
Mavu, 4 minutes.
Oh, cool. Thank you, Khalil. So, if I'm understanding you correctly, Abraham, from your paradigm, Abraham didn't exist, Isaac didn't exist, Jacob didn't exist, and by proxies, there were no Israelites. These were just Hamites from your perspective. From your standpoint also, what about Christ? Did he exist? Was he a real person? And what records, from your standpoint, would you choose to be able to validate that? I appreciate you teaching. Go ahead, Garfield.
All right. Q, I don't know what we're doing here right now, but this has nothing to do with what the room is about. Now, if I believe Jesus existed or not, which I do, so I have no problem answering your question. But that question has nothing to do with what we're doing today. The issue is, if you are on my side, you shouldn't be on stage, because people on my side weren't allowed to come on stage. So Mavu, thank you for the question. I do believe in Jesus. I do believe he walked this earth over 2,000 years ago. I think he was a special human being who was a guide for people in his time period. He was from a town called Nazareth, not a very popular town. That's why he's called Jesus of Nazareth and not Jesus Ben Ananias or some other name. And he came from that small city, small town. That's it.
Gotcha. From your standpoint, was Jesus an Israelite?
Yeah, he must have been. He basically claimed that he come from the root of Jesse, David's line.
But how can that be true if you're saying that Israelites didn't exist?
I just said already. I don't know if you're purposely misstating what I'm saying, because you also said I said they were basically Hamites. I don't believe in Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Shem, Ham, and Japheth is basically a geographical locations of the Greek world. The Greek world called Europe, Asia, and Africa. Libya was Africa, and it included what the Hamites would be, including Canaan, and Asia included where the Israelites, the Shemites would be, which is Persia and different areas, and Europe where Japheth was. So basically Shem, Ham, and Japheth was a concept that was made up during the Hellenistic time period. It's not something, it's from the primeval history. That's why you don't see Shem, Ham, and Japheth mentioned a lot in the Bible outside of the first 11 chapters. You see the Shem, Ham, and Japheth mentioned in First Chronicles. Outside of that, you don't see that anymore. And First Chronicles, of course, was written later around 320 BC or 280 BC. So it's in the Hellenistic period. So that matches with the whole Shem, Ham, and Japheth. These are not real people. These are eponymous ancestors that don't exist for what's called etiology. All right. Now, as far as Jesus is connected to David as far as tradition. I don't know if he literally did, because there's a tradition with the Judeans in Babylon where they hold to that they have the descendant of Zerubbabel throughout history, ever since they went into Babylon. So as far as David's lineage, I don't know, because remember when the Persians came in, it became a priesthood. It was no longer a kingship. So the tradition of bloodline was not there as much. That's why there's a problem with Matthew and Luke, where you have Abia and I forgot the other name, where they're in the bloodline for Matthew and Luke, but they're not listed as children of Zerubbabel or Salathiel. So that's a problem. I don't know. I don't want to get into all of that. But as far as David, I think you were trying to get me with a gotcha moment. I already said that Israelite kings existed. I do actually accept, as minimal as the information is, that David as a king existed, or a small chieftain king in the Judean area. How much time I got left?
30 seconds.
30 seconds. And let me say that this has nothing to do with Israelites. I said again, that has to do with Jacob, Abraham, and Isaac. That's a different conversation than the actual physical people who were Israelites.
Got you. The reason I ask is because, I asked you about Christ. If Christ is an Israelite, you said, yeah, Christ is an Israelite. But you're also saying Jacob didn't exist. So I'm trying to figure out, how could Christ be an Israelite if Jacob wasn't real? You want to take that question?
Yeah, that's fine. As far as a descendant, as far as the kingship from David, I do believe David existed and there was a kingship and a lineage. And it's supposedly true. I don't know if it's 100% true, the lineage. And if he's from David lineage, from Judean perspective, it makes sense that Jesus would be an Israelite as far as bloodline. So I don't have a problem with that. But again, being an Israelite or a descendant of Israelites and being a part of the kingship, if that's their kingship and where they come from, that's what it is. I can't do nothing about that. I mean, after the Persians took over, they started calling the place Yehud Medinata. And then in the Greek time, they started calling it the diaspora people, Jews, all the people, whether they're from the northern kingdom or not. But at the end of the day, if he descends from David, there's no problem with Jesus being a bloodline Israelite.
Gotcha. So you're mentioning bloodline Israelite, using the word bloodline, which is interesting, because just a second ago, I'm just trying to wrap my head around when you say like there's no such thing. I don't believe in Abraham and Isaac and Jacob, but yet you're saying Christ is a bloodline Israelite. So from your standpoint, how would you prove that Christ is a bloodline Israelite if Israelites don't exist?
Again, apples and oranges. Israelites, as far as coming from Jacob, is non-existent, because I think that person is an eponymous ancestor that didn't exist. I'm gonna explain this one last time. I'm saying the same thing. You're asking the question several different ways, but let's be realistic right now.
Forgive me. Let me clarify my question.
Let me just say this. Shem, Ham, and Japheth is a concept that's made up in the Greek time period. How we know this? We have Greek authors like Herodotus, Erantheus, and Hectaeus Miletus who wrote about the world, the geographic world. The geographic world of the Bible is basically the same as the Greek world. So authors, so scholars, when they're reviewing it, they're like, okay, so this is not really attached to the Bible, because if you look at the Bible, Shem, Ham, and Japheth is not really mentioned throughout the Bible in the Old Testament, except in Genesis before chapter 11, and also in Chronicles, which was written also in the time period of the Hellenistic period. So those put two and two together, the scholars say, hey, you know what? This was written in this time period, and this has a lot to do with it being influenced by this concept of the world. So remember, the world of the Bible does not include West Africa. It doesn't include Central Africa. It doesn't include Northern Europe. It don't include Northern Asia. It don't include the Americas. This is a world specifically in the ancient Near East for people that lived in that region. It has nothing to do with us. We are the ones that adopted the book because it was given to us as by the outsiders, by white folks who practice Roman Catholicism. So at the end of the day, the book is not ours, but we adopted it because we grew up under the culture of a Judeo-Christian society. So that's the only reason why we're into the Bible right now. But as far as Judah, as far as Israel, there's a tradition in the New Testament that says Jesus is an Israelite. So I'm going by what the people who are around him wrote as far as a tradition, and saying that he has a lineage as far as that is concerned. But remember, David would be considered an Israelite because the whole area is considered Israel. So Judah now, when the people are rewriting the text in the Judean time period, when they're in control after Israel has been vamoose or exiled, remember the writers are now writing from a Judaic perspective. So they still consider it all of Israel in the book. But as far as realistically speaking, if he comes from David and they write him in the book as an Israelite, then Jesus would definitely be an Israelite.
Got you. So where would, from your standpoint, from your paradigm, where would Christ's bloodline originate?
From whoever, David, whoever.
No, like for him to be an Israelite, you said a bloodline Israelite. Where does his
He's an Israelite
originate?
because you remember, Israelite is an identity. It's a national identity, just like a Moabite or an Ammonite or an Edomite. They come from that area. When people develop storylines to try to make up why they end up in somewhere, that's called etiology. That's the creation of stories to say where you come from. So what the Israelites did were they created a story about Jacob, Isaac, and Abraham, and made up a story about Shem, Ham, and Japheth to connect all people together. Then made up the 12 tribes after the Babylonian exile to bring all of this together, because technically Judah and Northern Israel was never one period in history. That only happened during the Maccabees time period. I yield.
Got you. So if I'm understanding you correctly, what you're saying is you're not sure where Christ's bloodline originates. Is that right?
Okay. Next.
I just want to make sure I got that right. I don't want to misquote you.
Yeah, that's fine.
You're saying that's correct?
Yeah, that's fine. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, cool. That's fair. And so would you say the same thing for David?
For David, yeah, I would say the same thing. We really don't know the history of David and his lineage. But what we do know, is that based off of the Bible, you have certain stories that's developed in the north, and there's certain stories that develop in the south. The story of the Bible is that they were united. There was a united monarchy. In history and archaeology, they said that didn't happen. That's not a reality. There's no proof that Judah and Northern Israel were one people during the time of David. All right. They don't know when the temple, Solomon's temple, was built. Last night, I heard Captain Tazara talking about Telerad and him visiting when he went to Israel. But there's also Kerbet Kephaya, another main place. You have Ramel. You have all these different places that's in Judah when Jerusalem is supposed to be the only temple. So we don't have it. We don't know about Solomon as far as 100% about Solomon. Like I can't prove Solomon is a real guy. I can't do that. I could only go by faith if I was a part of your faith. I can't literally prove Solomon is a real guy. There's no evidence outside the biblical text that Solomon is real.
Got you. And so, as far as David being an Israelite, I know you said you
Hey,
can't
Mavu,
really...
do me a favor. Whenever I'm speaking, mute up because they can't hear me when your mic is open. All right, well, go ahead. Ask your question.
Not a problem. Not a problem. As far as David's concerned, you said that you're not sure where his bloodline originates from. How do you come to the conclusion that David is an Israelite?
He was a king in the region.
Well, Herod was also a king in Israel. Would you say that Herod was an Israelite as well?
Good question. I don't know. I mean, if he's an Israelite, because remember, it's a national identity. So he could be considered an Israelite. But it wasn't called Israel at the time. It was called Judea.
Got you. But being that he was a king in that region, would you consider Herod an Israelite?
No. Yeah, I'd consider him a Judean, which he was considered on record.
Got you. Would you, from your standpoint, see that southern kingdom or Judea part of Israel proper?
Say that again?
Would you see that southern kingdom of Judea part of Israel proper, right? Like part of the nation combined with Israel?
When they were coming, mute up, mute up 1 second. Add Ardra Dahomey, can you mute up, please? Prince Tim, can you mute up, please? Q, somebody, who is here? I guess they don't want Mavu to talk to me. All right, let me say this carefully right now. This is my this is gonna be my last question from Mavu, because Mavu is just holding up to be specific about nothing. What was your question, brother? Let me mute up. What's your question? Oh, I know what your question is. You want to know if Judah is a part of Israel proper. Part of Yahusap is back. Yeah. Hey, let me say this.
My bad.
Remember, ladies and gentlemen, under the Maccabean period, you had one rulership. They took over the whole area of Israel, pretty much all of it, and it also took over Idumea and Moab, but it was called Judea. The whole area was called Judea. So it's not being called Israel anymore at this point. So in the first century, the Roman records would say he would be considered a Judean based off of nationality, not based off of this culture as far as being an ancient Israelite or whatever. The biblical text calls the descendants of David Judeans, but Israelite, because of how they wrote the text or whatever, you could call him an Israelite. But at that time, Roman Judea was an expansion of the original Israel in totality, plus Idumea and Moab. So it's a different context. So arguing about whether he's a Judean or Israelite, I mean, I'm good with that. All right.
Yeah, I'm not trying to argue about that by any means. You just said that.
Can we move to the next person? It's getting late right now, brother. It's 6 o'clock.
Don't do that.
It's 6 o'clock.
Don't do that.
Q. I've had enough of Mavu, man. Let's move to the next person. Let's go.
Oh man, what's going on?
No, I'm not even being disrespectful because we're not doing anything here. There's nothing being moved.
No, we're going back and forth. I'm understanding where this is coming from.
Hey, I know I'm just coming back. Let Mavu just make his last statement, and then I guess we could go from there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, this was good. It helps me to understand, where you're coming from, the foundation of your basis. So far what I've gathered is this, taking notes. I've gathered that you don't believe that Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob were real people, that they existed. You don't believe that. By proxy, you don't believe that Israelites are real people. But yet you believe that Christ was an Israelite by blood. But you don't know how to prove that Christ was an Israelite by blood. Same thing with David. You believe David was an Israelite by blood, but you say David was an Israelite because he was a king. And what made him an Israelite is the fact that he was a king in Israel. However, when I point to Herod, who was also a king, that didn't make him an Israelite. So I'm trying to understand from your standpoint, what is an Israelite? Because it sounds like you don't believe it. In some cases, you do believe it. I don't know how you could be an Israelite by blood if they never existed. That makes no sense to me. And it's all in context because, you've been on stage talking about prove that you're Israel. I asked you, well, who are the Israelites today? Your answer is there are no Israelites today. But yet Christ, it's very confusing. It's very confusing. I'll fall back. Y'all got it. I tried.
All right. You can mute up, my brother.
Garfield, you was getting beat up when I was on the phone.
Nah, don't play.
Hey, y'all, what's up?
Everybody mute up. Let me respond to Mavu.
Go ahead.
I notice y'all don't get off mic when Mavu is talking. Mavu, mute up your mic. We're done. You don't have to get off mic anymore. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Now, Mavu, what you did was ask the same question 8 different times.
Hey, Garfield, hold on, Garfield.
No,
hold on.
Don't do that.
1 second.
Don't do that, bro.
King. Look, just 1 second, King. I'm not going to ask no questions. Hold on, just moderation. Y'all, what's up? The good brother, Audra, he was in line, and then D Dollar, and then we had Smoke.
Okay. No problem.
King. Bless you.
No problem.
Hey, let me say this. King Herod was an Edomite, for the record. And he was a national leader over Israel as far as Judah. He was in control of Roman Judea. So he was a Roman Judean citizen, but he was an Edomite. All right. Now let me continue to say this. Tim, I don't know why you have your mic not muted, bro, while I'm talking, because they can't hear me with people on their mics.
Everybody's muted, bro.
No, he's not. He's not muted. I just muted him.
I'm looking at the stage right now. Maybe you gotta refresh your page, bro.
I just muted him. All right.
Okay.
All right. So now let's take a look at what Mavu is asking. Now, I must confess that a lot of the traditions about David that I just spewed out was based off of biblical tradition. Now, that's biblical tradition. I was giving a respect to the text by talking about David, but the truth of the matter is we don't know. He's looked on as a chieftain king, not a huge king like how we have in the Bible. All right. Same with other people. Omri was a king of Israel, and we have Azariah and Ahaz in Judah. So in Judah, we could find kings. In Israel, we could find kings up until the Assyrians finished kicking them off. Now, at that point, there's no more Israel. So when somebody says Israel don't exist anymore, you could make that claim from 722, because from then on, even the old area was called Judah. In the Maccabees time period, in the 1st century, it's called Judah. And in some instances, the cultures that's over them, the empires, are calling it Judah. So in that sense, they're calling it Judah. But in the Bible, they're saying Judah and Israel, and they're Israelites. So I'm giving a respect to the tradition. That's how I would come to the conclusion that Jesus is an Israelite. I don't necessarily can prove it. I don't necessarily know if he directly comes from David or whatever. I can't prove that 100%, but that's based off of the tradition of the Israelites, and it's based off of the tradition of what we know in history. All right. So no, Mavu, I am done. Mavu, we done, bro. We done. They just told you that. Yawasab just told you that. No, we don't need to make a last point. We done, bro. Yo, we done, bro. We don't. No.
Real quick.
No.
So
yo, Khalil. Yo, what's up? What's popping, bro?
Yeah.
Yo, he's done. Get him out of here, bro. It's been over an hour.
Like I always say, man, gotta be.
No.
What am I gonna say, Garfield?
No, he's out of here, man. He's out of here.
Nah, don't move him down, though.
He's out of here. Bro. Who's next? Who's the next victim?
Hold on. Let me moderate. All right. I was gonna tell Mavu, you could come back on stage. I was gonna tell Mavu we are gonna move on. That's simple. Let a moderator moderate. All right. So the next brother is Arda. Mavu, just be patient. You will be able to eventually make your points.
One more thing. I never said.
No. You gotta wait. I'm moderating.
Okay.
Yo, Yahweh.
Arda, you are next.
Yahweh,
what's up, man? Yes, sir.
Yo.
Yes, sir.
Why is this dude still on stage,
I'm talking to
yo, come on, bro. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. What are we doing?
You gotta be patient, bro.
What are we doing, though? He don't need to be. See, this is the passive aggressiveness. He has to be. He has to be in control.
You just gotta be patient.
No, bro. I don't want to hear this dude, man. I'm good, man. Come on, man. Move on, bro. Come on, man.
Garfield, just 1 second, bro. Relax. We're gonna move on, bro, but relax.
Come on, man. Come on. We ain't got time for that, bro.
Yo.
I got
what I was gonna say.
I got a couple minutes left, bro. Come on, man. Come on. Y'all, what's up? Y'all, what's up? What are we doing?
Tantrum.
What are we doing, bro? I'm not throwing a tantrum.
I don't understand what's the crazy deal right now. Just relax. Just hold on.
It's just words.
My vote. Just quick 5-10 seconds. Go ahead. Oh, come on, Garfield. Why you moving him down, bro?
Bro, you're messing up, bro. You know what, bro? Y'all could have it, man. I'm out of here, bro. We good.
Hold on, bro. We about to move on to our
F Mavu, bro. F Mavu. F Mavu. I don't want to talk to Mavu. He asks the same question 20 times. He's passive aggressive. He's on some bullshit, man. But he's on some bullshit, and y'all know he's on bullshit.
Garfield. Just say this, bro. I know you and Mavu might have a history, bro, but you can't do it like that. Come on.
Yeah, and I'm just getting back, Garfield. I've been on a phone call for an hour, bro. Chill out. I don't know what's going on.
He's been on here talking for an hour, asking the same question 8 different times.
Well, Garfield, look.
It was, and it's all. Listen,
look, I just want to say
Q. Remember, Q.
Garfield, me and you talk, Garfield. Hold on, Garfield.
This is why I said one person at a time, bro.
Hold on. I understand, Garfield, but me and you had a conversation. I don't want what you and Mavu may have to get in the way of this dialogue, brother. Don't allow that to happen, King. Let Mavu finish, and we're gonna move on. Don't move him down, bro. We're just trying to get everything out because, this is the day, and you wanted Yawasop to moderate. Let Yawasop moderate, Garfield. Come on, King. Come on, bro. Go ahead, Yawasop.
Yeah, I literally was just gonna say I'm just gonna give Mavu 5-10 seconds.
For what?
From there.
For what, bro? He just said
it's just out of respect. We did that. Okay,
bro, hey, have a good night, y'all. I'm out of here, man. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. Fuck Mavu, yo. The nigga came on with his passive aggressive being disrespectful. And I'm not listening to that nigga. Yo, I'm done, bro. I'm done. Y'all could have it, man. Y'all could have it, man. I'm good. He's not saying anything. He's just he didn't get.
Let your brother deal with it, King. Let your brother deal with it.
But Garfield, this is the thing, Garfield. It would have been done already like 3 minutes ago, bro. He's only.
He don't need to speak. Seconds. You got D Money. You got Prince Tim. You got Smoke the Argument. You got different people trying to come up. Yoshi was trying to come up. He couldn't come up because again he's on my side, so he couldn't come up. So now he's saying that he doesn't have a contention with me. That means he shouldn't have came up from the beginning. He shouldn't have been on stage because Yoshi can't come on stage. Yoshi was blocked from coming on stage because he's.
Let's do it like this, Yawasop.
Go ahead, Q.
Let's do it like this, King. Hey, Mavu, I respect you, bro, and I know you one of them. You are, in my book, the number one. Is humblest dude on this app.
No, he's not.
If you can yield right now, Mavu, and we're gonna have you back in after the other brothers come in, we're gonna have you back. Just yield right now, so we can keep down the contention. I really appreciate it, bro. Go ahead, y'all.
Yeah, we just gonna move on. It is what it is. We're gonna move on. Mavu, I'm gonna let you back on stage, so eventually when we go through the queue, just hold on to your point. When we go through the queue, you can say what you're gonna say, but we're gonna move on. Ardra, I believe your name is. Introduce yourself, tell your thought, and have the bill with Garfield.
What's up, y'all? I'm gonna let somebody else go. Give me 2 minutes. Only because I just got upstairs and I had food in my hand. But I was listening and I was listening all the time.
No problem. Go on mute. Shakar, what up, bro? Shakar, what up, D-Dollar? You can unmute, introduce yourself, and say what you think, and then you could begin to build with Garfield.
Hey, can y'all hear me? Shalom, peace to the room. Be heard?
Yeah, you go ahead.
Yeah, what up, Garfield, man? I think, I'm just gonna go ahead and make a statement, bring out some information, and if it's okay, Garfield, you can respond to it, right? because I see the title. Interesting enough, what the title says, I'm an Israelite, prove me wrong. So I would have loved to have heard Garfield's, substantiate his point. I think the things I did hear him while I was in the audience was heavily leaning on certain criteria that does have a response. He asked when Brother Jimmy said, what would convince you? Which is a caveat in itself, because you can just slap information off the table because it just doesn't feel nice. But nonetheless, he did respond and say some history, archaeology. I think things more along based in scholarship and science is where Garfield is going to yield. I don't think he's not a believer in the text. Anything in the Bible is not really going to sway him one way or another. But I just wanted to offer this, though. When we see, it's a couple of things I heard him say, but just for context, when we go and read, let me pull it up real quick. So he was asking for the history, so I just want to know, and I'm pretty sure he should be familiar with James Adair, the British trader and historian who lived among Native American tribes in America in the South for 40 years. In 1775, we see accounts where he records not only do these people share the same heritage, but direct connection with the language tradition of it, right? Unless Garfield is going to say that it's a marginy on so-called natives, and if there weren't any of our ancestors or people share ancestry with so-called natives here, i.e. Black people, then that would be some history for him to consider. Secondly, Garfield made a point to tell everybody about the genetic mutation when it comes to sickle cell. Well, the only issue with that, Garfield, I hope that you're aware that all people, all different creeds, races, people can carry the sickle cell trait. It's just widely more popular in so-called African Americans. Therefore, you can't use that as a benchmark to say, well, you Negroes cannot be the ancient Israelites or descended from them, because according to science, all people carry it. You have people in Asia, a population in Asia that was also considered that mutation was considerably high versus, say, like a Caucasian. So I wouldn't use that as a benchmark to say that, no, you niggas cannot be actually connected to ancient Israelites by blood because you have sickle cell. That's years later, my guy. That wouldn't even be a strong argument, I believe, Garfield. I think you can make a greater point. Again, also, real quick, because Garfield also made a point to say that he doesn't believe that, our people was our Israelites were ever in Egypt, I believe. I think he should go do some research with the Edomite Titus Kennedy, which is an archaeologist. Titus Kennedy, Garfield, I think you would agree, being that he, is an actual archaeologist, he makes a great argument about the Exodus that you should check out, Garfield. Therefore, you won't make that mistake, because I don't think you would deem yourself an archaeologist, nor would I. So we got to see what the archaeologists actually say. So that's his tidbit right there. I'm going to land real quick. It was something else that dear Garfield asked for. Oh, got you, right. Me and Garfield touched on this briefly when it comes to the E1B1A, the oldest sample being found at a Levant. I think it's quite interesting, Garfield. You lean heavily a lot on science. You know what I'm saying? Not only the oldest, but the smallest percentage of collection is found there. But that makes sense if people migrated from that location. That actually strengthens our argument that that's the origin point. You have people that also teach that the smallest sample group would be connected with the origin of the people, or the oldest. So those things correlate. So now you have the haplogroup, you have a historian. Also, last point, I would love to see, and it's just for one, when we look into the accounts, when we see like actual people coming over, is recorded, right? So you have the Hartford, Connecticut Negro, African American boy, right, in 1897, who wrote Hebrew. Not only did he write Hebrew, he impressed even the top rabbis of that area because he had over a certain amount of words that were actually in the Paleo. So he wrote an older form of Hebrew than even what they were writing. And this is what he quoted and confirmed to have said, that he come from a tribe of 20,000 black Hebrews in Africa whose fathers were rabbis. This is not something I made up. This is actually in the history. So I'm just hoping, you know what I'm saying, try to meet your criteria of what you asked for, Garfield. But again, you caveat it with convince me. Now, you can slap all that off the table or you respond to the information. Appreciate it.
Shout out to D Money, sounding all humble and scared at the same time. All right, so these 5 things: James Adair, the Exodus with Titus Kennedy, the sickle cell trait, E1B1A, Samuel. You're talking about Samuel Walkowski, right? 1897. That's what you're talking about. The guy that could write Hebrew and he was a mute and all that stuff. 20,000 people from Macomb. He came from Egypt or he came from Ethiopia, depending on which day of the week you ask in the story. All right, now. Have you ever, I'm going to ask you an honest question because you try your best to be honest. And let me ask you this. Samuel Walkowski saying he comes from 20,000 Hebrews. How does he come in here from Ethiopia or Egypt and not on a slave ship? How does he make African-American Israelites? That's kind of weird. But hold on. Let me respond to everything.
Was asking me a
My
question.
bad. Hey, y'all, what's up? Can you mute up? Can you mute up, y'all, what's up? Because they can't hear me if anybody is off mic.
Say that again, bro.
Can you mute up because they can't hear me well when you
He's muted.
I am muted up.
Yeah, everybody's muted, Garfield.
Everybody's muted, bro.
So what the hell am I seeing?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think I think your thing is bugging, bro. Everybody's muted.
All right. In all fairness, right? I'm not gonna go hard on D Money because you're really just wasting time by coming on here because you're not that guy. All right. But let me just say this. The Exodus saying Titus Kennedy is good work is not evidence. That's not evidence. The evidence is the brother made a claim that they were Israelites in that region. There is no evidence of any Egyptian writing down that Israelites were in there. The only time they mention Israel in the Murder Patah Stele is when they talk about the people in the Levant, which is in Canaan, and that those people were not Israelites as far as the tradition because they're in there and there's no conquering. So they actually don't even agree with the story of the Bible. But that's another story for another time. Maybe when you talk here next time, you'll explain why you bring up Titus Kennedy and why Titus Kennedy is the consensus of scholarship. Let's look at James Adair for a second. James Adair, right? And just off the top of my head, because I debated my big bro on this right here, James Adair. All right. Let's take a look at James Adair real quickly. Genetically, the Native Americans have come up as Q and C, like my brother Yawasap. They don't trace back to anywhere in the Levant as far as genetics. The mtDNA of the woman is normally ABCDX2A, all of East Asian or Siberian origin. All right. The linguistics, the language families, the native languages belong to over 150 families. No relation to Hebrew. No Hebrew loanword, despite Adair's claims. Comparative linguistics finds no genuine Hebrew cognates in native vocabularies. Now, with James Adair, we got to be careful because James Adair admits in his own writing that he never knew Hebrew. So what was he comparing it to? He didn't know the culture either. So how could he compare the culture if he didn't know the culture? A lot of African Americans who claim to be Hebrew Israelites and follow that stupid 12-tribe chart are been following this James Adair. He's definitely not somebody we should use. Independent grammatical systems. Native languages have complex polysynthetic grammar, unlike Semitic languages. VSO versus verb subject object versus subject verb object. Linguistic typology. You wouldn't understand all of that. All right. Missionary misunderstanding. Many of Adair's Hebrew-like words were mistranscriptions or forced comparisons by missionaries. Let me see if there's anything else. With this guy here. Yeah. And by the way, too, not to sound vulgar, but a lot of the Native American cultures hold the menstrual of the woman to be holy. Like there's powers with the woman menstrual time period. So she's moved away and they live in a hut while they're on their menses. So that is respected with Native American culture and in some European cultures too. Women back in the days, they used to think that a woman could cause thunder. They could let rain fall. They could do a lot of things. As a matter of fact, the Cherokees' origin story, that might be, or the Mayan, have something to do with the woman menstrual power. Saying that has how the world was created. So not to sound nasty or crazy, I just, so you know, we all adults here. One more thing. All right, so we deal with James Adair. Let's deal with the sickle cell trait. I think you misunderstood with the sickle cell trait. I was talking about the Duffy null genotype. Yes, anybody can have sickle cell trait. I agree with you. But the sickle cell trait is a marker, as in the Senegal, the Benin, or the Cameroon. So if they have that, if they have it in Africa and it comes over here during the transatlantic slave trade, that is evidence of the same people traveling. But what's more important is the Duffy null genotype. 70% of African Americans have it, and white people can't have it. They can't have it. They can't have that mutation because they can't, not mutation, I'm sorry. They can't have it because that variant that we have with the Duffy null genotype is only unique to Africans and African Americans and Afro-Jamaicans and Afro-Brazilians. All the people that were what? On the slave trade are descendants of the slave trade. So that's how you trace it. E1B1A, I think you need to go back. Do me a favor. Go on AI right now because I want you to come back and tell us the truth. The E1B1A sample actually was E1B1B. The oldest one. If you're talking about the Natufian culture, it's actually E1B1B. All right. Samuel Wachowski did not come over on a slave trade. He was considered locked up in Portland as a con man because he was pretending to be what he was not. He would go around the country and borrow money pretending to be this Hebrew expert. He says he comes from Macomb, Egypt. Macomb, Egypt don't exist. He didn't come over as a slave or anything. And also, in some instances, he says he come from Ethiopia, and some he says come from Egypt. He came over straight from those areas supposedly, and he could read and write and whatever. But it ended up that he was a con man, and he got arrested and everything. If you want the source for that, I got the newspaper clippings from Portland. But I answered all your questions. If you want me to go deeper into James Adair, because James Adair is a pretty cool guy to study. He's a very cool guy. He taught me a lot. But again, Native Americans have been here between 8 and 3,000 years ago before there was an Israel. So let's look at my brother Yawasap. His marker is Q. I don't mean to put his business out there. He has a Q marker. Why does his marker match people that lived 8,000 years ago? Because there's a connection. Q is a Native American line. So he's related to indigenous people. As a matter of fact, let me give honor and respect to Yawasap because he's truly the only indigenous person here that I know that actually is a Puerto Rican. Usually Puerto Ricans are mixed with Europeans, a lot of them. He's not mixed. He's a genuine descendant of this land. So he's actually an indigenous American. So shout out to my brother. He could prove it with his DNA. He has Q, and Q has been here. And we have the evidence from 8,000 years ago of structures, tons of structures I could bring out and show you that these people who have this genetic marker has been living here. And guess what? The QNC makes up 96% of the genetic markers. Man, playing after this, Garfield. The QNC makes up yeah, because I said that, right?
Nah, not even.
Yo, I'm done, yo. I'm done. Don't leave y'all stuff alone. I'm done. I'm effing done. Yo, what up? I'm done, bro. I'm done.
Yeah. All that kissing up to y'all ain't gonna save you. Quick question, Garfield. Is the Q? Hey, yo. Yeah. Kissing up. All that bro love. Garfield, quick question. Do you have any Q markers that are considered Semitic? Yes or no?
Yeah, you have. Yes. Can I expound? You have Garfield. You have Q1A and you have Q1B.
Do you need time to look it up?
No, I don't need to. Hold on a second. I don't need to because actually, mute up a second, bro. Let me just respond to you carefully. I'm gonna take one. I'll take 90 seconds. No, what happened is whenever somebody has their mic open, they can't hear me because my mic is low. Let me say this carefully to you. There's Q1A and Q1B. If you study the branches The one that Yawasap has is the one that's indigenous to America. All right. The one that the Native Americans have. If you want me to read it out, I could read it out to you carefully and make you have a better understanding of the genetics as far as here is concerned. Q and C are the main ones. They also have R here, right? But the R that they have is because just like how African American men are mixed with European, it's the same thing. So basically, the Q and the C is indigenous to here. That's what they have. The Q that you're referring to is a different Q that's thousands and years away from the Q that's Semitic. All right. So there is a Semitic Q, but that's thousands of years, 25,000 years ago, they were together.
Got you. Is the Q marker associated with Native Americans? Yes or no?
The Q marker, yes.
Okay. Are some of the oldest Q markers considered Semitic? Yes or no?
No.
I'm gonna read something. The present haplogroup Q is both Semitic-speaking people and other population, a complex history of ancient migration. So they're even admitting it's a complex history. But this is what I think you probably stopped at, Garfield, and not understanding how the whole grandfather subclades. If the oldest is coming from the Levant and is considered Semitic, then you would still have to say that the people who carry a Q marker has a relationship with those with the Q marker, even at its oldest points, or the grandfather of it. You would have to say that. But you are fighting back, so that's crazy. You're saying that it's two different Qs. That's what you're saying. Now you would have to teach that. I appreciate that.
All right, cool. Is that your last answer or your last question? Or you want
no,
me to
I was hoping. Okay, let me ask you.
Hold on a second. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Stay right where you are. Stay right where you are. All right. Now let's take a look at this. The branch that my brother has, without me even looking at his DNA, I could tell which marker he has. I'm not going to say it out loud in public. All right, because that's private. What do you have? You have what's called, you have a Q1A and you have a Q1B. The Q1B, as far as, let me see where Israel is on this map. Where is Israel? Is Israel even on this map? Where they at? L245. All right. Bronze Age, Central Asia. Q1B, Q1B1, L245 would be the marker that's in Middle East, right? That marker is that's Bronze Age. The one that Yawasap has, the Q1A, he has the marker that goes back to, let me see where we at on the map, without me taking him out of where he's not supposed to be. Hold on 1 second. Let me look right here. He has the one that's actually Paleolithic Siberia. So it goes back Q1A1. They wouldn't meet up until let me take a look. Hold on a second. Hold on 1 second, guys. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you good, bro?
Okay. Oh, I forgot I wasn't on my phone. My phone was ringing. All right. So listen to this carefully. Many of the clades of haplogroup Q1A are believed to have been brought by the Huns, the Mongols, and the Turks, who all originated in the Altai region and around modern Mongolia. Haplogroup Q has been identified in Iron Age remains from Hunnic sites in Mongolia and in Xinjiang by Kan. Modern Mongols belong to various subclades of Q1A, including by frequency, whatever. So the Clovis culture boy, right, that they found in America, 12,600, he has the same marker as Yawasap, which is Q1A 2A1. He's connected to what Yawasap has.
Yeah, we're not talking about Yawasap. We're just talking about the fact that you just taught that it's two different Qs.
There is two different Qs.
We know listen to what I'm saying. We understand how subclades work, but they're all related. I just want to see if you agree. Just a quick AI. It says, yes, all individuals with haplogroup Q are distantly related and share a common male line ancestor. Do you agree with that, Garfield? Yes or no?
I would have to get back to you on that. I'm gonna tell you why, right? I'm gonna tell you why I wouldn't agree or disagree. No, the reason is, right, because when you talk about genetics, right, you're talking about 20,000, 30,000 years estimates. Come on, bro. Come on, man. Not while I'm talking. But the Q1b.
Well, honestly, Garfield, when you don't know something,
the Q1b.
Really
hold on a second. The Q1A that's in America, there's no Q1B in the Americas. If you look at the Clovis child, this is why your argument don't make any sense. If you look at the Clovis child, right? The Clovis child is 12,600 years ago. Yawasap is related to him because they have the same marker. The Q1B is not in the Americas. So Ashkenazi Jews, some of them have the Q1A from the Levant. They have 5% of that. So that's what I'm saying. You can't, because sometimes people differentiate and go from different angles. These people are 20,000 years ago. There's no way to say that this person is definitely connected. They have an original source that forms the umbrella, which is like 40,000 years ago. You'll see in your article. But that don't mean that these two people right here, the Clovis child and this guy is related. And that don't mean they come from the same origin 100%. Because remember, you're dealing with different steps in the pyramid. So I wouldn't agree with that 100. In general, yes, but I wouldn't agree 100%.
Yeah, Garfield, how do Israelites say we are Israelite? Is it on the paternal side or the maternal side? Which one?
Paternal.
Right. So when you look at how someone would be like an E and then a B and an A, would that be considered both sides when we're talking about genetic markers and traits and haplogroups?
Repeat that question.
When you look at all your information allotted to you as far as your haplogroup, are they considering both sides in the information? Yes or no?
When they talk about the haplogroup, it depends. It depends on which company you use. It could be autosomal, it could be paternal, and it could be mitochondrial.
Trying to help you understand this Q thing. The problem that you have to understand that when it's a lot to get into. Even when you have a new mutation, I would say also would change and give it a variance. You should know that part. So all I'm saying is, big dog, the facts are the facts are the facts. Everybody with a Q has a common ancestor in a Q. Everybody has a common ancestor.
What's
when
up?
we go back and do the history on these grandfather clades.
Yeah,
and it all matches up with the Bible.
Right?
Go ahead.
Okay, I don't mean to ask you a question with a question, but the original Q, how far does it go back to?
Say that again for me.
The Q, the main Q, the original Q, how far does it go back to?
I don't. For one, let me tell you, I don't agree because it's with like their dating method. Because they'll tell you, science will tell you that it's guessing at best. A lot of that is you just become problematic. So that's my personal belief there. But I think you said it already. Was it like between 15 and 20, somewhere in there?
All right, cool. So if somebody is connected, say 25 to 30,000 years ago, that's their root. The way how they branched off, they're no longer connected based off of the branching. So the QA and the Q1A and the Q1B branched off a long time ago before there was an Israel, before there was the Natufians. That is my point. So the subclade for Native Americans, which is Q1A, 2A, 1A1, M3, which is what most people have today, branched off thousands of years ago. And they went to Central and Eastern Europe, then to the Mongolian, and they crossed over, ended up in Native American culture. So I'm saying to you, that's the majority of what the genetics says as far as the Y marker, the males. Now, as far as the female side, that's a whole nother conversation because it's not the same name. They wouldn't call them the same name. It's A, B, C, X2A, and whatever.
Right.
So I'm saying to you that genetically, Native Americans are not connected to the Levant as far as Israel is concerned. It would be thousands of years removed from there. So the Q,
but you did agree that you had to do more study into like
no. The only thing.
You do your study.
No. Don't do that. Don't do that. Let me finish the point. Let me finish the point.
Can you learn this?
The lady in my slide, I can't bring it up. I'm trying to bring it up. The lady that I've used, Rasmussen, I could actually tell you what the source is and break it down for you. Because what happened is the person who has Q, so for example, like my brother Yawasap, he's connected to that Ancient child from 12,600 years ago. So if he's an Israelite, it wouldn't make sense for him to be an Israelite with that Y marker, especially if it's here in the Americas the whole time since 12,600 years ago. If he had the Q1A121A from the Levant, like what the Ashkenazi has, then he could have made that claim, but not with this claim, the Q121AB. That's what he's on that side. So if he was on the other side, then he could make that claim. That marker is not in the Americas. So we just need to make that clear.
And listen though, Garfield, that's not how it works. Just because even the fact that everything hasn't been discovered, my nigga, every bones ain't been dug up, every sample ain't enough to get a sample, it doesn't make sense what you're saying. What you could say is, given what we got right now, and based heavily on their understanding and dating methods, which you wouldn't be able to explain like a damn mouse trying to get out of a sock if we took that approach. But it's okay, my dude. I'm just telling you, you've admitted that you got to look into it. It is saying, and you would have to offer me some type of genetic. Brother, no. I interrupted. I apologize. I went on mute.
No, you're mistaken, bro.
Well, just bring me any.
I got it right here. I'm about to bring it right now.
Can I finish, Garfield?
Yeah, go ahead.
What's going on?
Go ahead.
Appreciate it. You ain't got to get uncomfortable. You said I was scared. Now we having a conversation. You have to offer me any genetic top scholar that's prevalent in this study to say what you're saying, that Qs are not related. That you can have a Q marker and it means this is another Q. That's not what it's saying. So you have to offer that. And if you ain't got that, you just got to mute up and just hold that L and say, dang, I got to go back and study something. I didn't know this question when a brother brought it to me. So
okay.
Don't let your pride make you say something.
I got my source. I got my source in front of me.
Brother, you can just wait until I'm done, brother. Right. So this is something else you did, right? Even when it came down to the information that I put forward, which you asked for, and you went with, I got you, with the Titus Kennedy. You said and tried to change it and say, well, the consensus don't agree. I never spoke on the consensus. You asked for some information, right? And I'm offering the information. Quick question. Garfield, would you say you're more qualified than Titus Kennedy when it comes to archaeology and studies? Yes or no?
The consensus of scholarship would be.
Yes or no?
The consensus of scholarship would be.
Yes.
Yes or no?
No, and I can expound. The consensus of scholarship, come on, bro. Come on. You don't do that when I beat him up. Come on, don't do that. If you're going to do it one way, you got to do it the other way too. Don't do that. All right, let me say
that wasn't me.
Let me say this.
That's it. Yeah, that wasn't me, Garfield.
Now the issue is, and I'm going to expound on this carefully, right? Listen, this is the problem. I asked everybody, right, to come on stage. If you're an Israelite, even if you're right about Titus Kennedy, why are you stressing that? Because that still don't prove you're an Israelite. Then you made the error with the sickle cell trait. You got it wrong. E1B1A, you got it wrong. Samuel Wolkowski, you got it wrong. James Adair, you got it wrong. Now you're trying to make it about the Q marker, which was here, according to Rasmussen of the University of Copenhagen. It's been here for 12,600 years ago. So this is a qualified expert, ancient DNA expert, Eski Willerslev and Martin Rasmussen. Their data are very convincing that the Clovis-Anzic child was part of the population that gave rise to North, Central, and Southern American groups. So that means the Native Americans, 96% of their population stems from this young man. So that means that Native Americans could not be Israelites because they already were living here. So, and by the way, too, the Native American paternal lineage, they have over 2,344 Y chromosomes. So they are able to map and look at all the people around. The S&P analysis indicated that 3 major haplogroups denoted C and Q and R accounted for nearly 96% of Native American Y chromosomes. Haplogroup C and Q were deemed to represent early Native American found in Y chromosome. So now you want to stress on if the Qs are related to try to shift the argument. The point is, if you're Q and the Q that we're talking about, it's here. They don't find the other marker here. And Michael Hammer, you don't want a better, more qualified genealogist than him. So I don't know what you're talking about. Those 5 things you brought up, you were wrong on all 5 of them. Even the Exodus with Titus Kennedy. Titus Kennedy is not the consensus. He's just one scholar. One scholar can't say it for all. It's not like his geneticist work where you have the information right in front of you. You can't disagree with it. Titus Kennedy is one person that said something. Now show me the consensus of scholarship agreeing with Titus Kennedy. That's why I brought the consensus up. And I yield. Woo! This is so easy.
Hey, can I be heard?
Anybody else?
The button stick. Hold on, Garfield. Let me land. Cause this is bad again, family. This is when you know when Garfield gets a little, disturbed. He start arguing things that were never laid out, right? And it's now becoming, I don't agree. So again, this brings up the point. Garfield said, convince me. No, but brother, you're asking something that's literally impossible if you're just going to deny the information. If now the goalpost is shifted to now I need the consensus of scholarship and archaeology. It's not really one. It's people that disagree in a bunch of different studies. He's not the only one. He might be one of the most known that I offered just for sake of conversation, but he's not the only one. Then again, also, when it comes to the information I brought about Adar, I can bring out more information. But now you slap him off the table. He's uncredible. I don't think you lived amongst the native enough to challenge what he recorded. Actually, what he recorded them saying. You didn't offer anything but at the end to say, no. But you really couldn't push back on the yes or no's. And this is why yes or no questions have to be had in a conversation like this, because Garfield's flicking in a can of oil. So again, not only that, you admitted it's on wax that you didn't know you would get back with me when it comes to the haplogroup conversation. You didn't know, brother. You admitted that, and it's okay. I like the honest Garfield approach. I don't like the Garfield that beats on his chest as if he's, studies geneticism at a high clips. I don't like that Garfield, because that Garfield would mislead with information. Although it be some truth in it, he cuts it off to make a point because his position is against Israelites, so-called Black Hebrew Israelites. But I've never seen Garfield in a small hat room or interview a small hat on his channel. If it is one, then y'all can show me. But I would love to see for him to ask them to prove it to them, or prove it to him, Salakia, that they're actually descendants of ancient Israelites. I've never seen it. So I just wanted to come on here and show that this actual exercise is impossible if the person you're speaking to can make it about how they feel about the information, instead of saying, damn, okay, it is some stuff out there that, actually validates your stance that you're an actual descendant of, the ancient Israelites according to the Bible. But I'll land with that, man. I appreciate the convo, Garfield.
All right.
Hey, Garfield, you ever get paid something that one debate y'all did?
Hold on. No, Governor.
Hold on one second.
Let me respond. Can I respond?
Go ahead.
All right. Now, the brother brought up James Adair, beat that out the breaks. He brought up Titus Kennedy, has nothing to do with African Americans being Israelites. He brought up sickle cell trait because he wasn't listening. He didn't understand what the Duffinol gene is. He brought up the E1B1A about that. It's actually E1B1B. He brought up Samuel Walkowski, who was written about 1897 as a scammer who was pretending to be some Hebrew expert who claimed he came from Macomb, where 20,000 people live. Then in another time, he said he come from Ethiopia. Then he went around the country trying to pretend to be a Hebrew and got locked up in Portland, Oregon. We got the newspaper clippings. I'm going to say this. The Q marker is here in the Americas. The reason why I tell you I didn't have it, because I didn't have my slides. For some reason, my files wasn't coming up. My files is in front of me now, right now, and I'm going to read it. The sequencing effort led by ancient DNA expert S.K. Willerslev and Martin Rasmussen of the University of Copenhagen comes to a dramatic conclusion. The 1 to 2 year old Clovis child, now known to be a boy, is directly ancestral to today's native peoples from Central and South America. Their data are very convincing that the Clovis Anzic child was part of the population that gave rise to North, Central, and Southern American groups, says geneticist Connie Mulligan of the University of Florida. Then you have a total of 63 binary polymorphisms and 10 short tandem repeats were genotyped on a sample of 2,344 from Native American, Asian, European populations to investigate the origins of Native American paternal lineages. All three of Greenberg's major linguistic families were represented in our sample of Native Americans. SMP Analysis indicated the three major haplogroups denoted as C, Q, and R accounted for nearly 96% of Native American Y chromosomes. Haplogroup C and Q were deemed to represent early Native American founding Y chromosome lineages. However, most haplogroup R lineages present in Native Americans most likely came from recent admixture with Europeans. Like I said before, just like how African Americans had admixture with Europeans at a 30% clip. All right, I'm gonna say this, and this is from Michael Hammer's Molecular Biology and Evolution, Volume 21, Issue 1, January 2004. They have more samples today I could bring out. I don't want to bring that out, waste of time. But I'm saying clearly the Q marker that we have is not the one of the Levant. It's not the one of the Levant. We know the one that's in America. And guess what? It proves, like people like Yawasap, my big bro, we prove that he's indigenous to the Americas. He's not an Israelite. Who's up next?
I want you to answer my question.
What was the question you asked? As far as the UN, I'll say this. I don't consider anybody to be a Hamite. I don't believe that. I don't believe in Shem, Ham, and Japheth. I would not call Africans Hamites because that's what the missionaries called us when they first came to Africa, and it was a racial term. Just like how people don't want us to use Black Hebrew Israelite, the same thing with the Hamite term. But I'll say this. As far as religiously concerned, I don't think African Americans are anything but who they are. They're African, and now they're American. I think that's what it is. I think Jamaicans are the same, African and Jamaican. Same thing with the Brazilian, African and Brazilian. And you're a new people. Hold on, let me finish, brother. Now, the UN, I think Ghana's king and the Benin king made something about an apology and about giving out reparations. And I think the last thing they had at the UN, you could just Google it. The Ghana people said that the African Americans need to get reparations. So they did.
That wasn't my question.
Okay.
My question was, what nation, if whoever you say we are, whatever nation you say we are, what nation has that nation went before the UN? Malcolm X was about to, before he got assassinated. He was going to take our issues to the UN courts. If you're saying we're not the Israelites and we're from another nation in Africa, what African nation has went before the UN to plead for the salvation and liberation, not reparations, but the salvation and liberation of the so-called African American people, which so happen to be 12% of the U.S. population?
Why should any African nation do that? I don't get that.
Because we're not, because any nation would fight for their people. Don't you believe that?
Yeah, but we're a new people. That's why I just talked about being African Brazilian, African Jamaican, African
Wait
American.
a minute.
Hold on. Yes, you know why we're new people here in the Americas? Because, my brother, it's a mixture of different tribes. Yoruba, Igbo, people from Benin, the Gold Coast, Central Africa, they're all in one and they're trying to survive. This is why we're tribal people. This is why you have Moorish Science Temple, Nation of Islam.
Garfield,
let me finish, beloved. This is why we have Nation of Islam, Hebrew Israelites, Moorish Science Temple, Nubians. People are in search of an identity because we have all been looped into one to actually what we couldn't do in Africa, we actually achieved here. And look at all the progress we have made as human beings. We've invented so many things. African Americans are the shit. We're the shit. They're the shit. Jamaicans try to imitate y'all. Cubans try to imitate y'all. Chinese try to imitate y'all. African Americans is the shit.
Okay, let me ask you this way, because you haven't given me a nation. If we are of whatever nation we're from, you haven't shown me that nation going before the UN to plead for the salvation and liberation of their people.
Why should they? You're an American. You're considered American.
Wait a minute. No. The Chinese, the Japanese went for the UN for their people. So we can't say that nations don't have any kind of interest in their own people. That would be flawed. Let me ask it this way, Garfield. Before 70 AD, before the scattering of the Israelites, who were we? Before America was founded, who were we?
Who were we? We were basically West and Central Africans. We were nowhere near the Levant.
Yes, Africa is a continent with like 54
I know
countries.
we're primarily.
Which one are we?
No,
wait a minute, Garfield.
They didn't have.
Wait a minute, beloved. Wait a minute, King. I want to ask this plain. Before 70 AD, if we are not the Israelites, before America was created, what nation of people? I need a clean answer, Garfield. What nation of people can I trace African Americans back to?
All right. First of all, remember the names that we have are more modern than ancient names. So you had different. You had different empires. Now in Africa, I can't point you to one culture. This is why genetics is important, which you guys don't like. But let me just explain to you carefully what happened. In the slave trade, you came from either Senegambia, Sierra Leone, the Windward Coast, the Gold Coast, Bight of Benin, Bight of Biafra, Western Central Africa, or Southeast Africa. This is 8 different regions. Now, before you were captured, you may have been somewhere else that you became a prisoner of war within one of these cultures. So this is why the kidnapping is it's so hard to trace your roots. This is why I use genetics. All my genetics, primarily 99% of them, point back to Igbo or Ashanti. Not everybody's as lucky as I am. But I don't know, outside of the ship, we can't trace back nowhere, because at the ship put us on the ship, they didn't grab us and say, oh, you come from Ghana, you come from here. You definitely come from this town. We don't know where we're from. And that's just a part of the tradition. We coming from Africa has nothing to do with Israel. The reason why we're in love with Israel, because the first book that we got once we were slaves with the tradition is the Bible. That's it. And we live in a Judo-Christian society. Now watch this. If the Muslims had defeated the Portuguese in some instances, we probably would have been arguing about Allahu Akbar right now. We would probably been speaking in Arabic. The Muslims probably would have took over America. So I'm saying it's whoever tradition that we grew up under, that's the one we're going to defend and feel we're a part of, because we're comfortable. We're comfortable with the Bible. You know what I'm saying?
No problem. Here's my next question. Because you were unable, on the replay, you were unable to point me to the direct nation that we are from.
Impossible.
You gave me a word salad of maybe this or maybe that. The European has the ability to point to a nation that he's from. The Russian, the German, etc., they can point back to a specific nation. You were unable, on the replays, you were unable to do that, Garfield. Okay. Here's my next question, Garfield.
No, let me respond to that real quickly. Give me 30 seconds. Give me 30 seconds.
Yes, sir.
Now, remember, I just pointed out 8 different cultures that we come from as far as African Americans, right? Now, remember, you're a prisoner of war that was traded to come over on a plantation. It's hard for you to trace back to an actual nation. The only thing you could do is trace back to a boat and records. You see, your obsession is with nations because the Bible talk about nations. Again, you want to be so involved and be a part of the Bible. You can't be satisfied like, yo, I was in somewhere in Africa. That's where I was, because it doesn't have anything to do with the Bible. So you see, this is the problem. What we have, we are in love with the Bible. We're in love with the teachings, and it relates to us because, and then I pointed out why it relates to us, because of racism and white supremacy, not because of a curse. But the problem is, you are so engulfed in Hebrew Israelism, that's your only way out, because the God of the Bible is supposed to chastise the Edomites and defeat the white man. So if that is not in, you're like, so what's the option?
30 seconds, Garfield.
My bad. Go ahead, brother.
I appreciate it. Garfield, you still wasn't able to give me a Pacific nation. You gave me 8 different categories that I might be a part of. The reason why I say nation, Garfield, the world is built upon nations. When the Most High separated the nations according to the children of Israel, even if I didn't believe the Bible, I would know that I'm connected to a people, and that people makes up a nation. Garfield, you was unable to point me to prior to the slave ships. You were unable to show me who and what nation. Hold on.
I agree.
You were unable. I agree. I appreciate it. You were unable to show me prior to the slave ships of what nation the African Americans descend from. You were unable to do that. You gave me 8 different categories that maybe I can pick from, and that's not fair. Here's my question, Garfield. When the Bible says Christ came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel, my question is, Garfield, what would categorize a individual? And I need a real in-depth answer from you, Garfield. When Christ said he came for the lost sheep, what would categorize an individual to be lost? In context, how is Christ using the word lost sheep in that particular verse in Matthew 15:24?
All right. First of all, we have absolutely nothing to do with the Bible, so we can't use that as a standard. That is your belief. So you want me to give you an understanding and an answer on a real life situation based off your
belief. Use the Bible.
Hold on. So no, we have to, because the Bible is the only place that said lost tribes.
Don't use the Bible. Forget the Bible. If you told me your history and who you are is lost, what does that mean to me?
If I say what? Say that again.
If you tell me prior to the transatlantic slave trade, during the transatlantic slave trade and sub-Saharan slave trade, a lot of who you are was lost. How would you explain that? How would you define the word lost in that context? A lot of who you were, who you are, has been lost. How would you break that down to me?
I would break it down and say that you're trying to get a certain answer. You're shaping the question. It's a leading question, but look at this though. I just told you 8 different cultures you possibly trace back to based off of the records. But the problem is those people that ended up in that region could be because of war. So you originally, we don't know where you come from. This is why DNA is so important, because you have what's called population clusters. So you have clusters, so you could see people with similar genetic makeup and say, okay, so maybe he's from this region, that region, which is what African American ancestry does. So I'm saying to you, just because they're lost, this is what makes African Americans, our FBA, so unique. You are from 8 different cultures, and you're now in a situation from tribal cultures, and you're 8 different cultures trying to get along when you never got along in Africa. And you have overcome that to the point where you're FBA, having a lineage, and could prove who you are here and have accomplished a lot. So with all that was the odds that was against you, you're still able to have a function. You could come on the white man's clubhouse and you could argue all day about what your belief is. But the truth of the matter is we have lost whatever is in Africa is gone. You are a new people. In Jamaica, I'm a new person.
So you do agree. So you do agree that a lot of our history has been lost. Yes, Garfield?
Another leading question.
No, Garfield, no, that's not fair, Garfield.
Another leading question.
No, Garfield, that's not fair, bro. Hold on, Garfield, that's not fair to me, bro.
All right,
hold on.
Cool. I got
you answered everybody's question, Garfield. I want you to be fair with me. If it's leading or whatever, Garfield, be fair with me.
I'm going to be fair. You're trying to get, you're asking a leading question, Q.
No, I'm not, Garfield. I'm asking you a plain question, Garfield.
All right, go ahead.
I agree with you that we went on slave ships and blah, blah, blah. We got treated bad. I agree. But Garfield, wouldn't you agree with me that a lot of our history has been destroyed? AI, what is that? That is lost. Wouldn't you agree that a lot of our information, i.e., has been lost? Would you agree with that?
I mean,
come on, Garfield.
We're a new people, bro. We are a new people. Forget about being
Garfield,
lost.
I'm not asking you that.
But
Garfield,
I'm answering the way I'm answering.
Bro.
But I'm answering why do you want me to answer the way you want me to answer? I don't get that.
Let me ask you this way.
So you're gonna switch. You're gonna switch it up,
brother, Garfield.
But you're gonna switch it up for me to answer you a certain way, bro.
No. I'm gonna change it up. I'm gonna say it this way. because there's rules to the house. Garfield, has some of the so-called African American, Latino, and Native American history been lost or destroyed? Yes or no?
History from where? From Africa?
Yes or no? Has a lot of the history of the so-called African American been destroyed or lost? Yes or no?
No. And the reason why I say that,
Garfield,
the reason why,
Garfield,
hold on.
Go ahead, you got it.
The reason why I said no, because you said African Americans. African Americans are not people from Africa. They are African Americans, are new people. So you said African Americans
came off the slave ships, Garfield. Do you believe those people who came off those slave ships, who was kidnapped from Africa, do you believe a lot of their history and culture was stolen and destroyed? Yes or no?
I wouldn't say stolen, because remember they actually didn't decide to get kidnapped. That's something that happened because of.
What about destroyed or lost?
Stop using the word lost. You're coming from a biblical angle. You're shaping the question.
The word lost don't only belong to the Bible. It's in the Webster Dictionary.
No, listen to what I'm saying. You said before 70 AD where we were. Now remember, there was a trans-Saharan slave trade and there was a gold trade that was going on with the Ghana Empire, Ouagadougou, right? Now that's where a lot of trade went with Africans going up into Asia and into Europe. So they've been trading Africans for a long time. And the issue is we have the same genetic markers as those people that were trading a long time ago. So even before the slave trade, we're connected to these people. So at the end of the day, though, there's only one empire. You have the Ouagadougou, the Ghana Empire, the ancient empire. You have Mali, and you have I forgot what the other empire is. But that's empire that's ruling West and Central Africa, and that's mostly West Africa, and it's ruling running the Mali Empire, and they're running the trade routes. So what I'm gonna say to you, I'm gonna say this to you. Your question is leaning because you want to get an answer that makes you be comfortable in your belief. That's all it is, beloved.
Garfield, based upon, and look, and Garfield, I'm gonna say it this here. I'm gonna say it like this. And I don't know how much time you got left, but we're gonna keep the Maccabee Hive open for any brother or sister who didn't have a chance to speak, who want to speak.
Star Power is here. Star Power. Get Star Power.
I'm gonna say it.
Cause he gonna beat me up. He gonna beat me up.
I'm gonna say it this way, Garfield. Based upon your response to my question, I'm gonna say, Garfield, you don't know. You don't know who we are, Garfield. You're searching just like we're searching. The difference is we settle on the fact that we are Israel. We're still trying to prove or find out.
Hey, baby.
You have no answers.
You all right?
You gave out of this world answer when you say that the people who came up slavery.
Okay. Well, let me before you get home.
Not destroyed, i.e., lost.
I got.
And if he got a little bit of time left,
hey, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna cut it off here on the YouTube. Peace and love, man.
Want to come to the stage?
Later.
But I think we've exhausted